Good morning, Jeff.
Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay, sorry.
No worries whatsoever.
All right, I'll be on mute.
All right. Good morning, Dr. Day.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Very good. Thank you.
Good. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, Rhonda. How are you?
Good, thanks. You're a little bit light this morning.
Yes.
Can barely hear you.
How about now?
Much better. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you.
No worries.
And just to let everybody know, we are now live on the internet. Thank you.
Good morning, Megan.
Good morning.
Can hear you loud and clear. Good morning, Mr. Holden.
Hi, good morning. This is actually his stepson, John Leach.
Hello, John. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Good morning, Lynn Ortega.
Yes, Lynn here with Facilities and Fleet.
Thank you. We can hear you loud and clear. Good morning, Anu. Good morning, Supervisor Wasserman.
Good morning, Rhonda. Good morning, everybody.
Supervisor Cortese, would you like to do a mic check?
Yes, I'm here, doing well this morning. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. And good morning, Supervisor Simidian.
Good morning, Rhonda. We'll do a quick mic check. Make sure you can hear me loud and clear.
I can hear you loud and clear, and you're looking wonderful today.
Well, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Take care. Must be the new sweater. There you go.
God, you beat me to it, Rhonda.
Looking awesome, man. All 5 of you are just looking spectacular today.
We need to start every day with Rhonda.
Well, good morning, everyone. We'll be starting our meeting in just about 1 minute. And for Bishop Cantu, I see we have somebody else.
Good morning. Bishop Cantu is with the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops. They have a 2-day virtual conference. He regrets that he's not able to join you, but he's asking me to to offer the prayer in his
Wonderful.
on his behalf. Yeah.
And sir, Pastor, may I ask your name?
My name is Hao Din, H-A-O, last name D as in David, I-N-H. I am his Vicar General and also pastor of Ascension Church in Saratoga.
Great. Thank you for joining us. All right, well, we will begin the meeting now. I'm going to ask if if the clerk could take roll.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Here.
present. Supervisor Smidian. Supervisor Smidian, I know you're here. I'll come back. Supervisor Cortese,
Here.
present. Vice President Wasserman,
Present.
present. President Chavez,
Here.
present. And Supervisor Smidian, he's here. He must have just stepped away momentarily, but we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to ask Supervisor Wasserman, our Vice President, if he could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand if you're able.
Thank you, Madam President. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all.
Thank you. It's a especially windy day today.
Thank you. I will now turn to the Vicar General, Juan Din, who is also the pastor of Ascension Church, to lead us in our morning reflection and invocation. Welcome.
Thank you. Let us pause for a second and then we'll pray. Blessed are you, Lord God of all creation, the source of life and all that is good. We give you thanks for giving us another day, though with more anxieties and pressures, as we are back in the widespread infection tier. We are grateful to you because through all these challenges, we have opportunities to work together for the safety and well-being of people in this valley and beyond. Also through these challenges, we have realized more than ever that we are not simply anonymous individuals, but we are closely connected to each other with people in this country, this country, and even across the globe. Above all, through these challenges, we trust that you are working together with us, just like when your son living among us 20 centuries ago. You continue to sustain us, comforting us, even oftentimes through the hand we reach out to each other. We pray for those who continue to serve people, even when they themselves might be at risk or vulnerable to the virus. Bless all medical workers, first responders, all those who serve in houses of worship, in retail and other businesses. And bless this board of supervisors and all those who work in different levels of government, all those who have to make difficult decisions. Guide us in our meeting, in our discussions and decisions today. We humbly ask for your guidance, wisdom, and support this day and every day. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion. Allow us to grow closer as a group and nurture the bonds of our communities. Fill us with your grace, Lord God, as we make decisions that might affect hundreds of thousands of people, if not more. Continue to remind us that we are not alone when we work together. And with you as our companion, we can always walk with hope, journeying with hope, no matter what happens. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us. And thank the bishop for sending you this morning. Thank you.
You're welcome. And it's my honor to pray with you today. I have other meetings, so I have to excuse myself and have a good meeting.
Thank you. We're now going to move to adjournments. And I will say to those of you who are listening, who are beginning to raise your hands for public comment, that if you're commenting on any item that is on the agenda, I would just ask you to look at the agenda. We have our COVID report at 1 o'clock. We have our new jails at the jail replacement discussion at 10 a.m. And Reed Hillview will be at 5:30. So if you're looking for any of those items, I would encourage you to speak at that time. If you speak at this time on an item, then I will ask if you will not have an opportunity to speak on that item later in the day. Thank you. So with that, I'm going to move to our adjournments in memoriam. And today we will be honoring the lives of Audrey Lopez and Sally Leach Holden. We'll first begin in honor of in memory of Audrey Lopez, whom we lost on October 11th, 2020 from complications due to COVID-19. Audrey worked for the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority for over 13 years as a motor coach operator. She was well loved and respected by her passengers and her coworkers, who remember her for being gregarious and having a laugh that was undeniably hers. I want to thank her husband, Frank, who I think is with us today, although I don't see him, and the rest of her family for allowing us to recognize Audrey. She will be missed. And I wanted to highlight that, these brave men and women who are riding our coaches and driving them every day really deserve our respect and our honor. And so I wanted to offer this in her memory. Thank you. I'm now going to turn to Supervisor Cortese.
Thank you, President Chavez. I have the honor today of sharing a few words in tribute to Mrs. Sarah, otherwise known as Sally Leach Holden, on behalf of her extended community, which has lost a loving friend, mother, wife, and counselor. I believe that there are some members of her family here today, and to the extent that's the case, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we thank you for being here today, but we also thank you for the privilege of allowing us to do this in memoriam today, and to adjourn our meeting with my colleagues' consent in memory of Sally. Sally was a counselor, an educator, and she dedicated her life to students and young people. She bettered this community through 24 years of service as a counselor at St. Francis High School. Through my staff, we had a strong connection with her, particularly Kian Lechner, who has served on my staff for some time and who is one of her students, and who passed along to me the fact that it was her compassionate attitude and kindness which made her an amazing mentor and counselor. She was disarming and had a friendly demeanor, which we all know is so important in not only in that kind of work, but particularly in making herself feel approachable by the students that she was serving, and making the students feel that her office was the safest place on campus to seek advice. Those of us who were fortunate enough in our high school years to have somebody like that to go to understand fully how many lives she touched, how many lives perhaps she saved, and what a great example she set for the others around her. She did a lot more work in the community, and I'm not going to try to outline all of that here. But she, as I said, she was an educator per se. She taught English. She started a teen awareness program to promote diversity, equality, and inclusion on campus. and our counseling services, I've already said, not only help students in their day-to-day lives, but help them move on to higher education in great numbers. Sally's unique brand of warmth radiated everywhere from her work as a counselor to her proudest roles as a loving mother and grandmother. She will be deeply missed by the community she dedicated her life serving. And again, I ask my colleagues to join me today in commemorating this wonderful woman by formally adjourning today's meeting in her honor and her memory. And to her family, again, I do see a window up with Mr. Dan Holden and presumably another family member. I'm sorry, I don't have all of your names here, possibly. Oh, I'm not going to guess who's there, but thank you for being here. Immediate family, extended family, given that this is a Zoom recording, and not only is this adjournment recorded permanently in the record, the minutes, the archives of the County of Santa Clara, but obviously it's also recorded as well. So thank you all for being here. And to my colleagues, again, thank you very much for acknowledging this wonderful woman.
Thank you. And I also, on behalf of the board, want to thank Frank Lopez for letting us honor his wife today, and to the whole Leach Holden family. It's good to see so many of you here, and we're very sorry for your loss. Thank you for being with us. We're going to, on item 5, there's a commendation and proclamation for the World AIDS Day that will be adopted later in the meeting. And with that, I'm going to go to public comment. And I will just say to my colleagues, given the number of time certains we have today, we're going to have the public comment will be 1 minute today. I'm going to cap the time for public comment at 30 minutes today. And then if people want to speak at public comment, again, they can speak at the end of the night, or if they're speaking on an item, they can speak to that item later in the day. I just will remind my colleagues that we have a time certain for the new, all about the jail. So we're going to hear 8, 9, and 10 together. We're going to hear our COVID report, item 11, at not earlier than 1 o'clock. We have a time certain for Reed Hillview for items 12, 13, 14, and 15, that we will also hear all of those items together. And then we will take a break at some time around 12:30 to give the staff a break, and later in the evening close to 5. So with that, I'm going to ask the clerk if he or she may invite each person to speak, and each person will have 1 minute.
The next speaker is Brett Bymaster. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Brett Bymaster with Healing Grove Health Center, and I am here to talk about the COVID positive financial aid program. So we're really struggling to get families who are positive with COVID and qualify for financial aid to actually get that financial aid. We did a survey this week and found that 18% of families who qualify have actually received the aid. And so we're really concerned about that. And so we have a few speakers here that are going to be speaking on that. And I want to make sure that there's translation available. If there's not translation available, I'd like to ask the clerk to give us an extra minute so that we can translate for that.
We have translation.
Okay, great. These are families that have gotten COVID and really struggled to get the funds. And it's just so critical. I think I just want to say with clarity that we will not contain COVID until we get the COVID positive financial aid system working, because families are going to work with COVID. And that's largely what I think what the spread is being caused by. We got to get families to stay home. Thank you.
The next speaker is Angela Bymaster. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Angela, are you there? I will come back to.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. I am Angela Bymaster. I'm a family physician at Healing Grove Health Center, and just want to echo what Brett just said, that it's really important for our patients to receive the COVID positive funding. we are encouraging them to apply. It is the number one thing that people ask for when we call them back, and we say, hey, you're positive for COVID, and we tell them we're going to bring them food. We tell them to quarantine for 10 days, and we ask them what their needs are. They always say, I need help paying my rent. They say, how am I going to stay home? I have to work. I need to pay my rent. They're very, very upset kind of universally about that one piece. And so we say, hey, no worries, you can apply for this fund. And when we check back, it's just very clear that they haven't been able to receive the funds, largely because of sort of systematic issues with the way that the funds are set up.
Next speaker is Walter. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Walter, are you there?
Walter, he sido afectado por el COVID-19. Pedido ayuda para el condado de Santa Clara. He hecho todo lo que me han dicho, he mandado los papeles, todo lo que me han dicho y hasta el momento pues no he recibido nada de ayuda de parte de ellos. Llamo, a veces las líneas están saturadas y de igual manera sigo aquí esperando por esa ayuda que no ha llegado todavía. No he podido agarrar la ayuda, pero he estado hablando, he estado esperando que me contesten. Supuestamente me pidieron unos papeles, yo mandé todo, pero no he recibido respuesta aún sobre eso.
Okay, so I asked for this aid about COVID. They want me to stay home. I've been accepted. I need this help, and I haven't received it yet. I did everything that the Santa Clara County said. I sent all documents. I haven't received this help yet. I call and call all the time, and all the lines are saturated, and I'm still waiting. I'm calling, I'm waiting. I've sent all documents that I was requested, but I'm still waiting. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Marcello. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, do you listen me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, para mí es bien importante. Yo soy aquí directora de la clínica Healing Grove y aparte de eso he sido líder de la comunidad. Y es tan difícil saber y ver cómo sufren las personas. Me hablan cada rato. María, ya mandamos los papeles, no nos contestan. María, no tengo para la renta, me van a correr porque pues sigo enferma, me duelen los huesos, no puedo caminar, ¿qué voy a hacer? Tú dijiste que el condado nos iba a ayudar y no nos está ayudando. Son puras mentiras, díganos si de veras nos van a ayudar. Es tan frustrante oír a cada familia, ver sus necesidades, llorar delante de nosotros. Y la verdad para mí es bien importante que se haga una solución de que puedan atender rápido la ayuda a las personas de la comunidad. Ya tenemos bastante problema ahorita con lo de que otra vez estamos en morado para que las personas tras de encerrarse otra vez sin poder tener gastos para pagar deudas. Si va a haber ayuda, pues ojalá y sea pronta.
Hi, so this is very important for me. I'm director of the Hospital Greenwood and also leader of the community. And it's very difficult. People are calling me all the time telling that they deliver all documents. They are not having any answer now. It's very hard to hear all what they say. They don't have money for the rent. They are sick. They are not allowed to go out. They ask for support to the county. They are saying this is all lies. It's very frustrating to see that they need help for the rent, they need help for still living, and they need, this is a very important solution to be addressed as fast as possible for the sake of the community. It's very hard to see that everybody's suffering, and hopefully you can address the situation as fast as possible if you're able to help with this. Thank you.
The next speaker is Catherine Horuela. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Hi, Catherine. We can hear you.
Elizabeth, y yo quiero compartir que fui positiva al COVID. Yo estuve en el hospital como 3 semanas. También tuve una hermana muy enferma y pues ella no lo logró. Ella pues murió y no hemos sido ayudados pues financieramente por el COVID. Pues yo les comparto pues que no hemos recibido ayuda por parte del condado para la renta, para los biles. Fue una cosa muy mal de la enfermedad. Y pues eso es lo que le quiero compartir, que yo no he sido ayudada por el condado. Espero pues que sí nos ayuden, porque también la pérdida de mi hermana fue muy duro y mi familia pues necesita esa ayuda.
So I just want to share that I was positive to COVID and that I remained in the hospital for 3 weeks. Also, my sister got ill, but she died. And we haven't received any help for this COVID situation. I just want to share, we haven't received any. We need help for rent, food. The situation has been very bad in this pandemic, and I just want to share that. Just want to share again that we haven't received any help from the county. Hopefully, we will receive this help, and I just want to share that my sister loss was very hard for my family too. Thank you.
The next speaker is Elizabeth. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking. Hi, Elizabeth, go ahead. Elizabeth? Hi.
I tested positive for COVID 2 weeks ago. Before this, I was working, but when I got sick, I barely had 2 days of work, so then I couldn't keep working. And I did try, and I did apply with the county for the rental assistance, and I haven't received anything. Or the issue is that where I was working, I was getting paid cash, so they asked me for like proof or proof of income and pay stub. But where I was working, it was just I was getting paid cash, so there's no way for me to prove that. So it kind of backed me up there. So I haven't really got help from nowhere. And what I'm asking for is just for help from the county, and hopefully you guys can help us out.
The next speaker is Tessa Woodmansey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. You know, we're seeing such trauma from the people. Thank you, Santa Clara County, for putting the public comment in the beginning. Very critical to hear what's happening with the people. We have to realize that our right livelihood has to come from helping the people and not from business as usual, as we have seen with the SOV, the Chamber of Commerce, in the critical corruption that has created the politicians that we have now with unright livelihood. Right livelihood is helping the people. We need to change our economy. Our economy needs to be critically changed to be hyper local, and that we help the people through universal basic income. That's where the money needs to come from. And we create a new economy that is based on growing food locally and creating, we become producers, not consumers. And we have to get out of our capitalist ways and become producers. And then all of our needs are met hyper locally. We need to create a new 4-H program to help us grow food and a Grange program to help us with all our other needs.
The next speaker is Laura Figueroa. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Hi, Laura. Are you available? I will come back to Laura. Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, everyone. Scott Largent. I kind of created my own safe parking program along the side of the Sheriff's Department between the county parking lot right there. It's a safe place for me to be and park my van and not get hassled. It's actually worked out quite well. An African-American woman was released from jail a couple of days ago. I kind of document this, and I'm kind of the person they run into right away. This poor woman was let out. She didn't have a dime to her name. She was wearing just shorts. She wasn't ready for kind of getting out into the elements. And she was from San Francisco. And what I'm wondering is why we couldn't figure out how to get her home. Even though she's homeless, San Francisco is still her home. It's her safety net. Her family's there. It's just really sad because this woman was basically propositioning me to stay in my van. And I was like, no way. You know, I gave her food, clothes, and tried to help her the best I could. But it's sad that women have to go through that. Just people in general. Where's the county or where's that van that's supposed to be parked out in front of the jail to help people when they get out?
Connie, are you there?
Morning, Connie Chu, Senior Paralegal of the County Counsel's Office and SCIU 521 Steward. From your last meeting and today, thank you for placing on hold agenda items 32 and 33 and for directing Human Resources to continue discussions with us relating to our concerns about the proposed job specifications of Paralegal County Counsel and Senior Paralegal County Counsel. A meeting is scheduled for next Wednesday afternoon. Reference though to the county budget in general, please do not make any decisions yet regarding the county executive's recommended cost reductions this week. There are still moving parts such as the voluntary separation incentive program. Please wait at least until it's clear how many workers will apply for and be approved of that. Also, a thorough analysis of essential workers to keep the county running will assist toward a better informed decision. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jason Dorsey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. Jason Dorsey, the Vice Chair of the Blue Collar Unit, SEIU. With the county moving towards viewing the system through a racial equity lens, we believe the language in the job specs that says must be able to communicate clearly in English, both verbal and in writing, is counterproductive. We would ask that the words in English not be added and if possibly removed. Leaving the specs open opens the door for rogue management to remove workers who have English as a second language. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura Figueroa. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Laura, are you there? All right, I'll go to our next speaker. Next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Robert Aguirre here. Because of the problems that we're having with COVID-19, I would continue to insist that we publish or somehow make available the number of people that have been tested that are unhoused, the same number of people that have been tested positive, how many people have recovered, and how many deaths. And this information is being collected, but it's not being made available to the public, general public. I have no access to it. I have to call around to see what I can get, and the information I get is not in the form of a report or any kind of official document. It's just somebody relating some numbers to me, and it's not something that I can count on to use in the kind of work that I do to try to help the unhoused people, and also to convince the housed people that this is not the problem of the unhoused, it's a problem of the housed mostly.
Our next speaker is Dave Longcore. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My name is Dave Longcore.
I'm an electronic repair technician and SEIU chapter vice president. I have worked at VMC facilities for 19 years. My work is essential for our community at the VMC hospital campus for staff and visitor safety. Avoid combination of positions as to not compromise critical services to programs that are already at critically low levels should be a priority. Doing this further compromises the quality of services this county needs to provide. I find it very insincere that in these proposed budgets, there's proposed to delete some revenue generating positions and extend contracting out of other essential workers of SEIU 521 and are entertaining extensions and approvals of these contracts at an increase of 16 to 28%. On November 20th, you Board of Supervisors will be making decisions that will impact the lives of my fellow co-workers and union brothers and sisters, that will have lasting complications for communities that we provide service to. Use general funds wisely, avoid short-term savings that will harm the communities in the long-term recovery. I implore you to delete.
Our next speaker is Crispy. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Crispy, also Christine Baumgartner. I live in the 4th District, and I'm here to support the Care First, Jails Last approach. Incarceration is a social and economic failure. It does not improve public safety and takes much needed funds from education, counseling, and mediation services. California voters clearly agree. The failure of Prop 20 shows that we do not favor harsher punishment for crimes. The failure of Prop 25 shows that we don't want to replace one bad pretrial detention process with another that is in some ways worse. In addition, Governor Newsom recently announced plans to close 2 correctional facilities. So this is the perfect time for our innovative community to become an incubator in reimagining the carceral system. As Silicon Valley Debug emphasized in a letter to you, I urge you to engage in an inclusive, robust, and in-depth study of this opportunity to make real change. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Megan Swift. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Megan Swift and I live in District 4 and I'm here to support the Care First, Jails Last approach. The large-scale incarceration of people with mental illness has been a failure. It's expensive, inhumane, and it does not improve public safety. Across California, there are so many community-based organizations working tirelessly to meet these needs and provide assistance. They need critical support. We don't actually need more jail beds. We need to prioritize service beds. More time and more input is required to sufficiently answer how these services will be developed and who will oversee them. In order to produce a useful study on alternatives to incarceration, Santa Clara County should form, or at least utilize, a current working group body that has the time, voices, and resources to produce an instructive road forward for our collective community. I support the community coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations calling on a county commitment to explore Care First, Jail Last. Thank you.
The next speaker is Walter Sanchez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Walter, are you there? Walter, one more try for Walter.
Y realmente no he recibido ningún tipo de ayuda. Estoy interesado y esperando su respuesta, ya que hace varias semanas iniciamos la solicitud y no me han dado ningún tipo de respuesta y debo aproximadamente más de 3 meses de renta. Muchas gracias.
So thank you. My name is Walter, and I tested positive in July from COVID, and I haven't been working since then, and I just wanted to receive this help, but I haven't received any answer yet. I submit different documentation for this application, and it's been several weeks now, and I haven't received any answer yet. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mohammed. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Mohammed, are you there? One more call for Mohammed.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I'm a mental health worker from BAP and EPS. There has been an increase in injuries between the employees there, and the distressful treatment that we are getting from the workman's comp. They will send you for treatment, and the doctors will basically discharge you without you feeling even better. And like I have the experience that's passionate to me because I had been injured on the 7/11/20 and then 7/8/9/20. The doctor discharged me on 7/11/20 and sent me back to work. When I told the doctor specifically that I was not feeling better, the doctor basically discharged me because he said they wanted me on the floor. And then I got injured again, and that's not just for me. And other employees go through the same thing. I think there should be a change in this method.
The next speaker is Urias. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Urias.
Sí, ¿me oyen?
Go ahead.
Para mí es muy importante ayudar y recibir ayuda de las personas que están batallando con el COVID, especialmente, gracias a Dios, mi familia no tuvo una pérdida debido al COVID, pero sí a otra enfermedad. Es difícil para nosotros, no puedo imaginar lo difícil que es tener una pérdida debido al COVID. Aparte de eso, hay muchos gastos extras y no tenemos trabajo. Todo está cerrado y es muy difícil encontrar un lugar donde trabajar y no queremos ser los próximos homeless de la ciudad de San José. Eso es todo. Gracias.
So for me, it's very important to help and receive help due to COVID. Fortunately, my family and I haven't lost anybody due to this COVID situation, but it's been very difficult to us. I can imagine that this current situation, having losses in different families, may be very hard also. So I'm just here to say that we haven't been able to find any job. Everything is closed right now. It's very difficult to find somewhere to work, and we don't want to be the next homeless in San Jose. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Deborah St. Julian. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, my name is Deborah St. Julian. I live in District 10, and I am a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. And I am in full support of Care First, Jail Last efforts expressed at the October 20th board meeting by Supervisor Cortesi. Currently, there is not enough information to make a full and thorough decision about alternatives to construction of a new jail. We as a community are fully committed to create a new vision of support for our community and for our community members instead of jail. We should have an inclusive process that allows for a working group that has impacted community voices that are at the table and is given time and resources to create a viable alternative to incarceration. I support the community coalition letter signed by 40 organizations calling on a community commitment to exploring Care First.
Our next speaker is Molly M. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Molly McLeod, and today Santa Clara County is back in the purple. And when the announcement was made through public health, there wasn't an ASL interpreter visible. There was no CART, that's the real-time captioning. The continued exclusion of health safety information to deaf, hard of hearing, and multiply marginalized people is noticeable in its absence and also in social media communications. I'm speaking as someone who's been volunteering on the Access and Functional Needs subcommittee for a year over a year since last summer and been pushing, and until recently, SV cadre didn't even have automated captions. So there is a lot of work to do to make sure safety information gets, and we need to move at a much more rapid pace. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin.
Colin, Robert spoke already, so can you take Asha Abbott? She's the only one who's got her hand raised who hadn't spoken already, and she will be our last speaker on this item.
Sure. Next speaker is Asha. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi there, my name is Asha Abbott, and I am a social justice intern with YWCA, and we support the Care First, Jail Last initiative. Santa Clara County already has a few different jails, and since the focus of this project has been from inception to provide medical services, mental health treatment, and meeting the program needs of incarcerated individuals, another jail isn't necessary. The funds of this project should really go towards providing a social justice or a social rehabilitation facility or program, and the funds should really be focused on providing preventative care and providing means for those incarcerated individuals who need the means to help them successfully reintegrate into our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank all of our public speakers, and just to acknowledge, just to remind folks, if you spoke on a topic already, you will be asked not to do that later in the day. But I want to remind people who are listening that we will be getting to the jail item after consent. And so that will be coming up next. And then COVID-19 will be heard at 1 o'clock. And then read Hillview at 5:30. And I say that because there were a number of issues that were raised that the board isn't able to respond to now during public comment, but we'll have an opportunity to respond to later in the day since most of you spoke on those topics. So thank you very much. I'm now going to move to the consent calendar, and I'm going to ask the staff to read the changes to the consent calendar. Then I'll be asking my colleagues if there are any additions or changes to that calendar, and we'll take public comment on that item and then take action.
There is a request from Supervisor Ellenberg to delete item number 5A. Item number 5A is to present a proclamation declaring December 1st, 2020 as World AIDS Day in Santa Clara County. There is a request from Supervisor Smidian to add item 19 to the consent calendar. Item number 19 is to approve a referral to administration to report to the Health and Hospital Committee and the Board of Supervisors following the Privacy Office Data Privacy Day event with information relating to contact tracing technology, the privacy issues involved in using new technologies to assist in contact tracing, and the role contact tracing plays in pandemic response. There was a request from President Chavez to hold item number 26 to December 15, 2020. Item number 26 is to receive a report relating to the initiation of a comprehensive review of fire services in the County of Santa Clara. There is a request from President Chavez to hold item number 27 to December 8th, 2020. Item number 27 is to receive a report relating to multidisciplinary work with the Santa Clara Valley Water District and the City of San Jose to alleviate public health impacts of encampments along Coyote Creek. There is a request from Supervisor Smidian to add item number 30 to this consent calendar. Item number 30 is to receive a report relating to a review of complaints received for the past 3 years following the adoption of the beekeeping ordinance for unincorporated Santa Clara County. There is a request from administration to hold item number 31 to December 8th, 2020. Item number 31 is to receive a report relating to the transition of the Office of Countywide Contracting Management to the Procurement Department. There is a request from administration to hold item numbers 32 and item number 33 to date uncertain. Item number 32 is to approve job specifications and amend the classification plan to add classifications of paralegal county counsel and senior paralegal county counsel. Item number 33 is the adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.21.33, deleting 33 senior paralegal or paralegal positions and adding 33 senior paralegal county counsel or paralegal county counsel positions in the office of the county counsel, and amending the salary schedule to add the classifications of senior paralegal county counsel and paralegal county counsel. There is a request from Supervisor Smidian to hold item number 41 to December 15th, 2020. Item number 41 is to approve Second Amendment to Agreement with Duffy Group Incorporated relating to providing managed care outreach consulting services, increasing the maximum contract amount by $1,350,000 from $200,000 to $1,550,000 and extending the agreement for a 37-month period through January 21st, 2024. Finally, there is a request from administration to delete item number 42. Item number 42 is to approve extension of extra help hours beyond the current 1,040-hour limitation for the remainder of fiscal year 2021 for 2 extra help staff assisting with COVID-19 response. That concludes our reports.
Thank you. I'm now going to go to my colleagues to see if there are any comments on the consent calendar. I'll start with Supervisor Ellenberg.
Have no changes. I just want to confirm for the record that item 5 that was removed was just the oral proclamation, that the proclamation itself will still be approved under item number 72B on consent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Simidian?
No changes, Madam President. Thank you. And I gather I had a glitch earlier in the day when I was supposed to acknowledge my presence. So I am in fact here, as you can see. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Cortese, any changes?
None for me, thank you.
Thank you. On this item, the reason I asked for the deferral of the fire review was that I'd like to make sure that the staff has an opportunity to include addressing wildfire prevention, and so that we better understand how to move forward. That was missing from the report. And then I would also like, I know there are folks who'd like to speak on this item, so I wanted them to know that I want to hear the item just at a later time so that staff has a chance to complete that activity. And then also that we're deferring the encampment report to December 8th. What I'd also like to request is that there's more detailed information on the departments, on our multidisciplinary team, and exactly the work that will be done with the county and other partners, how they see that being operationalized so the board has a better picture of that. And then item 25 is a report back that I'd requested on workplace violence. I'd like to ask that come back on December the 8th also, and mostly so we have time as a board to dig into it. I appreciate that the hospital committee had an opportunity to consider some of this as well, and so I just wanted a little more time to digest it. So those would be my recommended changes with just an update. Supervisor Simidian, and then Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. I just wanted to indicate I too had some additional thoughts on the fire study. So I appreciate the extra time, frankly, to pull those together. We'll put them in writing and share them with the administration and colleagues as well. Thank you.
That would be great. Thank you. Dr. Smith? You're on mute, Jeff.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I think I'd figure this out by now. I just wanted to let the board know that the deferral of the Duffy contract, although obviously we'll be happy to defer it until the 15th, will cause a disruption in services. So just so they're fully aware.
Madam President, through the chair.
Yes, please.
I think we've talked before, and I particularly expressed concern about being told that items that are brought to us have to be approved on the date they're brought to us, or else there's a problem, because effectively that jams our board and puts us in a position where we don't really have any decision-making authority. In this instance, if someone could explain why we shouldn't take note of the fact that a $200,000 contract is being bumped up by 600 to 700%. That that's a conversation we can have, but I'm not ready to just roll over on a service that does not appear to have been working successfully, and a 700% increase in the budget on a consent calendar basis. So
no, I'm not trying to say you have to act today. I said we'll be happy to put it over. I just And I'm not trying to jam you. I'm just trying to make sure that we know that it will cause some disruption. We can deal with the disruption. That's fine. We'll be happy to come back on the 15th with a full explanation.
Is there some mitigation to that if we put it on the agenda for the 8th rather than the 15th? Just to.
Yeah, that would be fine. Either one's fine.
I'm happy to amend my request, but again, with the expectation now that the issue has been highlighted, that we get some explanation of why the service is not delivered for us to date, and why we think not just doubling down, but increasing by a factor of 6 or 7-fold the total amount of the contract is going to produce a different and better result. So with that caveat and with the consent of the board, I'll make it December the 8th rather than the 15th. That'll ameliorate at least some of that concern.
Thank you. All right. I think if clerk has all the information they need, what I'd like to do is go to public comment and then back to the board for action.
The next speaker is Lainey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Lainey, are you there? I will go to our next speaker. Next speaker is Tessa Woodmansey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, good. Well, I wasn't exactly sure where we were on the agenda because I was on the YouTube with my husband about climate crisis. And what he was saying essentially is that our politicians are not going to change. And this is where we, each of us individually have got to figure out how to live more sustainably. And so that we move into our urban core. So we get out of the suburbs and we get on our bicycles and we live as fossil fuel free as we can. That will create individual sustainability, because we cannot depend on our politicians to make the changes that we need to be happening. That, when we are dealing with the crises that we're hearing of our public,
I'm not sure what happened there, but thank you for that. But I think we cut Tess off a little early. All right. So with that, I'm gonna ask if I could get a motion from the board to move the consent calendar with the changes that were requested.
Moved.
Give a motion from Supervisor Ellenberg, a second from Supervisor Cortese.
That's correct.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian.
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman. I believe he's absent. President Chavez.
Yes.
That passes.
Thank you. So we're now going to move to items 8, 9, and 10. And this is just regarding the new jail replacement, the item 8, OCLEM 8 count weight use of force item 9, and then the report on policing use of force and emergency response. What I wanted to recommend, if my colleagues were comfortable with this, is that that we hear 8. I think that's that's distinct from 9 and 10. We hear 8, then we'll go to 9 and 10. Is that okay with everybody? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to ask the staff if they could present on item 8, and then we'll go to 9 and 10.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Jeff Smith, County Executive. I'm going to start off the discussion about item 8. And we have Martha Lipinski and Tony Felice and County Counsel James Williams and others to answer questions if you have specific questions. A little bit of context. This is a report back from October 20th, which was itself a general report back about the progress of the new jail project. During the meeting of the 20th, the board had a number of questions and asked us to come back with a discussion of those issues. The questions that we are addressing here are listed on pages 1 and 2 of the transmittal. I won't go through them in detail. More importantly, I think I would like to just give a big picture overview of the project, which has been going on for many years now, as the board is aware. Well before the Michael Tyree incident, the county was quite aware of the fact that the facilities, the 3 facilities being used as jails, were dilapidated out of practice, and also were not standard of the art of jail facilities. Once we had the Tyree episode, we had 2 litigations that were initiated, which ultimately resulted in consent decrees because we, the county, were quite well aware of the fact that the facilities themselves needed considerable repair and replacement, and that the operations and functions of the jail were inhibited by the facilities because the facilities were designed at a time when the focus for jails was punishment rather than rehabilitation. We had 2 consent decrees that were agreed to. One was related specifically to ADA compliance, American Disabilities Act compliance. One was related more to the operational, functional implications that the jail facility had, plus a number of other compliance issues with operations to allow access to services, treatment, and a whole panoply of issues that were found to be deficient. We've agreed to mitigate and repair and deal with all of those deficiencies. And part of the first PLO consent decree, which is the one having to do with ADA compliance, relies upon rebuilding part of the jail. We started with realizing that Main Jail South, which was the oldest part of the jail, part of the Civic Center jail, was the first that needed to be replaced. It was infested with animals and mice and others. It was very dilapidated. It was certainly substandard, and so it's now been demolished. Main Jail North had some physical improvements done to its ADA compliance, however, continues to be a substandard jail in terms of facilitation of treatment, and at this point has multiple locations for mental health treatment, all of which are not considered to be adequate. The jail facility at Elmwood, I think if anybody's seen it, clearly is substandard and has old buildings there that have no lifetime expectancy in the near future, have been basically closed down. We've done a lot of physical improvement to bring that up to minimum ADA standards, but that will not last for very long. So the board decided to move ahead with a replacement facility that was designed to be compliant with state-of-the-art services to inmates, specifically focusing on mental health and rehabilitation services. The plan for the new jail has extensive space and opportunity for mental health rehab, medical treatment, and family visits, including the possibility of touch visits. It also has the capacity and facilities for re-entry or no entry services. And it is a state-of-the-art, planned as a state-of-the-art facility. The administration has tried to answer the questions that were provided on the 20th. However, I understand from numerous discussions, there are other questions that need to be resolved. Since all decisions related to this project involve our consent decree, and since they also involve the health and welfare of our inmates, I would suggest that we gather information from the board at this time, come back with further report back regarding where we can go from here. Personally, and I think the board shares many of these feelings, it's likely that we need fewer cells in the 3 jail complex. We've had a decrease in our census from about 4,000 to 2,000. And so we probably don't need as many cells, but we do need to have cells that function with a standard of care that's respectable and treats our inmates with both mental health and medical care, as well as gives them time out and allows us to treat them appropriately. So with that, at the last discussion on the 20th, one of the concerns the board raised was how could we decrease the number of beds? And when we come back, if the board wishes, we'll discuss how we could close down or eliminate sections of Elmwood and/or Main Jail South in order to lower the number of beds, but still have a standard of services that's comparable with other facilities. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to questions for either me or Martha or Tony.
Thank you. Just to be clear, there's no further presentation on this item?
No.
Okay. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to go to the public comments, then I'll come back to the board for discussion and action. Given the number of speakers, we're going to have each speaker speak for 1 minute. If you spoke earlier in the day on this item, you will not be called to speak on this item again. So we'll go to the public speakers and then back to the board.
The next speaker is Kevin Ma. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Kevin Ma. I live and work in District 5, and I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. I am in support of the Care First Jail at the October 20th board meeting by Supervisor Cortese. Currently, there's not enough information to make a full and thorough decision about alternatives to construction of a new jail. We as a community are fully committed to create a new vision of support for our community members instead of jail. We should have an inclusive process that allows for a working group that has impacted community voices at the table and is given the time and resources to create viable alternatives to incarceration. I support the community coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations calling on a county commitment to exploring a care first, jail last approach. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nicole Boaz. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi.
Nicole, go ahead.
My name is Nicole. I live in District 2, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I'm in support of the Care First, Jail Last efforts expressed at the October 20th board meeting by Supervisor Cortese. Currently, there's not enough information to make a full and thorough decision about alternatives to the construction of a new jail. We, as a community, are fully committed to create a new vision of support for our community members instead of jail. We should have an inclusive process that allows for a working group that has impacted community voices at the table and is given the time and resources to create viable alternatives to incarceration. I support the community coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations calling on a county commitment to exploring a care first, jail last approach. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alexis McNabb. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Alexis McNabb. I live in San Jose District 2, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I'm here to support the Care First, Jails Last approach. Santa Clara County lags behind other big cities and counties on decarceration. Los Angeles, New York, Atlanta, and St. Louis have all decided to close existing jails or cancel proposed ones in recent months. They have embraced the alternatives to incarceration framework and have moved rapidly to redefine how offenders are treated with a care first, jail last mentality. These are big, important, and long overdue changes. Those cities are listening closely to community groups familiar with the needs of the jail population. We ask that you do the same. Create a working group that has impacted community voices at the table and is given time and resources to create viable alternatives to incarceration. I also support the community coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations calling on a county commitment to exploring a care first, jail last approach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ralph King. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Ralph King. I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart, and I too support the Care First, Jails Last approach. The pandemic has given us an unprecedented opportunity to prove that we are relying far too heavily on jails to cure social ills. Many questions that were previously hard to test, such as what alternatives to pretrial detention work best, or what percent of jailed individuals with mental illness can be safely diverted, these questions suddenly have answers. So this is a springboard into a new era where treatment can become the default rather than punishment or confinement. So let's apply these insights to create a justice system that doesn't crush individuals, but builds them up instead. I too support the community coalition letter already mentioned, calling on the county to explore a Care First, Jail Last approach. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Carly Peach. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi there, my name is Carly and I live in Supervisor Smithian's district, and I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. That stands for Showing Up for Racial Justice. I'm here today to speak in support of the Care First, Jail Last efforts that were expressed at the October 20th board meeting by Supervisor Cortese. There's currently not enough information to make a full and thorough decision about alternatives to the construction of a new jail. We as a community are fully committed to create a new vision of support for our community members instead of jail. We can all look around our community and see what our community needs, and it's not more incarceration. We need an inclusive process that allows for a working group that has impacted community voices at the table and is given the time and resources to create viable alternatives to incarceration. I support the community coalition letter signed by 40 organizations calling on county commitment to explore a Care First, Jail Last approach. Thank you.
Next speaker is Vita Grossman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Vita Grossman, and I live in District 3, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I support the Care First, Jail Last efforts expressed at the October 20th board meeting by Supervisor Cortese. Currently, there is not enough information to make a full and thorough decision about alternatives to the construction of a new jail. We as a community are fully committed to creating a new vision of support for our community members instead of a jail. We should have an inclusive process that allows for a working group that has impacted community voices at the table and is given the time and resources to create viable alternatives to incarceration. I support the community coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations calling on a county commitment to exploring a Care First, Jails Last approach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jen Meyer. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Jen Meyer, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice. Imagine if we transformed cells into wellness. Imagine community gardens where youth and adults planted food for the hungry, wellness clinics where those who are sick or hurting got healing care, mediation, counseling, housing for all our most vulnerable neighbors. Imagine if we transformed cells into wellness. Imagine if the voices of those most harmed by mass incarceration had the most weight in this process. Imagine if we took democracy seriously enough to listen to the voices of those most harmed by racism. Imagine if we, if you, if all of us had the courage to act on the uprisings this summer to make real and lasting change here in Santa Clara County. We are asking for your imagination now. We support the Community Coalition letter asking for a collective, participatory, and inclusive process to study how to put care first and jails last. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julia Mangione. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Julia Mangione. I live in District 4 and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I am in support of the Care First, Jail Last efforts expressed at the October 20th board meeting by Supervisor Cortese. Currently, there is not enough information to make a full and thorough decision about alternatives to the construction of a new jail. We as a community are fully committed to create a new vision of support for our community members instead of incarceration. We should have an inclusive process that allows for a working group that has impacted community voices at the table and is given the time and resources to create viable alternatives to incarceration. I support the community coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations calling on a county commitment to exploring a care first, jail last approach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tessa Woodmansey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Oh, hold on. Thank you.
Tessa, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. You hear me? Good. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody who's spoken so eloquently about care and community and helping each other and creating a new vision for our community, a new dream of caring for each other. And this needs to be our new type of policing. I don't even want to use the word. I think the word is bad to say that we need police. And we need jails. Those are words that we need to take out of our lexicon and think new about caring for each other. And this is the message of COVID-19. It's the message of climate crisis. We need to care for each other. And this is what we need to start doing and reimagining the way we live as a community. And we need caring over jails.
Our next speaker is Surge Info. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I'm Anna Zeiger. I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. I live in District 5 and I support the Care First, Jails Last approach. The road well traveled was laid with bricks of a slave catching. The 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution painted a thin veneer atop the bricks. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime, end quote. We slip and slide on this thin veneer, building cages instead of care. The road well traveled, though, my people, is not the only path. As Silicon Valley Debug emphasized in its letter, I urge you to engage in an inclusive, robust, and in-depth study of this opportunity to make real change. Let's do this.
Our next speaker is Lainey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Lainey, are you there? Looks like Lainey's not answering. Oh,
I'm here.
There you go.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
I forgot to unmute. My name is Lonnie Ballard. I live in District 1. I'm a member of Surge. I support the Care First, Jail Last approach. And so I'm just asking, where's the love only a mother knows? Who does she call when her son freaks out, desperate, fearful, tearful? Oh Lord, not the police. But what is the answer when there is no answer? How does she bring back her child to a place where love lives? Not jail, that's certain. Her son, locked with demons where no one can reach him, disconnected and diminished, invisible, now lost. We can do better than this. We can reimagine. We support the Community Coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations calling on a county commitment to exploring a Care First, Jail Last approach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cecilia Chavez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for hosting this time to speak, to really hear from the community. We really wish and want to be part of this decision-making process when we're talking about the construction of a new jail. You probably already know Debug stance. We've sent in that letter, but we really want to emphasize the community and how much community support is right now. Listen to the community. The community wants something different. We don't want a jail. as previous conversations have noted, there's a big need for mental health and behavioral health, and that's really what we should be focusing on. I'm sure we could find a way as a county. Our county exec's office is really smart. I'm sure they'll be able to find a way to support that and to look for ways to build this new structure that is meant for healing and rehabilitation and support.
The next speaker is Lori Catcher. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Lori Catcher. I live and vote in District 2, and I'm also a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. As well, I am a mom, and I'm thinking about not only the San Jose that I want to live in, but the San Jose and Santa Clara County that I want my young adult children and our whole community to live in. COVID-19 has brought to light just how unjust our criminal justice system is. And though the times are difficult, this is a time that we have to act and make new choices. I'm absolutely in support of Care First Jail Last efforts expressed at the October 20th board meeting by Supervisor Cortese. We as a community are fully committed to create a new vision of support for our community members instead of jail. We should have an inclusive process that allows for a working group, bringing impacted community voices to the table.
Our next speaker is Catherine. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Catherine Ono. I live in District 4, and I am also a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I am in support of the Care First Jail Last efforts expressed at the October 20th board meeting by Supervisor Cortese. Currently, there is not enough information to make a full and thorough decision about alternatives to the construction of a new jail. We as a community are fully committed to create a new vision of support for our community members instead of jail. We should have an inclusive process that allows for a working group that has impacted community voices at the table and is given the time and resources to create viable alternatives to incarceration. I support the community coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations calling for a county commitment to exploring a Care First, Jails Last approach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is representative from Surge at Sacred Heart. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Carol Stevenson. I live in District 4, and I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. I'm in support of Care First Jail Last efforts expressed at the October 20th board meeting. And there is not enough information to make a full and thorough decision about alternatives to the construction of a new jail. As a community, we are fully committed to create a new vision of support for our community. I support the community coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations, including Surge at Sacred Heart, calling on a county commitment to exploring a Care First, Jail Last approach.
Our next speaker is Liz Sonjan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Liz Sonjan. I work and live in District 3. I'm another member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. I'm also in support of Care First, Jail Last efforts expressed at the October 20th board meeting by Supervisor Cortese. We have the opportunity to innovate and explore alternatives to incarceration, and that requires an inclusive working group with impacted voices who can be given enough time and resources to develop viable alternatives. I support the community coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations calling on a county commitment to exploring that Care First, Jail Last approach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, everyone. Scott Largent. There are
no alternatives to the Santa Clara County Jail right now. We have a minimal amount of mental health beds. It's just not there. And the public has spoken up forever about the lack of services. And what I'm not quite getting is why you're not fixing your existing programs, problems, buildings. I know the jail needed to be demoed. I know it needed to be torn down. You have other facilities that sit vacant that could be turned into mental institutions. They could be turned into drug rehabs. They could be turned into a day center for the homeless. The current mental institution in Santa Clara County is within view from the executive's office. Okay, you can look out the top of the 11th floor right there, and you can see the third world country that's materialized right behind our jail. That is so disgusting, and it's your guys' leadership that has allowed this to happen. Let's be honest.
Our next speaker is Caitlin Neiman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thanks so much. Hi there, thanks so much. My name is Caitlin Nyman. I live and work in District 5, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart Community Service. Like many others, I'm here today in support of Care First, Jail Last efforts expressed at the October 20th board meeting by Supervisor Cortese. And I'm in agreement that there's not enough information to make a full and thorough decision about alternatives to the construction of the new jail. I also want to echo Cecilia Chavez's point from earlier. There is a real hunger in our community to create a new vision of support for community members instead of jail. And I really do believe that we can create a better, safer alternatives to incarceration that benefit our community as a whole. And we can do this by centering and resourcing the people in our community who have been impacted by the carceral system. So I just wanted to let you know I am here because I support the community coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations calling on a county commitment to exploring a Care First, Jail Last approach. Thanks so much.
Next speaker is a caller with the last digits of 248. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
You are unmuted. Hi, my name is Michelle Coleman. I live in Supervisor Ellenberg's district, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. They say that madness is doing the same thing but expecting a different outcome. Madness is locking students up, then wondering why they're unprepared for professional careers. Madness is locking parents up, then wondering why our children aren't flourishing. Madness is locking the mentally ill up, then wondering why they don't get better. Take this chance to embrace vision over fear and to imagine new ways to nurture our children, educate our youth, and heal our sick. I support the Community Coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations calling on a county commitment to exploring a Care First, Jail Last approach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Diana. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Diana, and I live in District 3, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart. Today, I'm talking to you from my kitchen, not from a jail cell, nor have I ever been in a jail cell, largely due to race and class privilege. We need an inclusive working group that has the time and resources to put together alternatives to incarceration. I am in support of the Care First, Jail Last efforts expressed at the board meeting on the 20th, and I support the Community Coalition's letter signed by over 40 organizations calling on a county commitment to exploring a Care First, Jail Last approach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Robert Aguirre here. First of all, I'd like to point out that Michael Tyree was our George Floyd moment, and I'm glad that we're responding to that murder that took place. I want to call it what it is, and I kind of feel that Dr. Smith referring it as an incident rather than what it really was is a disservice to Michael Tyree, someone who I knew. I'm not a member of Surge. If I can figure out how to get 26 hours out of a 24-hour day, I might join their organization. I support them completely. I also would like to point out that um, um, we are losing a very strong voice of Dave Cortese, who has decided to move on to our state Senate, which I support 100%. But unfortunately, it's leaving a void of that level of care and commitment. And I challenge the rest of the board to step up.
The next speaker is Pancho Guevara. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm the Executive Director of Sacred Heart Community Service, and it's an honor to be able to see the incredible courage that this board has had to actually open up this dialogue and this conversation. This is a really important touch point for our community when we step back and realize the immense harm that jails, even new ones, do to our community. Not only those that are incarcerated, but diminish us all in terms of how our people are treated and how we're not really taking a different tack that's really reflective of the values of our community. Values such as restorative justice or healing and mental health and wellness. These are the types of things that you've been asked to take the time and open up. We're really proud to sign on to the letter with our coalition allies and partners that have been struggling and learning and growing in this process. And we expect you to do the same. So I want to applaud your courage and leadership and make sure that we're able to center the voices of those impacted and do it right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noah Alvarez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Melissa Warden, and my husband is inside the San Jose main jail. It's not the building that's been the issue. It's programming and time let out for programming, for treatment, and how they are treated for healing. Because he will be let back out into our community one day. So I am calling on the county commitment to exploring a care first, jail last approach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leslie Zeiger. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Leslie Zeiger. I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart, and I live in District 5. I'm here to support the Care First, Jails Last approach. The staff report indicated that there was no time to do the kind of population projection requested by the board. That's understandable. LA County is in the midst of a rigorous data gathering process that will take 9 months. With people's lives at stake for generations to come, this is far too important a matter to rush through with inadequate data and little or no analysis. I support the Community Coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations calling on a county commitment to explore a care first, jails last approach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bené Vehar. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Bené Vehar, and as you know, I'm with Silicon Valley Debug, and I'm pretty sure you know our stance already on the issue. And you also know that we have 40 organizations who signed on to the coalition letter. That says a lot because there was community on there that I didn't even expect, like the Jazz Festival. They do music and they're asking for the community to change from an incarcerational system to something more approachable mental health. So that was saying a lot to me. I just ask that you reconsider and that you look more into it. The report wasn't thorough. After so long with these issues, the report was only 8 pages. So I ask that you also look to LA because they were in a similar process where we're at now. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Barbara Hansen. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Did I unmute myself?
We can hear you.
Okay. Because our county
is structured in such a way that the most authority the board has with the sheriff is budgetary. I strongly suggest that until the agreements with Oakland are signed, that you use the budgetary oversight you have. A new building does not create a new culture, and a new jail does not change the ADA compliance, which is more than mobility. That should be carried out in other facilities. We cannot wait for equity to begin with the new facility. Though the intense discussion seems to have moved from compliance to the building, remember, the same person would be in charge of both, and she refuses oversight. I want to remind you that ADA compliance began in 1990. We are 30 years behind ADA compliance. We can wait a little bit more to make sure that there's equity for all. Thank you. Please.
Our next speaker is Molly M. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Molly McLeod, and I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. I live in District 4, and I support the Care First Jail's Last approach because my eldest son was incarcerated, and this is actually the first time that I feel hopeful. I've spoken before you numerous times, including the Blue Ribbon Commission, about the treatment that my son and those who are incarcerated and also family members are subjected to. As a foster adoptive parent, I believe had better supports been available, my son would never have been incarcerated the first weekend for walking out of the MLK library with a library book as a Black man. And he certainly wouldn't have had things get so much worse had he received the mental health and substance abuse treatment that he desperately needed. I'm hopeful. Please do the right thing.
Our next speaker is Raj Jaidev. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
This is Raj from Debug. I first want to set the record straight that Michael Tyree's death was not an incident or an episode. It was a murder. And I think it's important that we be accurate in our historical memory of how we arrived here. We've reviewed the county executive's report. We found it inadequate and frankly unresponsive to most of the board's questions. And that is probably because there wasn't enough time nor resources and people to actually do a comprehensive response. We know this because we talked to Los Angeles, the county staff, as well as the groups on the ground that stopped their jail. And the key difference was instead of having a few weeks and a few staff members generate a report, they had an inclusive process that took 9 months and had stakeholders from every corner of the county. We believe our county deserves the same. We want an inclusive county community working group under the auspices of another county agency that's not invested in building the jail the way a county exec's office is, say public health or behavioral health, so that we could save lives. The first person we spoke to was Shannon Tyree, and she supports this as well.
Our next speaker is Allison Brunner. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Allison Brunner, CEO of the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. We strongly urge the board to put on hold construction of a new jail in order to create an inclusive, comprehensive community reimagining process. We recognize that the new jail planning process has been underway for many years. And with that, thank you to County Executive Dr. Smith for his significant acknowledgement just now of the massive reduction in the jail census and for his openness to fewer cells. What must also be acknowledged is how extraordinarily disrupted our community has been by the COVID pandemic and the racial justice uprisings this summer. And this context change requires a renewed discussion by our community. Please pause this construction and please let's take a look at doing this in a new way. We can do this together as a community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrew. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Andrew. I'm an organizer with Silicon Valley Debug. Yeah, just want to echo everything that's already been said. It's clear that that report was inadequate to actually address the concerns that the community has, and it's very clear that a long-term deep study into alternatives to incarceration and alternatives to the jail needs to happen and needs to center communities and impacted folks as part of that decision-making process. You need the voices of the loved ones inside and their families that have even led to this point and to the consent decree, and they need to be a part of that process. And lastly, building this jail will not change the culture of the sheriff's office, how the CEOs treat people inside. These things have been happening historically to get us here, and it's been happening currently during a pandemic right now.
Our next speaker is Adam Swift. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Adam Swift. I live in District 4 and I support Surge at Sacred Heart. I back Care First, Jail Last efforts expressed at the October 20th board meeting by Supervisor Cortez. The board does not have enough information to make a full and informed decision about alternatives to the construction of a new jail. We as a community are fully committed to create a new vision of support for our community members instead of jail. We should have an inclusive process that allows for a working group that has impacted community voices at the table and is given the time and resources to create viable alternatives to incarceration. I support the community coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations calling on a county commitment to exploring a care first, jail last approach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Saeed Khan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
As a public defense lawyer, I would sit in artificially lit rooms with members of our community caged in Main Jail South, a building that held hurt and caused pain to our county. Now that we've torn this toxic institution down, let's replace it with a space of healing. Everyone in this room shares a goal of public safety for all. We know jails do not make our communities safe. Jails harm people. The report submitted to you tells you to build a jail because it's cheaper than any alternative. But the report's calculation of the cost of a new jail does not include the cost of the trauma and anguish it inflicts on those already suffering from trauma and mental illness. It does not include the cost of unnecessarily separating families. It does not include the cost of people losing their jobs and housing while locked away. It does not include the cost of inflicting generational pain on communities of color in our county and those disparately targeted by law enforcement. We ask the county board to meet this moment and commit to not building another jail. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann Marquardt. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Marquardt. I'm the Executive Director of Project Sentinel, and we help people to resolve housing problems through counseling and dispute resolution. As the families that we are trying to serve, we get to know them, and we know that many of them contain a household member with a mental health disability. And the basic message here is that jail is not appropriate housing for people with mental health disabilities. If you take the time now to reconsider how you're moving forward, and I know that's very difficult to stop, let's say, a moving train that's in progress, but we do ask you to please stop, take more time to consider what's the best in the long run for these households with a household member with somebody with a mental health disability. Again, jail is not the answer. Treatment is the answer. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jose Valle. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Jose, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jose Valle with Silicon Valley Debug. I'm a community organizer. I'm in support of the Care First Jail Last efforts. The report given today just doesn't give us enough to make a full decision. Lastly, we have to begin snapping out of the idea that building a new jail is the best and the only way to satisfy the Chavez versus Santa Clara County consent decree. We got to stop putting buildings over people and got to put care first and jail last. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leif Erickson. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. This is Leif Erickson with Youth Community Service in District 5. Many of us who work with underserved youth in North County and Southern San Mateo County are taking a deeper look with a racial equity lens at decisions that perpetuate the school to jail pipeline. From that perspective, I was very disappointed to review the administrative report that was charged by the supervisors to review alternatives to the new jail. The inadequate report demonstrates that we still have a need for an independent, more thorough, more community inclusive working group with the time and resources to review and analyze the data and to review solutions being developed in other communities. The Care First, Jails Last approach should guide this independent study to reach a deeper understanding of community needs and creative solutions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine Hedges. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Hedges and I live in District 2 and I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. I am in support of Care First, Jail Last efforts expressed at the October 20th board meeting by Supervisor Cortese. Currently, there isn't enough information to make a full and thorough decision about alternatives to constructing a new jail. We as a community are fully committed to create a new vision of support for our community members instead of jail. We should have an inclusive process that allows for a working group that has impacted community voices at the table and is given the time and resources to create viable alternatives for incarceration. Other cities are doing this and we should too. I support the community coalition letter signed by over 40 local organizations calling on a county commitment to exploring a Care First, Jail Last approach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vaughn Villaverde. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, President Chavez and members of the board. My name is Vaughn Villaverde and I'm the Associate Director of Health Policy at Working Partnerships USA. Working Partnerships is part of the broad coalition of community organizations that others spoke of, urging the board to stop construction of a new jail and to reinvest that money in alternatives to incarceration. We strongly support the Care First, Jail Last framework that Supervisor Cortese spoke about. And as our joint letter states, Los Angeles County has recently created an alternatives to incarceration working group that brings together experts and stakeholders to examine and propose more effective and more compassionate alternatives to incarceration. The report that the administration submitted to the board left a number of the board's questions unanswered, precisely because more time and more input from experts was needed. These efforts should be comprehensive, with county staff working with community leaders, medical experts, legal services providers, and law enforcement to enact reforms that reflect our community's values. We urge you to enact this framework, and thank you very much for your work.
Our next speaker is Sharice Domingo. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Sharice Domingo. I'm a Silicon Valley debug. Honestly, reading the report produced by the county exec's office angered me. Even after the county exec's office says that 3 weeks wasn't enough time to produce a thorough analysis of the need for a jail, in this political and historical moment, in this moment when we are decarcerating, where people inside the jails are still fighting for their lives because they are still threatened by COVID, even with all this inadequacy of the report still included a paragraph recommending moving forward with a jail. Our coalition letter that we sent shows a wide breadth of organizations who represent thousands of people in our community saying we do not want a jail. We want an inclusive process of different stakeholders, centering the lived experiences of our loved ones. And we want this process to be overseen by a different agency with a lens towards public health, racial justice, and decarceration. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alicia Chavez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Alicia Chavez. I'm one of the organizers with Silicon Valley Debug. As you know, we sent in the letter with our opinion, and we have read the report given by the county exec's office. As you have heard before, we do not think that is an adequate report. 3 weeks was definitely not enough time to write a report and echoing what Sharice just said, for them to give an opinion to build a jail. We have been working with the LA County folks where they took 9 months. They took a 9-month process to complete what you have asked for and completed in 3 weeks. And
Our next speaker is Kim Guptill. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Kim Guptill. I live in District 4, and I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart. I'm here to support the Care First, Jail Last approach. Data is the key to arriving quickly at the best alternatives to incarceration. What we need is data, irrefutable and authoritative data that proves what many of us believe. Pretrial detention is usually unnecessary, and the percentage of inmates who don't belong in jail because of mental behavioral health issues is relatively large. Data, that's the holy grail, and not just in Silicon Valley. Los Angeles County, for one, has launched a 9-month-long data gathering process. Let's adopt their clear data requests and get rigorous answers so we can choose the right path forward. As Silicon Valley Debug emphasized in its letter to you, I urge you to engage in inclusive, robust, and in-depth study of this opportunity to make real change. I support the Community Coalition letter signed by over 40 organizations calling on a county commitment to exploring a Care First, Jail Last approach. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peggy Bryan. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good morning, Reverend Peggy Bryan, Executive Director of Hope Inside Out. The premise that jails can be improved is not the starting point we should accept. Jails are neither redeemable nor reformable. We are in a moment of amazing opportunity and grace, perhaps once in a lifetime, to embrace a different vision. I support Care First, Jail Last. We can be a leader and a role model for so many other places. So let's seize the moment. Carpe diem. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nerilee Campos. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Nerilee with Silicon Valley Debug. I am a community organizer and I am in support of the Community Coalition letter, Care First, Jail Last. We need to reimagine ways in helping our community rather than building a new jail, helping those with mental health problems, homelessness, and rehabilitation. I think it's time to create a new vision for our community instead of taking the easy way out of saying it's cheaper to build a new jail rather than caring for our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Armendariz. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Rebecca, are you there? Looks like Rebecca might be having an issue. Oh, Rebecca?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good morning, honorable board members, President Chavez. My name is Rebecca Armendariz. I live in District 1 here on behalf of Cara South County. I'd urge you all to fully invest in an inclusive process to explore alternatives to incarceration. Incarceration only exacerbates the trauma, pain, symptoms of mental illness and harm that our incarcerated folks suffer through. As a society, we have to evolve away from incarceration and truly commit to adequate, comprehensive healing and restorative justice-focused solutions, not cages. I'm proud of this county and its leadership, and I know that you will do the right thing, which means involving community and dedicating the time, staff, and data analysis that this issue merits. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ray Montgomery. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, everybody. Reverend Ray, Executive Director with PAC. Honorable President Chavez and Supervisors. Ibram X. Kendi would say that undoing past mistakes is necessary to identify before we can begin to dismantle and rebuild. I'm grateful for this community collaborative of coming together in dialogue. A PICO principle is those closest to the pain are closest to the solution. I believe that transformation doesn't happen overnight, but if we commit to continually have dialogue, we can come to the solutions that are needed for our community. Reverend Peggy beat me to the punch. This is transformative times, and we can be other. So thank you, supervisors, for hearing this. Thank you, Raj, for his leadership. And the CBOs and community are ready to lean in to provide solutions together that will leave us in a pathway forward. Thank you all.
Our next speaker is John Zhao. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi there. My name is John Zhao from District 5. I'm with South Bay Youth Changemakers, a local youth-led organization. I'm speaking in support of the coalition letter to pursue a care first, jail last effort. We need to have an inclusive process that involves system impacted people and follow through with the commitment to fully explore alternatives to incarceration. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alyssa Koff-Ginsburg. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Elisa Koff-Ginsburg with the Behavioral Health Contractors Association. Our position on all the complex issues included in related to this are expressed in the letter we signed along with our coalition partners. So I will focus on a kind of common saying that I've said before. I have said, if you build it, they will come. And particularly at a time when we have a lower jail population, the last thing we want to do is build it so more will come. I commend Dr. Smith for his remarks earlier regarding being very specific about the decrease in the population, and the members of BHCA are excited to engage with community members and those with lived experience to imagine what is needed for our county right now. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Layla Ullman. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Lila Ullman. Currently an undergrad at Princeton University, and I've been working with Silicon Valley Debug for a while. I just want to echo a lot of what other people have been saying. I think, the process of abolition of alternatives to incarceration is a long and slow process and shouldn't be rushed. We have an opportunity now to take the time and to really think about what the community is asking for, what people who are currently inside and were formerly inside are asking for, and to take full stock of that. So I really encourage you all to take this moment as a moment of learning and of listening and not of acting too quickly. Thank you.
And that concludes our list of speakers.
Thank you very much, Colin. And thank you to all of the speakers for really getting your information in that 1 minute. I'm now going to go to the board, and I see that Supervisor Cortese has his hand up, and I'll go to Dave, Susan, Joe, and then Mike. Supervisor Cortese?
Yes, thank you, President Chavez. I don't have a great deal of questions at this point after the brief overview by Dr. Smith, our county executive, and of course, thoroughly going through the packet with the assistance of my staff. I do have a proposed motion, especially in the context of county executive at least indicating or perhaps anticipating that the board might ask him to come back, with more information. And I'd put that out now for action or discussion, further discussion, per your prerogative as the chair.
Please go ahead.
Let me just say that I, especially here in what is essentially my last Board of Supervisors meeting, I want to express gratitude to the administration and staff for its general responsiveness to board direction and commitment to follow through, during my 12 years here. As one of the speakers indicated, it's a little challenging to feel that same level of gratitude on this alleged file or this response. And there's probably a number of reasons for that, again, as was pointed out or speculated upon by some of the speakers we just heard. A lack of time, quick turnaround, I don't know what else, but I'm sure there's explanations, and I'm not that concerned or interested in getting those explanations right now. I just will stipulate that those probably exist. And that said, I just want to put one more general comment out that to the extent there's any failure to respond adequately here, I just think it's in the area of analysis, meaning the level of analysis requested is really not evident here. If you go back and look through the packet at what was requested by all of us individually, there was kind of a collective motion with friendly amendments, and folks asked for different things, and all of it would require, at least the way I understood the intention of my board colleagues, and my own motion on October 20th would have required more extensive analysis than what we've been provided. I think we've been provided with a word I haven't used in a long time, but a conclusory response. We can't do this because we can't, or it doesn't work, or it won't work, or bids will expire, or there's probably a better way to do it, so to speak. So that said, I just wanted to say that in order to try to articulate, at least from my perspective, as the maker of the motion on October 20th, again, that was collectively amended by all of you, I think, I think that's what's missing here. So here would be my motion. First of all, to let the current bidding process, either terminate the current bidding process or just let the bids expire if they're already en route to us. Secondly, in lieu of entertaining those bids or that procurement process, conduct an independent comparative cost-benefit analysis exploring the short and long-term costs associated with building a licensed mental health treatment center facility that houses and treats individuals versus the replacement jail facility that the board has considered for the past few months, actually more than a few months. Second, assess the county's current efforts that reduce the in-custody inmate population in response to COVID-19 and whether it's appropriate to continue to implement this level of reduction. There's some, let me pause and just say there will be some redundancy here with the October 20th motion for reasons I already stated. We just don't have this information back yet. Number three, in collaboration with Custody Health Services and Behavioral Health Services, report back with an analysis assessing the inmate population within the past 24 months or more, including the current location of inmate housing, the number of inmates diagnosed with mental health illnesses or receiving psychotropic medication, the number of potential inmates better served through outpatient or residential treatment or permanent supportive housing, and the number of remaining inmates requiring housing in a more restrictive setting. All of which I believe was requested at the October 20th board meeting. Fourth, request the administration to add or include 4 of the 5 board standing committees in the scope of work relating to replacement jail efforts until further notice. So that would leave out the Hewlett Committee, the Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee, I think is the only one inappropriate. The rest of the committees would receive concurrent reports until further notice as determined by the board. Part of the rationale for that request is to ensure that the board committees, which receive reports from multiple but different departments within the county, can continue to direct which departments and agencies of the county it would like to see involved with the ongoing analysis. And then lastly, request council to meet and confer with plaintiffs from the consent decree relating to issues involving this direction, including ADA issues, and negotiate an agreement that results favorably in moving forward with the mental health treatment center option as discussed in this item. So for clarification, meaning this request is to ask council to negotiate an alternate option for proceeding with the mental health treatment center. All of that process, I believe, should begin with the committee reconvenings of this board, the subcommittee reconvenings or standing committee reconvenings in January. That would be my motion.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it, and would like to make some comments as well and possibly offer some friendly amendments.
You're up next.
Thank you. And thank you for laying all of that out, Supervisor Cortese. I think it's the beginning of a good new path.
Through the chair,
forward.
excuse the interruption. Excuse the interruption, colleague. I just wondered if the motion is in writing, it would be very helpful because it was a lengthy motion to get a copy. And I don't know if it is. And I apologize again to my colleague, Ms. Ellenberg, for interrupting, Madam Chair. But I just thought as we were having this conversation, given the length of the motion, if we could get a copy in writing to all 5 board members, that would be very helpful. Again, my apologies for the interruption.
That's a good suggestion. Thank you, Supervisor Simitian. Supervisor Cortese, is that available?
Yeah, President Chavez, there's the original motion as drawn up prior to this meeting was modified slightly and reduced a little bit for the sake of brevity. So I will, while the rest of the board is weighing in here during the deliberation, I'll ask my staff to correct it and distribute it, get it distributed through the clerk to the board as quickly as possible. Thank you.
And at that time, I'm going to ask that the clerk use the share screen to put it up. Just because that way the public can see what we see, if that's okay with everybody. And just to the public, excuse typos because this is being done in real time. All right, I'm going to come back to Supervisor Ellenberg. Thank you, Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you.
So at the last meeting that Supervisor Cortese is referencing, I shared my interest as well in alternatives to constructing another jail. And I said that I wanted the board to be clear on all of our options and that I felt this was a critical issue that absolutely needed to be explored further. And ahead of this meeting, I was really eager to receive responses from administration to questions posed by all of us regarding county services, both in custody and in the community for individuals with serious mental illnesses, and an analysis of a facility that could serve these needs with behavioral health or other medical staff providing oversight. I'd requested a space study and an analysis of how we might better utilize existing facilities and spaces at Elmwood. And unfortunately, this report didn't provide answers to the majority of those questions. I do recognize that the report mentions the community outreach that had been conducted to inform the construction of a new jail years ago. However, because we are opening the door to other possibilities now, I believe that it is critical that we re-engage the community and stakeholders in discussion on what model or facility they want to see in service to community safety. We heard from community members during the Blue Ribbon Commission and the community conversations this past July that their priorities are programs and services that divert individuals from system involvement entirely wherever possible, and where facilities may be absolutely necessary, that they first and foremost support rehabilitation and successful reintegration. And with the public speakers today, we heard again loud and clear the call for care first, jail last, and their request for the community to develop or utilize an existing work group to evaluate this potential framework and alternative models to incarceration. If my colleagues support Supervisor Cortese's motion to continue exploring alternatives, which I certainly hope everyone will, I'd like to bring the discussion back to PSJC and prioritize it through a series of study sessions and special meetings. I did hear you, Supervisor Cortese, that you want this to be discussed in all committees, and I'm happy for the administration to bring back alternatives, but I do think we need a single point place for organization and amassing of materials. And most of the stakeholders we would need from this work are in the room at the PSJC meetings, hosting a series of special meetings to hear from the community, their priorities, recommended alternatives to incarceration in our county would be a necessary first step. And I envision that that could be followed up with study sessions that would bring in additional critical stakeholders. I've read the LA report and their process, and I think that it's something that we might do well to largely model. And I think that this model would be quicker to stand up, would meet the requirements set by the community, and will allow a much deeper dive into the options the board has as we work toward re-envisioning public safety in our county. I am all in for this work. I look forward to moving ahead in this direction with significant and ongoing input and community engagement and involvement. Thank you. So in all of that, all of the friendly amendment that I'd like to offer Supervisor Cortese is for PSJC to take a lead role, bringing in other committees and support work as needed with regard to specific areas under the umbrella of public safety and justice.
Through the chair, and I'd like to hear from our other colleagues so we can just sort of amend the motion all at once if that's feasible. But I understand loud and clear what you're asking. Let me just say also to set the stage for what I'd like to hear the feedback from our other colleagues is essentially PSJ is already the assigned committee. My only concern about sort of having it only there really has less to do, almost nothing to do with, which supervisors are assigned or anything like that. But just that I know FGOC from the government operations side was originally the committee that worked through, all of the jail recommendations. Now it could be that people feel that's moot now. Not moot. The recommendations are still important, but in the sense that that initial work, blue ribbon work, essentially was completed there. But then FGOC, which has been jointly meeting during COVID with CSFC, has a huge behavioral health and social services oversight function, and with those departments and agencies. So I was really just trying to make sure that as board members are rolling up their sleeves, doing the deeper work of what's happening with this and asking questions and trying to give additional direction at committee, that they can do so with the cross-system purposefulness that, I know we all have been pushing for it to say social services is working on something that has to do with, reentry or behavioral health is to oftentimes, just using that as an example, the board members will at that committee will say, can you please make sure that you connect this to the work that's being done, over in public safety committee or over in health and hospital or over in some other realm. So I was just trying to facilitate that. I think ultimately, I'm just saying before I'm in the motion, I'd like to hear from the other board members, because I think it's largely just the prerogative of the board and how they want to do business next year, on this item.
Right. I'd like to just address it before other supervisors weigh in. I hear that, and what it really highlights for all of us is that this is truly cross-sector, cross-sectional work. Public safety is impacted by all of our committees, and I absolutely see a role for health and hospital, particularly with regard to mental health, FGOC, with regard to the budgeting and finances, and certainly children, families, and seniors, because these are the vulnerable humans that we're talking about. we'll still need to have a lead entity, agency piece of this so that we know that the work is coordinated, that we're not seeing redundancy. I agree with the need to involve all of our committees to some degree, and who knows, there may even be a role for Hewlett here. But I do think we need oversight and organization just to keep everything moving and make sure all of the information ultimately gets to one place. So thank you so much for that. And I'm also looking forward to hearing from our colleagues.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. The motion has just been sent to all of us. It's being put up for people to review. So thank you to Dave to getting that up so quickly for everybody to review. I'm going to go to Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple of very, frankly, generic comments to make, but I do think it'd be helpful at this point, given the amount of discussion that we've had with just our first two colleagues, to hear from the county executive, Dr. Smith, and get his take on all this.
Thank you.
Thank you. First, a little bit of introduction. I want to really recognize that this board and previous boards, I think really starting back when Supervisor Cortese assumed his position 12 years ago, really have focused on re-entry, no entry, other kinds of efforts to try to keep people out of jails, and have been very successful. And with his leadership and leadership from George Shirakawa, we started up a re-entry program that we funded with AB 109, which has been, I think, by all measures, extremely successful. He also set a stage for us to decrease the census in the juvenile justice, juvenile hall from about 300 when I first got here down into the 50s. So I want to recognize his great leadership over the years. Also, for those who forget in the audience, the board chair and Supervisor Cortese started up a blue ribbon committee to take input from the community, which lasted for many months and had many, many comments, 600 in total. A third of which had to do with the facilities that are substandard, as we mentioned, and the other 2/3 having to do with services which are impeded by the substandard facilities. So I really have to thank the committee and thank Supervisor Cortese for his persistence in this issue. I, as administrator, certainly support the idea of rethinking issues again. I just want to make sure that the board realizes that in addition to services, facilities are important. The proposed facility would house about 400 cells. Right now, we have the vast majority of the 2,000 inmates that are in jail at Elmwood under substandard conditions. I think the kind of discussion that you're talking about could easily relegate all future inmates for the next 5 years to substandard cells. So unless the board thinks that we're ever going to get to a point where we need less than 400 cells that are well thought out, well proportioned, well structured for services, I think we might be stepping into a difficult position. But that being said, I think if we stop, if we don't accept the bid as it is tendered at this point, since it's a CMR bid, we could start the discussion with the community again, look at other options, make sure everybody's familiar with what's actually on the table, and go through an effort of getting input. But I would also suggest at the same time that we start tearing down Elmwood.
Okay, Dr. Smith, did you just say start tearing down Elmwood?
Yes, because most of the inmates are at Elmwood, and all of the low acuity inmates, the ones that shouldn't be in jail, are at Elmwood. The main jail north and what used to be main jail south, thank God it's gone, house the extremely high risk inmates. So that we're really talking about what's an appropriate facility for a high risk inmate. And the low risk inmates, where as was mentioned by many of the speakers, should not be in jail, are actually at Elmwood. So as using one of the comments from one of the speakers, if you build it, they will come. The fact that we have 2,000 beds or cells out in Elmwood for low acuity individuals is what means that we maintain our census in the 2,000 range. It's not the main jails that will reduce the census. We could eliminate main jail north right now and only reduce our census by 400.
Thank you. I'm going to Supervisor Simidian, before coming to you, Mr. Williams has put his hand up. I'd like to take him and then come to you. Is that all right, Joe?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. James?
Thank you. I just thought I'd provide a little bit of kind of additional information for the board's awareness. Obviously, there was some discussion of the consent decrees briefly in the staff report and mentioned by some of the public speakers. And I just want to flag, and maybe this is what the county executive was trying to articulate, but in any event, the concept that I wanted to just make sure the board was aware of, and I think the board is, but just wanted to make clear, is the difference between the total number of beds in the system and construction related to the jail facilities and the construction of a potential different facility, such as a licensed mental health treatment center facility. Those are three different things. And the reason I want to highlight them as such is because whether a new jail is ultimately constructed or not, there is no question, and I think maybe this was part of the county executive's point, but there's no question that we will need to expend on significant projects to either by building new facilities, renovating existing facilities, building other new facilities to address the ADA and other issues at the existing jail facilities. And that's a separate issue from how many beds we should have as a system. And I think that's a slightly separate issue from mental health treatment center facility. And so I see in motion that's proposed analysis on these different points. But I just wanted to make sure there was clarity around that because it's not that a licensed mental health treatment center, for example, would absolve the county of the obligation, for instance, to ensure ADA compliance with respect to whatever remaining beds are designated as jail cells.
Thank you, James. Joe?
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to Dr. Smith for one moment, Madam Chair, and ask sort of a passing reference to the fact that, if I understood it correctly, Dr. Smith, you were saying that we could go do some of this analysis that both board members and the community have asked for, but without letting the outstanding bid expire. And I thought it was because you said it was a CMR, a construction manager at risk bid. Could you flesh that out just a little bit more, at least from my understanding, in terms of how that differs from the conventional notion of, having outstanding bids?
I'm sorry, I probably should not have used shorthand. The process that we went through to develop plans and schematics for this proposed building, as the board knows, since we reported back and forth to the board numerous times, involved making sure that if we built a jail, it was smaller than Main Jail South, and that it was more functional and able to keep people who were incarcerated in the less restrictive environment possible, and that we had services, including mental health services and drug and alcohol services and medical services available, and we could have the interaction between custody and inmates improved. So with a construction manager at risk concept, they take much of the responsibility for helping us develop the architectural design and working through that process. And the RFP is ready to be bid, or ready to be accepted in January. What I was suggesting is that even with a CMAR award, which means that there will be lots of change orders in the process, we could actually totally redesign the building, and it could end up being even more behavioral health friendly than it already is designed. And I think we could probably negotiate with the bidder to give us some leave to extend the acceptance until beyond January. But that would, I guess the issue for the board to decide is, once you have a contract, you can work with something and you don't have to go through the entire process again. You can make it look like what you want it to look like. If we just cancel the bid process, we have to start over from the beginning, which will take another, 2 years, even once we decide what we want it to be. So the thing I'm very concerned about is that once we go through the process, we know we'll need something. And during the time period we're going through the process, all the inmates will be relegated to Main Jail North and Elmwood, which are both substandard. So I'm just thinking about, if you're an inmate, do you want to live in that area longer than you need to?
Dr. Smith, a couple of questions, again, through the chair, if I may, Madam President. I think, I'm not a mind reader, but listening to my colleagues, and I'm going to hear from a couple more in a minute. I'm not sure that there's a general consensus yet on what the end result of this exercise should be. I think that's why people are saying, let's take some time to have the conversation in a more fulsome way, both with our professional staff and with the community and various stakeholders. What's not clear to me thus far, and I don't know if Supervisor Cortese or Ellenberg have a thought on this, is how long are we talking about? Because to your point, Dr. Smith, if we wait 2 years, that's 2 more years of substandard conditions, and if history is any guide, an ever-growing price on the cost of the facility, whatever kind of facility we come to. If we're talking about something more like 6 months from today, that's a different story. So Supervisor Cortese, I don't know if you have a time frame in mind, and I apologize if I put you on the spot. I'm just trying to get a sense for what's anticipated in the motion, if you and Supervisor Ellenberg have thoughts.
To the chair, thank you, Supervisor Simidian. I thought about that a great deal. Well, I think I'm thinking about the same the same issue that you're articulating. If I swing and miss here, then maybe we can restate. But one of the things that I wish would have come back in more of a hurry in terms of analysis is this question of whether or not the current census is sustainable, by some deeper analysis. Because if it is, then timing is, I wouldn't say it's moot, but it's much less acute of an issue. In other words, what would really then be driving the rush up to making sure we have a new jail facility built by, opened up by 2024, if we really have a sustainable level of incarceration right now. And we don't have a standing main jail south. I'm probably a little more, well, I shouldn't speculate. I may be a little more aggressive on that issue anyway. So in terms of my intention with the motion, what I thought through is if I had three options to try to, that I had to be supportive or not today. One was build main jail south, accept those bids. One was convert to a mental health treatment center. And the third was do nothing. I would vote for the treatment center or do nothing. Meaning I just don't think main jail south, I haven't seen evidence that it's needed. And I guess what I'm trying to say is philosophically, I'm no longer a believer in going forward with construction of jail cells for this county based on what I know today. And yes, that is a different point of view than I've held in the past. I certainly, reluctantly or not, cast votes to continue moving forward in the past. But this is, for me, the last chance to say, if we can stop, reassess, if we have a window to do that, and not have additional jail cell capacity and not invest in it. So that's sort of my priorities in terms of what I kind of characterize as the three options coming in. I also am not clear, and of course we don't have the analysis to support it, Supervisor Smedin, yet, but I would assume that if this motion or something like it passes, more of that cross-agency deep work that needs to be done is, what's the bidding environment going to look like out there over time? I think the packet talks about, oh, geez, and by the way, I'm calling them bids. I appreciate the distinction you made. I'm calling them bids just because packet page 27 calls them bids. I wasn't sure there were actually bids to expire until I read that packet page. And I thought, well, I better feed back in the motion the same language they're using on packet page 27. Otherwise, I might be making a mistake. But there's at least some back of the envelope argument right now that based on the direction the economy is going, there's going to be a little bit of a reversal in terms of the cost of construction out there than perhaps we've seen over the last couple of years. So I'm not really convinced that, even though it's sort of alluded to in the packet, that boy, if you lose these bidders, it could end up costing a lot more money if at the end of the day you decide to build the jail after all. So that's that. I'll just stop there. That's all my thinking, around the topic that I think you raised.
Through the chair, may I also answer, Joe?
Sure, but just I want to go back to Supervisor Simitian, Supervisor Ellenberg. Supervisor Simitian, did you want to query any more with Supervisor Cortese, or did that?
I may want to come back, and I know this is a struggle as a presiding officer, Madam Chair, to have a slightly more conversational approach, but I really do appreciate it. And I think, when we're talking about a pivot of this significance, it's really helpful to me to be able to engage a little, and I hope the exchange is helpful to others as well, and sort of thinking through the possibilities rather robustly. So I'd love to hear what Supervisor Ellenberg's take is now that we've heard from Dr. Smith and some of these issues have been raised.
I appreciate that. And I want to hear from Susan and then be able to go to Mike as well and engage him in the conversation and myself. So Supervisor.
And after we do hear from Ms. Ellenberg, I would like to be able to go back to the maker of the motion and try something out on him and see what his take is, or at least surface it right away. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan?
Thank you. I wanted to respond to both Supervisor Simidian and Dr. Smith. You asked a question about the timeline, Supervisor Simidian, and again, looking at the LA model, their process was about 9 months. I think in some ways we are a few steps ahead, even though we haven't formalized anything yet, just in terms of the way we've been thinking and talking over the past year. My sense is that this can happen in less than 12 months over the next year. With regard to Dr. Smith's comments, I hear you, and I hear your two concerns that stand out to me are substandard conditions right now, which is absolutely a concern. To me, it speaks more to the need to get people out of them rather than to make them nicer for longer stays. And my second comment is hearing about the difficulties of re-engaging actually worries me, because the opposite of that, of continuing to hold on to even some remnant of the current plan, suggests that we are still going to get to the same outcome. It feels predetermined to me. If we hold on to the bids that we currently have, it suggests more of, if you're, remodeling a house, a tweak here, a tweak there, a nicer room, a better center, as opposed to reimagining the entire institutional structure. And what I'm hearing from my colleagues thus far is that we're more in that latter category. And I'm concerned that holding on for the sake of potentially saving time and having to go through a process would really limit and in fact bias us from the very beginning, because we know where we need to get. So that's my response to both of you, and I look forward to hearing from Supervisors Wasserman and Chavez.
Thank you.
Do you want me to answer that or not?
Well, through the chair, since I was the one who had asked if I could engage with Supervisor Cortese and Supervisor Ellenberg, Madam Chair, if you're amenable, I'd like to offer a couple of comments and then ask Dr. Smith one more time. And I guess Supervisor Ellenberg sort of honed right in on the issue that I was going to ask Dr. Smith about, which is, if we don't let the bid expire for the construction manager at risk, the CMR, can we really go forward with all options on the table, a clean piece of paper, whatever cliche you want? I hear loud and clear the concern that Supervisor Ellenberg has articulated about sort of making sure that doesn't sort of put us on a predetermined course. I'm trying to see if I can have it both ways, frankly, which is to not be on a predetermined course, but also have some infrastructure in place to help us move forward as we, do these evaluations and make these judgments. So I guess, and for Supervisor Cortese, I'm going to ask Dr. Smith, if we don't let the CMR bid expire, can we really maintain total flexibility? And does that authority rest with the board, or have we essentially contracted away our ability to make decisions at some later date? Because I don't think any of us want to do that, whatever our point of view is, given the conversation we've had thus far. Dr. Smith, through the chair, if I may.
Right. Let me answer that question by starting off answering or addressing Supervisor Ellenberg's concerns. However long you take to do a community engagement process, 9 months, 12 months, whatever, if you essentially throw away this bid process, it takes another 3 to 4 years after that to actually have a building that you can utilize. We started this process with this particular bid, 4 years ago. And, it's just the fact of the matter is you have to go through approvals from the state. You have to go through so many different hoops. It can't be done with less than that time period. If you end up in the final analysis wanting to build a separate freestanding, what's called forensic unit, which would be a behavioral health unit that is actually a jail and a behavioral health unit, you're talking about 7 years. So I'm worried about the 2,000 people that are going to be housed in substandard conditions during that time period. However, I think that if you do the process of awarding the bid, you can do change orders along the way, and you can end up with a facility that's far less like what's being currently proposed, because you can input and change everything that's currently there and end up with a building that meets the requirements of the long-term community process. So I realize that, that's not a satisfying answer, but it is reality.
I'm hoping that it could be, Dr. Smith, and through the chair, a follow-up. So I have a hard copy of the motion from Supervisor Cortese, and thank you again. It's helpful to have the language. And there are 5 bullet points. The 4 other bullet points, other than the issue of the bids, are, in my view, sort of the heart of the matter. And so, Dr. Smith, my question would be, if the board was inclined to move forward with the motion, except for the first bullet point, which allows the bids to expire, could you move forward with the bid with the CMR, but make all 4 of the other bullet points still work, and provide assurances that the board had flexibility to make final decisions and further deliberations about what it was we had just accepted a CMR for?
President Chavez, can I just interject that the corrected motion is in the chat room currently? And I only say that because whoever submitting was saying 5 bullet points. One was put in that inadvertently left off the last bullet point. So it has all of them now. The last bullet point was the one about counsel to do the meeting with plaintiffs. So just want to clarify.
And on the screen we have that one. So thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe I can step through it and try to answer your question. So the issue about letting the bids expire, I think I already made it clear. I don't think that's a great idea, but what we would do is if the board wanted to modify that component, we would try to sit down with the bidders and delay the process as far as we could into the future to allow us to get started on the other 5 bullet points, and then make sure that we have the ability and permission within the final contract to put in change orders that would address the identified changes that the community process would require, whatever they may be. Number 2 bullet point, cost benefit analysis. Yes, we could move ahead with that. Obviously, that's a big body of work, but we certainly would move ahead with it. Number 3, reduce the inmate population. I do think that we can, during this whole process, reduce our inmate population even more than the 2,000. I just recently, I think the board might know this, am taking more control over the administrative booking process, which the DOC director has responsibility to run, because it's been not open as many hours as I would like it to be. I think we can utilize that process to divert people away from booking and into behavioral health efforts. So I do think we can get down below that number, but obviously as the motion suggests, we'd have to get some real numbers. We don't want to just go from my seat of the pants. Number 3, collaborate with behavioral health and custody health. Yes, absolutely. Number 4, get it to the standing committees. Certainly we can do that. And number 5, or I guess that's number 6, I'm sorry. Having council request discussions with the 2 consent decree plaintiffs. Obviously, county council can do that, and I'll let James pipe in on his own, but it wouldn't just be the PLO lawsuit having to do with ADA. It would also be the Chavez lawsuit having to do with providing the capacity and space to be able to provide the medical care. So I'll turn that over to county council.
Yeah, just to speak to that, we would, if assuming this motion passes, we'll come to closed session and lay out the entire issues at length with the board, including the existing federal court requirements, what our proposals would be. And then of course, and it's in a public document, but obviously we're right now obligated to build the new jail. And so we would need the agreement from plaintiffs' counsel and the court to modify that order in order to proceed with an alternative construction plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm finally going to wrap it up here. But I would just going back to Supervisor Cortese as two observations, Supervisor Cortese, since you're the maker of the motion. I did finally get myself a hard copy of the 6 bullet points, so I'm current on that. I heard the county executive say that he can make everything in those last 5 bullets work, but that to maximize flexibility, we ought to hang on to the CMR bid that we've got, whether we choose to, because whatever it is we choose to do, whether it's a mental health facility, pure and simple, whether it's some combination, whether it's a hybrid, a new model, whether we're doing work at Elmwood, which the county execs raised, if we simply reject the bid, we don't even have the ability then to go do the mental health model that I think some colleagues are more enthused about as an alternative. So I've heard the county executive, and I'm deliberately putting him on the spot a little bit here, tell us twice that the final decision will still rest with our full board. And so Supervisor Cortese, if you'd be amenable to simply removing that first one line bullet about letting the bids expire, consistent explicitly with the assurances we received from the county executive, I would be prepared to support the motion. I do think to Supervisor Ellenberg's point earlier about having the multiplicity of committees involved, I think you're both right. My opinion, yes, you want them involved, but I do think somebody sort of needs to lead that process, be the air traffic controller, if you will, to make sure that we don't have committees bumping into each other. And I would sort of suggest that public safety and justice on a jail matter clearly is the right committee to take the lead. But back to the motion, Supervisor Cortese, could you live with, and I also think we ought to put some kind of a timeline on the process and ourselves. For me, I'd like to say no later than the end of September, because that's, gives us some real deadlines. So,
I want to let Dave respond to you, but I really do want to get to Mike, and I really would like to weigh on this also. So Supervisor Cortese?
Thank you. So far what I have for consideration for amendments, and I'd like to just hear from everyone before, agreeing to include any, obviously there's other parliamentary procedure that can take over from there, but I know Supervisor Ellenberg wants PS&J to be lead, and I know that you've asked to drop number 1 Supervisors Committee in for purposes that you explained, and in the September 2021 date. I mean, I agree. wholeheartedly that there needs to be some target dates involved in this motion, perhaps that I haven't included yet. Let me, if it's okay, so that the chair doesn't have to come back to me, but just on my general comments, I at some point would want to hear from the county executive or somebody that's been dealing with this bidding process as to what we actually have right now, because the packet talks about bids coming in the fall, and it's obviously well into the fall. Are bids in, or are we sending a message to the folks that are out there trying to invest a lot of money and overhead into finishing up their work that it may be all for naught? So I don't know in the real marketplace out there, if given the rest of the bullet points here, if those who are spending their own private sector money to try to prepare bids, plural, don't just pull back anyway. And so that's just a point I'm trying to make. So I do understand, though, and I just want to say on the flip side of it, I'm sure my colleagues all picked up on it, that the packet does represent currently that, as in most cases, that until the board awards a contract, there is no obligation to proceed with the contract. So, I think that argues in favor of what Supervisor Simitian is saying. You don't necessarily need to terminate anything now, because it has yet to come to the board for approval anyway. So I just would like to hear how comfortable people feel with what's all on the table. The rest of you people.
I'm going to go to Supervisor Wasserman, and then I'll put myself in the queue, and then I'm going to go back to the board for action.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will do this as quickly as I can. I apologize to my peers and the public. I have been disconnected 3 separate times, restarted my computer 3 separate times. A lot of wind out here. I don't know what's going on, but I'm on with you now. I wrote down several points I'd like to share. They're not in the organized order that I would have liked them to have been, but last week was my 10th anniversary of being a county supervisor. During these 10 years, I have seen no less than 3 separate plans for the replacement of our deficient jail. Being knocked down now is great. Ever since Agnew's went out, we have not had adequate mental health facilities here in Santa Clara County. I see this as 2 issues. We need the new jail, and we need a new mental health facility. A mental health facility does not resolve any of our jail construction obligations. We have the ADA issues that are enormous. We have the consent decree. We have a federal court order to build a new jail. We can do all that. I believe we should do the new jail, this 3rd version that we have in the last 10 years. Let's go ahead with getting the bids and getting it started. And at the same time, very much as Dr. Smith said, let us get working on what to do with Elmwood. This was brought up a meeting or 2 ago as well. I think we have the capability to go ahead with the jail as planned, as designed, which is smaller than any of the renditions I've seen in the last 10 years, which has more mental health capabilities than any of the renditions that I've seen in the last 10 years. I am reminded of what my wife often tells me: the enemy of good is better. We have something going now. Let's get it done. Let's not procrastinate and put this off further. And at the same time, let's look to see how we can improve mental health facilities and accommodations and resources in Santa Clara County. I really like the idea the first time I heard it from Dr. Smith about Elmwood. I like the idea that Dr. Smith brought up about reducing the population further. I do not want our inmates living in the ADA substandard public health facilities that they are any longer than necessary. Let's see if I've covered everything here. I think, Madam President, that does it. Long story short, let's go forward with the jail plans that we have in place. And let's also now start considering a new mental health facility, perhaps using the Elmwood facility. I do, and I may differ a little bit with Supervisor Ellenberg in this. I do believe what is before us now, where we're headed towards, is more of a mental health, behavioral health issue than it is a public safety issue. I think we have a jail. I think we have the ability to build a beautifully new designed jail to accommodate needs that we have right now. I believe going forward, the issue is more about mental health and public health and behavioral health than it is about public safety. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike, and thanks for getting that in before you got cut off again.
Yes,
I appreciate that. So first of all, I just want to thank my colleagues for the very thoughtful, robust discussion. I have a slightly different take, and let me start with just taking us back a little bit. You know, since I arrived in 2013, most of the issues that were raised about improvements in the jail didn't really get any steam behind them until the murder of Michael Tyree. And I say that because that we had debates about classification, about programming, about classes. When we were looking at the new jail, you know, honestly, it wasn't creative and it wasn't aligned with the single thing that one of our speakers said today. We had a speaker come forward that said, I have a family member in our custody and they're going to get out. So most of the people who go into our facility, our custody, they get out. And so the question is, when they get out, how successful are they going to be? And do we have an option of not having them get in the first place? So our reentry work is really focused on whether or not we could have a no entry center. And one of the complaints we get is that we have people who are on the streets trying not to commit crimes that don't have a place to get services. Even the services we provide today, if you're here late at night, you will see people sitting out in front of our reentry center because they don't have any other place to go, and we don't have robust, fulsome 24/7 support services for them. And I think the point that Scott raised, that somebody got out and there's no bus and there's no way to get them help. Like, there's a lot of problems with the system that are programmatic. Certainly the building is a problem, but that are, and actually the building contributes to program. But what I would really like to see us investing in is really robust no entry center, really pushing ourselves to build more housing faster. And we do need mental health facilities. And this is a discussion we have to have with mental health service providers, parents, and clients about not letting the jail be that place that people end up. So I don't have as much confidence that that we can just let the bid hang out there. I'm concerned about it for a number of reasons. One is cost. So if we decide not to build a new jail and we decide to build a mental health facility, then we're going to be paying a contractor to get out of that contract, presumably. If we decide that we want to do significant improvements to the Elmwood site instead of building a new jail, that's going to have a cost, and that will require a whole new set of designs. And I will say this has taken a very, very long time. And I'm concerned that if the design that we put forth aren't outcome oriented to never seeing people back in the facilities again, that we're doing the same thing everybody else has done for 100 years and thinking it's going to have a different outcome. The last point I wanted to make is that I have a concern. Any community process, from my perspective, should be decoupled from any committee. I think, Susan, you know, having public safety and justice be the wrangler, I don't have a problem with that. But a robust community process that really leads to us thinking differently really requires it to be out, not on our stage, but in the community's realm. And the Blue Ribbon Task Force that ended up having a lot of really good recommendations, many that have been utilized, and the subcommittee that worked on behavioral health had significant impact, but we were part of it. We weren't, it wasn't necessarily part of a committee process. So I think that robust community process needs to be external. I don't have confidence that there won't be continued pressure on the board utilize a specific contract. I think if people feel like we really need a new jail, that's a path. If people feel like we need to take another look, I think we need to take another look. And really what Dr. Smith, and if Dr. Smith, if what I'm saying is inaccurate, if what Dr. Smith is saying is that we would be able to move forward. I don't want to relitigate it, but what I heard, Jeff, what I heard you say was that we could move forward with the current contract or not without much risk to ourselves if that was a concurrent process. Is that accurate?
Yeah, let me go back a little bit of explanation. I realize that from comments here in the group behind me that people might not know what a forensic unit is. And when you talk about having a behavioral health facility, there really, gets confusing between an involuntary behavioral health facility and a voluntary one. If we're talking about an involuntary facility where they have people who have been convicted or are otherwise in jail, that's essentially a hospital, a behavioral health hospital that is extrinsically locked down so that nobody can get out, but it's all the same services as a behavioral health hospital: psychiatrists, psychologists, therapists, group meetings, all of the things they would have in a normal behavioral health hospital. That would be something, that's a jail. It's just structured in a way that facilitates behavioral health services. Having just purely a behavioral health hospital that's not a forensic unit is a different kettle of fish, and that's a totally voluntary issue and would essentially be something that doesn't provide needed services to inmates, because if you're in jail, you can't be released to a voluntary hold area. So if the board is thinking that instead of building a jail that is, quote, typical, they want a jail that is a forensic unit, anybody that we accept as a contractor through this bid process would be able to do it, because the physical plant differences are relatively minimal.
So Dr. Smith, thank you for that. And I'm going to go back to the board for action. I think just for myself, I think what I am really interested in is a robust community process that has a deep level of research and analysis that goes with it. So I don't want to presume what the end result is. I was using those illustratively because those were issues that came up during the Blue Ribbon Commission and the Behavioral Health Subcommittee, and also discussions that have come up through reentry. But I don't want to presume what the community and also what our analysis and expertise would lead. The last thing I'll just say to my colleagues is that I think it's really important that we get professionals from many disciplines to take a look at this. I'll go back to the maker of the motion because you've had some requests from colleagues and hear your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. I sort of appreciate, I guess, hearing Dr. Smith make one more pitch for the existing plan. But I don't want to go down a rabbit hole on that, but I do think that explanation just now was a little bit short-circuited. There are mandatory holds that do not require criminal incarceration. 5150s extended by 5250s. We've talked about it many times. We aren't anywhere near the bed capacity that we would need just to do non-criminal 5150s alone. And the question becomes, do we want to be doing something outside of booking or pre-booking or just external to booking in the first place as a complete mindset, and I think a complete paradigm shift. We've used that term in the past. So I think technically, I'm going to start with Supervisor Simidian's request on the leaving number one out of there in terms of letting the bids expire or mandating that the bids expire. I think technically it makes a little difference because the board will gets another bite at that apple. My parting shot in this, take it or leave it. I admit it comes from lived experience in my previous life of building things. I just would highly not recommend trying to convert this bidding process to a new spec, to a new specification. And to use a change order process to do that is just a recipe for disaster. Every change order that comes through is leveraged typically with 15% additional profit and overhead. It's just an extremely non-holistic way to approach what may be a substantially different concept, or which may still have a concept which may still have some of the elements of the old concept. So I say that more for the board. Just again, take it or leave it. All of you are the ones that are going to have to be ultimately voting on how to proceed later on with contracting arrangements. But I just don't know anybody out there in the private sector world, for example, that would on the developer side of it, that having a window of opportunity to stop and rebid a new development concept or a significantly revised development concept that would purposely use, I don't know anyone that would purposely use a change order process to work their way through that. It's hard to imagine that not being a mess. That said, Supervisor Simidian, I'm, as the maker of the motion, I am willing to withdraw that item with the understanding that there's no contracts awarded. I mean, that the contracting process with any and all of those bidders would have to come back to the board, that there's been no delegation of authority to proceed with any contracting under the existing bidding process, with that clarification.
Dave, can I just stop you for a minute? And that's okay with the seconder of the motion?
That's fine.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, excuse the interruption. I heard Supervisor Cortese say with the understanding that, and then he articulated some conditions. I just thought it might be helpful if he got that assurance, just yes or no, from the county executive that the situation is as he described it. Forgive the interruption, Supervisor.
Oh, that's helpful. Thank you. Dr. Smith?
Yes, the way I'm interpreting it, we would sit down with the bidders to try to give an answer to a previous question. The bids have already been collected, so we will sit down with the bidders and make sure that that's a condition that they clearly understand, and nothing is delegated to administration to sign a contract. Any contract that we think is appropriate will have to come back to the board for approval.
Yeah, I want just to clarify, that's good, but I would ask the board to endorse the idea that there's just no delegation of authority to make any representations to bidders in terms of any contractual relationship or liability, by this board going forward. That should strictly be the purview of the board. So yep. we don't get into a legal mishmash of representations.
We'll make sure that happens.
And that will be included in the motion and is okay with the seconder still? Yes. Good.
If we could just replace, for the clerk's purposes, what was just stated would be replaced bullet point number 1. I think that's probably okay with Supervisor Simidian. As to the PSJ lead, as to a committee workload process, I'm going to try to strike an accord here between Supervisor Ellenberg and Chavez. Supervisor Ellenberg really talked about two things in her comments. One was the broader community engagement that might require workshops and sort of study sessions, that any workshops and study sessions be convened by the entire board on this issue, and that amongst committees, the four committees I stated previously, non-Hewlett, would all receive equivalent ledge files on this issue going forward, but that PSJ would be considered the lead for purposes of orderliness.
Can I stop you there just to see if Supervisor Ellenberg, does that work for you?
It does. I am certainly not interested in hoarding all of the work. I am very interested in making sure that it gets done and that there's an accountability, transparent process that anyone that wants to engage can follow. So if we develop that with all of us together, that's fine with me. I certainly want to stay engaged in a leadership role on this work, as it's where I've begun, and there's a lot to do, and I'm very interested in seeing it all through.
Yeah, and Dave, that's fine with me. I think the point I was really trying to make was, and I don't want this to get lost, is that I agree there should be a lead committee, and I think that would be fine for that to be Supervisor Ellenberg. I just want to make sure that as we think about robust community engagement, that we may want to restructure it so that it has a little more of a working group feel to it than just simply coming to a committee. And I'm not even sure that's what Supervisor Ellenberg meant, but when she said it, that's what popped in my head, and I just wanted to make sure we were
that absolutely would be my first choice, and I think the best way to go. Again, what I wanted to make sure of is that we don't get bogged down
I think we're understanding each other
in process, but absolutely.
Got it.
That's so that would be included with what was just agreed upon there, and that dialogue would be included as a friendly amendment to the motion. I don't think there were other friendly amendments. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Chavez. I'm hearing you say that you want to add, to both analysis and any future modification to the existing jail plans, an investment in a robust reentry 24/7 care facility, whether it's too early to say whether that's incorporated herein or that's incorporated separately, but that it needs to be part of the equation. Is that correct?
Really, Supervisor Cortese, I was really just putting the ideas out that I thought might be considered by this committee. So I don't want to predetermine that. I know that's something I'm really interested in, but I think the board and the committee, whatever conversations happen, will fulfill that, will fulfill the obligation of just thinking about what are the other opportunities for investment.
Okay, so we'll leave that out of the motion, but just noted. We'll just say that the motion would incorporate the general comments made by the supervisors going forward. So that's it.
So we have a motion and we have a second. I'm going to see if there are any other questions from my colleague, Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you. Forgive me if I missed it. At one point, I had suggested that we put a target in the motion for the September of next year, just so we had a target to shoot for. And I thought Supervisor Cortese indicated some agreement that a target was a good thing, but I don't think we ever wrestled that one quite to the ground, or if we did, I missed it and I apologize.
So can we include that to have a timeline of September 2021?
Yeah, and are we just saying, just again, so we're not confusing staff, that culmination of this decision-making process, go, no go decision would be by September 2021. Is that correct?
And
that was my suggestion. Yes, there's no magic date, but I sort of thought we ought to give ourselves a deadline, and help give the community some fair expectation of how long this conversation will go on. So that was a long-winded yes, I apologize.
Okay, yeah, so
Yeah, okay.
September 2021 or the sooner, if the work is ready earlier. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second, and it looks everybody, we've tired everybody out. So we're now going to go to a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg,
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion,
Yes.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman,
Yes.
and President Chavez.
Yes. I want to thank my colleagues for the really good, thoughtful conversation. We're going to break until 10 after 1. At that time, we're going to hear the next two items that are still under this section, and then we will go to COVID-19. So we'll start with items 8 and 9, or I think,
We just did 8.
I'm sorry, 9 and 10. And then we'll go to COVID-19. All right, everyone. Thank you. Mike, are you reconnected?
Yes, ma'am. For now. 3 times this morning. It was very, very, very frustrating.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, before we started, my power went out and the trees were blowing almost horizontally in front of my house.
That's so scary.
Yeah, we've got pretty good wind here right now too.
Well, I'm glad everybody's okay. And we're gonna get started in just a minute. And Supervisor Simitian, with the first 2 items, these were your referrals. So I wanted to go to you, if that's okay, for 9 and 10 to get us started.
Thank you.
Yeah. I try to remember what you all brought. So
remember what we brought.
What you brung. Yeah, I think right before COVID, Mike.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because I know we have some folks who were waiting for both of these issues and we took a break, so I wanted to get to them. All right, well, welcome back, everyone. I'm gonna ask the clerk to take roll for us.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm here.
Present. Supervisor Simitian.
Here.
Present. Supervisor Cortese. Don't see him yet. Vice President Wasserman.
Here.
Present. President Chavez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, and Supervisor Cortese is with us.
I'm sorry, I was having a problem with my cursor. It just came back to life. Thank you.
All right. So with that, we're going to move to items 9 and 10, and we're going to hear both of these items together. If you're a member of the public and you'd like to speak on these items, this would be a time now to raise your hand. We're going to give each speaker 1 minute. And I'm going to turn to Supervisor Simitian.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. The item number 9, we have a report back from our consultant for the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Management. That would be Mr. Janako with the OIR group. And then item number 10, the report back on these items is from Ms. Wapensky, Martha Wapensky, our Deputy County Executive. Madam Chair, we could hear the reports from both and then go to members of the public, or we could hear from members of the public first. What would your pleasure be?
If we could hear the reports, then we'll go to the public and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a sensible way to proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Janako, would you like to give a brief overview of your materials?
Yes, thank you, President Chavez. Supervisors, good afternoon. Mike Janako here from the Office of Corrections Law Enforcement Monitoring. The report that is before you is a report that is a 90-day report back to an initial referral that actually happened on June 23rd, 2020. The initial referral asked OCLAM to evaluate the use of force policies of the Sheriff's Office, as well as 5 additional items, and to report back to the board on whether or not, to what degree the Sheriff's Office was in compliance with the 8 Can't Wait suggested model policies, as well as additional items that were included in the referral. We did that in August, and in that report, we offered 10 recommendations for the Sheriff's Office consideration that in our view would have put them in greater compliance with some outstanding issues that were identified in our August report. Based on that, when we presented our initial report in August, we were asked to come back to this board to report on the progress, if any, regarding implementation of the 10 recommendations that we made to the Sheriff's Office. And so the report that was submitted in anticipation of this afternoon's meeting is intended to be responsive to that. I'm not going to go into all 10, but I'm certainly able to answer any questions that any board member has. I will tell you that since that time, since August, of the 10 recommendations, the Sheriff's Office has agreed and actually implemented 2 of the recommendations. That was a recommendation to make public any acquired military equipment that was still in the Sheriff's Office possession, and also to make public its list of deadly and less deadly, less lethal force, and make that available to the public. Both of those recommendations were implemented, and there is that information that is available to the public on the sheriff's website. The other 8, of those other 8, there has been a discussion between OCLAM and the Sheriff's Office about ways to implement the additional recommendations. And I would report, the report indicates that those discussions continue to be a work in progress. One of the recommendations that essentially recommended that all chokeholds be banned will necessarily need to be implemented by the Sheriff's Office because of a change in state law that requires such. So that it will need to be done by the beginning of the year. There are a number of other recommendations based on representations from the Sheriff's Office that are in play, and the representations made to us is there is an expectation that 2 or 3 more will certainly be implemented by year's end. SB 230, which requires, for example, de-escalation, be trained and in policy, has a number of changes, and the Sheriff's Office of representation is that as part of that process, they expect to be implementing a couple more of the recommendations. With regard to the remaining recommendations, the Sheriff's Office has not said we reject them, which is a good thing, but there is no specific timeline for implementation of the additional outstanding recommendations. But I do suspect that when we come back to you at our next scheduled comeback time, that we hope that there will be additional progress with regard to at least some of the remaining and outstanding recommendations. That essentially summarizes our report. But again, if anyone has any particular questions about any of the items discussed in the report, we'd be happy to respond to them.
Thank you, Michael. I'm gonna, if it's okay, I'd like to go to Martha. And Martha, do you mind giving if there is any report out you would like to make, and then we'll go to the public and then back to the board.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Good. So very briefly, as you know, the board requested a report at 3-month and 6-month increments, and then semi-annual after that, relating to policing and use of force in emergency response. So this report is the first 3-month update. I want to point out it's a joint report from the Office of the Sheriff, the DA, the Public Defender, County Council, Behavioral Health, Probation, EMS, Procurement, and County Communications. And so there are numerous components of the police reforms referral that will hit on just some of the key highlights very briefly. And then the departments that I mentioned just now are available for questions. So with regard to the use of force, the Sheriff's Office reports that they're working on changes to the use of force policy. They anticipate having all revisions completed prior to January 1st. And then once the updates are completed, there will be classroom training for both enforcement and custody bureaus in 2021. Probation reports they're working with County Council and a vendor called Lexipol to update all policies and procedures to align with California law and Title 15, including the new requirements that will take effect on January 1st. The DA reports that almost all the Bureau of Investigations staff have completed the AB 392 training and are working with the state on the SB 230 training. Moving on to another component of the reforms, this is prohibiting the hiring of enforcement and correctional officers with a history of excessive force. In the report, the Sheriff's Office describes their comprehensive hiring practice and their current practice of prohibiting the hiring of these employees, and they are codifying the current practice. Moving on to the other reform recommendation, limiting the acquisition of military-style weaponry, and also banning or limiting the use of tear gas and rubber bullets. Procurement is in the process of developing a work group that will assess what relevant weapons and equipment have been purchased already and plan to be purchased, And so this work group will look at potential workflows to require the necessary approvals without delaying the acquisitions, and that will be subject to the board's direction, of course. And then the final reform mentioned is the restructuring of county emergency response to ensure that the best trained individuals are responding to incidents. EMS reported last report about a pilot with Gilroy Fire that allows crisis alternate destinations. And they report that new legislation allows crisis alternate destinations, and the Gilroy pilot could gradually be expanded countywide beginning 2021. County comms reported last time they were implementing new police protocols. The planning stages for the training they'll need to take place are going on now, and expected scheduling of training will begin the first quarter of 2021. And finally, the behavioral health component of mental health crisis response. The report has detailed information of each service the behavioral health goes into, so I'm not going to go into it here. But importantly, the report outlines the conditions where clients who would receive services from each program at different levels of severity. They discuss their PERT team and their MCRT team, and they're developing community mobile response services to respond to these emergency situations that require de-escalation. The report also contains information on their new one-year pilot with San Jose PD for the mobile crisis response team to work with 2 on-call officers and a sergeant who have training beyond the normal 40-hour crisis intervention. And so since August, there's been a lot of momentum provided by departments on these various initiatives. And with that, we're available for questions after public comment.
Thank you. We'll now go to public comment.
Our next speaker is B. Beekman. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yikes. Hi, I'm first. I was not hoping for that. Thank you for this item, bringing it back to the public agenda. You know, I'm trying to learn a bit more and more about this, what this situation is about. I'm trying to learn how, what I mentioned before, how can previous ideas of open public policy ideas and practices, can that play any sort of factor in this process to help negotiate? You know, I've noticed some privacy policy ideas that the sheriff wants to keep that are similar to perhaps body camera footage issues. Maybe that can help address how to break the impasse at this time. Good luck in how we can all contribute and work on this issue. Thank you.
The next speaker is Aram James. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I don't wish to speak at this point. I must have hit the wrong button. So thank you, though.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers.
Thank you very much. I'll go back to the board. If I could begin with Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam President. And let me just ask, I'll start with item 9 and then go to item 10 in sequence, more or less. And I know I see Mr. Giannacco on the line. Is there a representative from the Sheriff's Department to whom questions for the Sheriff's Department should be posed?
Assistant Sheriff Bender is on the screen. He looks masked.
Great.
Ready.
Thank you. And Assistant Sheriff Bender, if I just call you Sheriff, is that all right? I want to make sure I respect the hierarchical titles here.
Whatever's easiest, sir. Ken is fine as well.
All right. Thank you, Sheriff. I'll go with that for now. You know, there, as the report on item number 9 indicates, we've got action consistent with the recommendation of the monitor on 2 of the 10 recommendations. On most of the remainder, there are phrases in the report like the Sheriff's Department is evaluating, considering, work is in progress. In fairness, this is our first report back. This is the 3-month mark, as I understand it, Mr. Giannacco.
That's correct, sir.
So I guess, you know, I want to understand that and acknowledge that it takes time to sort of do the thoughtful, thorough job that we all want to see on this. But I guess, Sheriff Minner, my question is, are we going to see some action by month 6? Because that'll, I think the next report, if I'm counting right, comes back in February, this being November, so December, January, February. That will be at least 6 months, and actually sort of 7 months since we started these conversations. And I think reasonable people would say, okay, we understand that 3 months is perhaps a little short given the complexity and importance of these issues, but after 6 or 7 months, it's time to have some answers. And if we have places where there's a disagreement, fair enough. But can we count on having a more responsive set of answers by the February report back, Sheriff Bender?
Yes, sir. Great question, very reasonable. I can tell you that I believe obviously we're going to be in a much better position a few months from now. I haven't been in communication with OIR, so I don't know exactly what was relayed to them. But I have been sitting on and done quite a bit of work with the others here regarding our use of force policy updates. And I can tell you that as of this date, we've made great progress on our reports to make sure they come in line with best practices, with the new laws, and with many of these recommendations. I can tell you of the 10 recommendations made by OIR, we've implemented 2. There's 7 of them that, at least on the use of force side, we've already addressed most of these, and we've got draft status now. Our next step is to meet with the unions, and I don't see any reason why we won't have these completed by January 1st. That's our target rate, is to have these things updated by January 1st. So I think at least 9 of the 10 recommendations are looking really good, and I'm hopeful, and obviously we've given great consideration to them. So I think at the next update meeting, you will be able to bring a better report back on the work that we did.
All right. Well, I want to be very explicit. That's my hope and expectation. And as an individual board member, as I said, I was prepared and wanted to be understanding that today we would have a limited number of firm responses. But my hope and expectation is that by the next time around, we've got real progress that's demonstrable and can be documented. And if not, then you put me as a board member in a position of asking, all right, what's my response to a lack of willingness to move forward? So I sort of wanted to give you that courtesy heads up and hope that, we get to yes on as many of these things as possible. I gather that December 31st will be a key date because we do have some new laws taking effect. But I noticed also reference to reliance on Lexapol. Could you refresh my memory and perhaps that of others on what their role is and why engagement with and around Lexapol is important to the outcomes of the judgments you're making?
Sure, happy to. Lexapol is a vendor. Really, they specialize in policy and training. The county already has a contract with them for the probation department and for the DA's office. The sheriff's office in the past has not contracted with Lexapol. We have our own standalone policies. The policies that we're updating are our current policies, and we are also in conjunction with that, working with the county. The county's been fantastic. To get us basically to a piggyback contract, if you will, with Lexapol, where they can also work with the sheriff's office to make sure we incorporate and merge our current practice policies with the Lexapol recommendation. And that is a process. It's not a matter of signing a contract and us having a brand new set of policies. It's going to be lawyer evaluation, a merging of the policies, a training and implementation. So the process is a bit long, but that's why we are working now to change our current policies so that we have a really good foundation and base to work from when we do get Lexipol. And then really what Lexipol is going to do for us is it's going to help us better track new laws as they come into place and new best practices as they come into place. They do it at least statewide and I think nationally. So they're watching case law, and when there's a new ruling that affects policies, Lexipol shoots it out to all the agencies that have contracts, and they update on the law. They usually do a training portal, a video as to why, and then it's up to the agency at that point to adopt the new law and to push it out to their folks.
All right, I want to walk through these with you real quickly, and I'm looking at the packet and the 10 recommendations that are in the OIR group, OCLEM list of recommendations and responses. And Mr. Giannacco, let me just ask you to confirm my reading of the report. Recommendation number 1, which deals with neck holds, it says, page 2 of the report, back at page 36, removal of the carotid restraint hold from the current policy has not yet occurred. Is that correct?
My understanding in talking with the sheriff's office is there was a commitment to do that. State law requires it. And so that will be done. It just, when I last talked to them, it had not yet been done.
Okay. Sheriff Bender, I'm looking at you and just registering my concern. Recommendation number 2 is that the sheriff's office should consider modifications to its duty to intervene policy to clarify the duty to report, meaning that one officer has a duty to not only intervene, but to report if there is inappropriate conduct. And here again, I'm reading now on page 3, back to page 37. It says that the general order, quote, has not yet been modified. Is that accurate as well, Mr. Giannacco?
At the time of my last conversation with the sheriff's office, that is correct.
Sheriff Bender, is that still the case?
Thank you, Supervisor, for the opportunity. If I can just go back to number 1, and then I'll talk about number 2. Number 1, the chokeholds. So I think at the time this was written, this information is a bit dated. We've been making quite a bit of progress on all of these. Regarding number 1, earlier in the year, I believe it was June, we actually removed the carotid restraint from our less lethal force continuum options, and we simply relegated it to, in a life and death situation, this can be used. So we did make that prior modification to our policy earlier in the year. However, AB 1196 is the new law that requires removal altogether. And so we've already, we are in the process of many of these, and this is one of those that with our draft, we've already removed it. So we're almost there. We're still meeting with the unions, and then we need to finally implement. And again, as many of these others, that will be done by January 1st. Regarding number 2.
Before we go back to number 2, Sheriff, so to be clear on the use of the carotid restraint, state law requires you to make the change in literally less than 6 weeks, and you've not yet accomplished it. Is that an accurate statement?
Correct. We were in a process of accomplishing it. So it is out of our updated draft policy. We're working with labor relations to meet with the unions still. And once we get past that, that next step, we are on clear course to be ready to go before January 1st.
I will just remind both members of the public and my colleagues that any liability that accrues to the county, it ends up accruing to our county at large, not to the sheriff's department. And those are dollars, oftentimes millions of dollars, that are essentially a cost and a limit on our ability to provide other important public services, not to mention the inherent wrongfulness of the behavior when it occurs. So back to number 2, which I think you wanted to comment on as well, Sheriff Bender.
Oh, just wanted to add that this is one of those items that has been worked into our use of force update, and we absolutely require and are requiring our deputies to intervene.
That being said, Mr. Giannaco, I have in your report that the general order has not yet been modified, and that that there will in fact need to be some modification of the language in order to comply with Senate Bill 230. Am I remembering that correctly?
So it's really just a clarification of current policy and requires simply an addition of or change of a phrase. Right now, it is ambiguous the way it is written under current policy that suggests that the only time there is a reporting requirement is when a deputy has intervened. And so we suggested using, instead of and, having that replaced with and or, so that if a deputy sheriff witnesses excessive force but hasn't intervened, it's clear to the deputy sheriff through guidance that they should still report that.
Thank you for the clarification. Recommendation number 3 involves the Sheriff's Office policy on shooting at vehicles and suggests further guidance, particularly with regard to vehicles that are or the situations where someone is moving into the path or remaining in the path of a moving vehicle. And again, when I look at the report from OIR, page 4, packet page 38, general order has not been modified. Sheriff's Office currently has no time certain for the adoption of lexicol-based policies. Sheriff, any thoughts on that one?
Sure. Yes, this is again another item that we have modified in our draft, and we believe will be implemented before January 1st.
All right. I look forward to it. Thank you. I'm going to jump ahead to recommendation number 5, where the recommendation was that the Sheriff's Office should add to its force reporting policies a requirement that personnel write their supplemental reports independent of any assistance or collaboration with others. The note in the report is that the Sheriff's Office initially advised us that it did not agree with this premise of the effort, and accordingly did not intend to follow the recommendation. There's some back and forth, and ultimately, Mr. Giannaco, you have modified your recommendation to take into consideration the concerns the Sheriff's Department has articulated. So the recommendation now is that the Sheriff's Office should add to its force reporting policies a requirement that personnel write any observations based on their own perspective and refrain from modifying the substance of those observations based on coaching or influence from other personnel. In other words, that people really are giving us their straight take and not coordinating to all be on the same page and get the story conforming. Sheriff, where are we in that effort now that the recommendation has been modified?
The Sheriff's Office is amenable to the recommendation.
All right, so we'll look forward to hearing back from you on that one in February as well. Recommendation number 6, which another important one, is that the recommendation is that the Sheriff's Office should consider adding to its use of force policy a requirement that deputies report as a use of force anytime they point a firearm at an individual. In other words, that if an officer points a weapon at somebody, that be recorded and that use of force be documented. And the OIR report here notes that the Sheriff's Office general orders does not include such a provision. And that this is noteworthy in part because there's some evidence out there that agencies that do have this requirement are found to have significantly lower rates of office-involved shootings, and that if we have this information and we track it, it allows agencies to more fully assess, deeply assess disparities in police activities in relation to different racial and ethnic groups. Sheriff Bender, what's your take on this? It does not seem unreasonable to ask that anytime somebody points a weapon at a member of the public, that be documented and that we know what's happened and why.
Sure, great question, Supervisor. So the Sheriff's Office, we're still having internal discussions on this, but most likely we believe that obviously we're balancing the attempt to make sure our deputies aren't afraid to pull out their firearm in a life and death situation involving either them or someone else. At the same time, we want to make sure that there's accountability if they do. So really, we haven't quite officially landed yet, but I would be surprised if we don't have that as part of our reporting requirements when we come back. I believe that's where we're headed. We're just still trying to weigh out the balance everything out on that.
All right, thank you. I think we've got some progress on recommendations 7 and 8. So I want to say thank you and duly note it. And then I want to jump across to recommendation number 9, which is that the Sheriff's Office should develop a policy that expressly lists conduct that disqualifies a potential applicant for employment as a deputy or correctional officer. And forgive me, Madam Chair, I'm going to jump over to section 10 and the report from Ms. Wapensky and her many cooperative collaborators. This issue is also there in terms of prohibiting the hiring of enforcement and correctional officers with a history of excessive force or misconduct complaints, including lateral transfers. This is page 3 of 9, packet page 48. And the report from Ms. Wapensky says the current practice of the Sheriff's Office prohibits the hiring, including lateral hires, of deputies or correctional officers with a history of excessive force or misconduct, violence, racism, or other forms of bigotry, as well as any other variants from the Sheriff's Office core values. So, Sheriff, this is a matter of considerable concern, as you know, the ability of folks to make lateral transfers, as I understand it, from one department to another, and essentially escape their record of bad behavior where it exists, and then start up in a new venue. I see the language about not hiring folks with a history of excessive force or misconduct, violence, racism, or other forces of bigotry. But what does that mean? Is that written down somewhere? Do I know what that means? Or is it a subjective assessment in each case?
Sure. So yes, our current, so right now when someone is hired with the Sheriff's Office, and it is a requirement of the state as well, the Sheriff's Office conducts a thorough background investigation, which includes obviously interviewing the candidate. The candidate takes lie detector tests. Candidate goes through a psychological examination, independent of the Sheriff's Office by psychiatrists.
Excuse me, Assistant Sheriff, if you can step closer to your microphone. You're faded a little bit.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the Sheriff's Office, in compliance with state law, conducts thorough background examinations for all potential hirees. We have hundreds of applicants. Our hiring percentage is well under, most likely 10%. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. However, during the course of a background investigation, the candidate will be interviewed by a background investigator. They complete a lie detector test. They go through a psychological assessment, which is done independently of the Sheriff's Office from a licensed psychologist. And then part of the background processes, we look at publicly available social media materials and that sort of thing to get the overall picture of the candidate, as well as talking to relatives, friends, coworkers, past employers. If they are someone who has been in law enforcement before, part of the background investigation would be a thorough investigation and research through the internal affairs files to see if there have been use of force complaints or other allegations that would be of conduct sustained that would be outside of the core values for the sheriff's office. So we have a process in place to answer Supervisor Simitian's question about where is that written. We're working now to actually get it codified somewhere. It is, as things pop up within the background, people are disqualified, and that's how it currently happens. But we're looking to get it written down in a more objective manner, if you will, rather than potentially what could be construed as subjective.
Thank you. Very comprehensive response, but I want to hone in on two particular issues that go back to the question that I asked, which is, what does it take to be found essentially unacceptable by virtue of the language that we got? And I'm going to read it again. Sheriff's Office prohibits the hiring, including lateral hires, of deputies or correctional officers with a history of excessive force or misconduct, violence, racism, or other forms of bigotry. Now, I heard you say that you're working now to get that codified. That suggests to me that it's not currently codified. Is that correct?
Correct.
So does that mean that that's just sort of a custom and practice that's understood in your office that has not yet been reduced to writing?
It is definitely part of our custom and practice. Candidates with those issues that pop up during the background process would be disqualified. For those that make it to the end of the process, there's still a final vetting amongst the upper executive command staff who go through the backgrounds and then do separate interviews with the candidates to see if they encompass the values that we're looking for at the sheriff's office.
And you mentioned that you look to see if there's a history of complaints, but you were quite deliberate, and I found it helpful in saying complaints that had been sustained. Yes?
Correct.
And the body that determines whether a complaint that is sustained is in fact the law enforcement agency that has hired somebody. Yes?
If someone's coming from another law enforcement agency and there was a complaint there, then that would be their internal affairs investigation. That would
okay. So as a matter, I think there's an interesting tension here between fairness to all parties. So if you had someone who had 4 complaints, none of which were sustained for excessive force in the past 5 years, on the one hand, none of them were sustained. On the other hand, you've got 4 excessive force complaints in a relatively finite period of time. How would your department handle that?
Sure. I mean, on the face of it, we've got a lot of people applying, and we're not desperate to take someone that we think could get our office or this county into trouble. We're certainly looking to hire people that are that communicate well with the public. If someone is constantly being complained about regarding use of force, that tells us that maybe there's a communication issue, and that sounds like they wouldn't be a candidate for us to hire. I have taken off my mask because I'm trying to make sure you guys can hear me, but I'm going to put it back on. If you can't hear me, let me know, and I'll try to shout louder.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Bender. So I will just say this issue of having a clear policy in place to make sure that we are not hiring folks, particularly lateral hires, who have a demonstrated history which either indicates or raises concerns about behavior outside the boundaries of propriety is an issue that I am looking to get some real clarity on as we go forward, because ultimately the folks who are in service, and I just want to acknowledge, I very much respect the fact that officers are entitled to due process in the system. On the other hand, that's why I'm probing a little bit about what do you do with complaints that are unsustained, particularly because the place that the complaints go is the very law enforcement agency that's hired and employs somebody, which may not always inspire confidence. Before I move more fully into item number 10, and I think we can do that relatively quickly, Madam Chair, I do want to ask Sheriff Bender, I was intrigued earlier when you said you'd not been in touch with Mr. Giannacco, because Mr. Giannacco indicates in his report that his conclusions are based on information that's been shared by the Sheriff's Department. So, Mr. Giannacco, that is necessarily the case because you still don't have a signed agreement for information sharing with the Sheriff's Office, yes?
Well, that is still correct, Supervisor Smidian, but I have been in communication and shared our report back and forth with Captain Oberdorfer from the Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
And if I could just clarify, I was just saying, sir, I don't mean to interrupt, but that I personally have not communicated, but our office absolutely has, and Captain Oberdorfer.
Thank you.
Who's with Sheriff Bender? If I could just add, that's who's sitting next to Sheriff Bender.
Thank you. And just back to Mr. Giannacco, I need to underscore, we've talked about it a lot before, so I'll let it go quickly, but our monitor can't really do the job of independent monitoring absent that information sharing agreement, because everything we've got in the report is predicated on information that came from the very department we're trying to monitor. Going to number 10, we have discussed already, Ms. Lipinski, the issue of hiring enforcement and correctional officers with a history of excessive force or misconduct, and that continues to be a source of significant interest and concern to me. The use of force policies we've also talked about, and the timeline there, the publicizing of lethal and less than lethal armaments, and limiting the acquisition of military style weaponry and equipment. Just ask Ms. Lipinski and then Sheriff Bender, any reason that we couldn't require the sheriff's and perhaps county council, we couldn't require the Sheriff's Department to essentially come to and through our board before the acquisition of anything that was designated military style weaponry, somewhat similar to the way we deal with surveillance acquisitions, although this would be a much narrower and limited and hopefully less time consuming enterprise.
Yeah, I can start, and maybe Assistant Sheriff Bender can jump in, or Gene Clark from procurement. So Gene Clark is developing this work group that would assess whatever it is, the relevant military weapons, tear gas, rubber bullets, things like that. The working group, and Gene's going to have to clarify who's on the working group, includes DA, Sheriff's Office, and others, to take a look at providing some kind of process for the board to react to in terms of how this would be identified, and then receive direction from the board on any possible restrictions of acquisitions or limiting the number of specific products. With that, I'll turn it over to Assistant Sheriff Bender or Mr. Clark.
Sure, I'll just echo what Martha said, is that we're actually are participating in a work group with procurement to see if there is a process that can be done. And certainly the Sheriff's Office wants to be mindful about equipment that we obtain, and I guess I'll leave it at that.
All right, well, I look forward to progress in that area. And Sheriff Bender, I want to be clear, and I know you know this, but just to make sure that others in your department know it, I, of course, and I think all of us want your team to have the equipment and the protection they need to do the job and to keep themselves safe. But we've certainly seen some examples around the state and the nation where folks have gone way overboard in terms of what they have acquired, and have consequently actually created situations in which the hostility is heightened rather than lessened. We also have the issue of banning or limiting the use of tear gas and rubber bullets as a crowd control technique. I know folks in the city of San Jose are having this conversation as well. Right now, the report, Ms. Wapensky says that from the Office of the Sheriff, there are currently no updates to provide. The Office of the Sheriff is evaluating its stance on this potential policy reform and ramifications of such a ban. Is that still where things sit?
If you're asking me to answer, Supervisor, that's also going to be taken up by the working group the procurement is organizing. And by the time our next report back is due in February, we can provide updates on that.
Well, then let me say thank you to procurement for taking on that additional responsibility. And let me say it remains an issue of, I think, interest and significance. And then finally, Madam Chair and others, we have the much larger issue of restructuring county emergency response to ensure that the county employees best trained and suited to handle a given situation are able to do so. This is a complex set of issues around sort of reimagining the response and identifying what might be more appropriate and successful response approaches. I appreciated the additional information in the report on that particular set of issues. I do think we have struggled, frankly, to integrate mental health expertise into our law enforcement model, and that's a subject that we're not going to successfully tackle today, I'm afraid. So with that, I have no additional comments or questions. Madam Chair, you've been very kind, and I appreciate the time we've had to discuss these. Shall we call it a wrap?
Yeah, Supervisor Simitian, Supervisor Cortese has his hand up, and I don't know if there are other colleagues who wanted to weigh in. I know, and I'm just gonna, and I should have done this earlier, we have a lot on our agenda today, so I'm gonna ask people to, if they can, to focus a little bit, and I'll go to Supervisor Cortese and then Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you, President Chavez. Yeah, my focus is very narrow here. It's just a process issue, and it's really going to ask primarily Supervisor Simitian, but other board members if this makes sense. I just noticed in preparing for this item that the OIR group's report was basically a sort of a single author narrative of what their take on the progress is, what Mr. Giannakou's take on the progress is. I have no problem with that. I'm not criticizing that per se. I appreciated his sort of a validation of what happened and what hasn't happened. But there was really no sort of point-by-point response or documentation included, at least in my packet. Now, maybe that my staff left that out, and if that's the case, someone could just let me know right away here before I hang myself. But I was just thinking going forward for purposes of these future updates and responses on these reform measures that and this would be directed to the sheriff and of course the assistant sheriff Bender today, that documents, and this is separate from any other discussions about subpoenas or anything else. This is a different issue, that on these issues of ongoing reform efforts, that the actual documents or the comments like those made by the assistant sheriff today just be included in writing for the board. So, I think it would save a lot of time in terms of, kind of direct examination work that we have to do sometimes to eke out what we're looking for, which I always appreciate Supervisor Simitian's expertise at. And but to the extent that can be made a little more concise and direct, and also create an opportunity for the sheriff, if indeed something's been done or they feel like something's been dated in terms of the report because progress has been made since the ledge file was put together. I mean, all that kind of stuff can be just right there in the file, in the ledge file. So I'm not sure that we can mandate that. I guess if the sheriff's department refuses or if Mr. Giannakou doesn't want to operate that way, then that's a dispute in of itself. But I just think it would make for a little better process, much like the board members know how our audits look, where there's there's an assertion, a response, and in some cases there's just agreement, in some cases there aren't. Anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you. I tried to focus, President Chavez, best I could.
You did good. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you, Supervisor Simitian did such a thorough job with item 9 that I don't have a single additional question on that item, but I do have a question on item 10 regarding the behavioral health department report on the three-tiered crisis response programs. I've been tracking the development of the Community Mobile Crisis Response Unit, and I'll continue to monitor it through the MHSA process. One thing I think still isn't clear is how we intend to prioritize the type and level of response. It's my understanding that all calls will be initiated at the community response level, and only if necessary would they be escalated up through mobile crisis to the PERT teams. Could someone respond and let me know from staff if that's how the department also anticipates triaging calls?
Supervisor, yes, Sherry Turo's on the line, ready to respond.
Hi, Sherry. Great, thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberg, this is Sherry Turrell with Behavioral Health. We're still examining the process by which calls would be triaged for the community mobile response portion. The other levels of response continue to come through our behavioral health call center initially. And so we're currently in conversation with the public and stakeholders as part of our Mental Health Services Act process, innovation, programming discussions related to community mobile response. So we can bring back information in future meetings, but that conversation is still in progress.
I would like to get an update then. I think you said at future meetings, I don't want to give a date right now, but let's say in the next 2 or 3 months, if that's a reasonable time to get this up and running a little bit more. I believe the consensus goal is to eliminate law enforcement to the most extreme extent possible.
Supervisor, if I may, we are planning to include that in the February report back. So that's about 3 months away.
Perfect. Thanks, Martha. And thank you, Sherry.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues? I'm going to turn back. I heard somebody talk.
I said no, ma'am.
Okay. Supervisor Simitian, do you want to guide us through action on both of these items?
Sure. Thank you. I will quickly say I share the concerns that Susan Ellenberg just referenced. So I want to sort of say good to hear that item will be coming back even more fully developed. I also just want to point out, Madam Chair, I was struck when Sheriff Bender said they have a lot of applications that seems at odds with the constant questions we have about why do we have so many vacancies and why is there so much overtime. I'll just let that one sit out there and we can all ponder that seemingly inconsistent set of circumstances. And to finally get where you want me to go, I'm happy to move approval of the recommended action in item 9, which is to receive the report. And if the County Council's amenable and you are as well, Madam Chair, item 10 as well, same action to receive the report. That is a motion.
Happy to second one or both if that's a single or 2 separate motions.
I'm going to take them together and I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Yes.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
And President Chavez.
Yes. And thank you all for that. That was very illuminating. Literally, you took all my questions too, Joe. Well done. Seriously, it was very good. All right, so we're going to go now. We're going to move to our COVID-19 item. And I'll turn this over to Dr. Smith to get us started.
Yes, whoops. We're getting things organized in just a second.
All right, and you're a little echoey.
Give us a minute and a half.
Okay. I'm gonna, colleagues, I'm gonna have the staff do a presentation, then we'll come back then we'll go to the public for comments, and then we'll come back to the board. And I will ask the board if we can do that 15-minute interval, just so we can make sure that everybody gets a chance to weigh in if they'd like.
Can you hear me now?
You
Yep.
sound like you're at a wrestling match, but yes, I can hear you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. This is Dr. Cody. I'm sorry for the delay. Today, I'm going to give you an update on where we are with the pandemic, and much has changed since we last met at the last board meeting. If I could have the first slide. So this is our epidemic curve to track where we've been since the beginning of the epidemic. And I want to just make a few comments here to set us up for the rest of the presentation. First, I want to note that even since yesterday, when the slide was updated, today, as we populate the case counts over on the right side of the graph, we've now broken our previous record. So that peak in July where we had 385 cases in one day, just today our dashboard updated and we had 413 cases on one day just a few days ago. And that number may grow further as our results come in. So I want to talk a little bit about this third wave we're seeing in the county, what makes it different, and what I see as significant cause for concern. So what makes this wave different is a couple things. One is, as you can see, we're starting from a higher baseline. We never got back down to that low baseline that we had reached in May. Second, the rate of rise has been both steeper and faster than any of the previous increases that we have experienced either here or elsewhere in the state. Next, this surge we're facing as the weather cools. In March, we were facing it as the weather warmed. July, of course, was the summer. And so we're facing it as the weather cools and as people are more inclined to move their activities indoors. And we're also facing the surge on the eve of what has traditionally been the greatest travel day of the year. And that's the day before Thanksgiving. And I also want to acknowledge that all of us are experiencing probably a greater degree of pandemic fatigue. And so sprinting and doing what we must do for this next wave is going to require a greater deal of mental resolve on behalf of everyone. I want to remember that our healthcare workers are also members of our community. They are also experiencing pandemic fatigue and chronic stress and worry and guiding their kids through Zoom school as they're trying to work and all the rest, as well as caring for those who are critically ill. And so I want to think about them as they may be facing a surge in their patient care responsibilities as well. And finally, with our previous surges, we knew that we could depend on staffing for our healthcare facilities, both skilled nursing facilities and hospitals from other parts of the state or the country. And that is less the case now as everyone is experiencing a surge at the same time. And in the next slide, I will show you where we are. This again is the state tier system, the state's blueprint. And I realized that last time I presented to you was just in early November when we were still in the red and the orange. So recall that the dotted line is the unadjusted case rate as calculated by the state. That's the cases per day per 100,000 population. And the solid line is the case rate adjusted for testing. And what you can see is that we have rapidly shot up right into the purple tier. We had anticipated that we were going to stay within the red tier, but the rate of change has been so fast that we are now in purple. Next slide. Next, I'm just going to walk you through breaking down these numbers a little bit so you can get a sense for where we're seeing most of the growth. So this is the daily rolling average of cases by county section. So you can see that we've had a sharp increase in Gilroy, that's in blue, as well as a really marked increase in East San Jose, that's in orange. These are two areas of our county that traditionally, when our rates are high, this is where we've seen the most growth. And you can look back in July and see the same. Next slide. This shows our case rates by race ethnicity. When our rates are low, those disparities decrease. And as the rates increase, so do the disparities. In green are the rates by Latino, and in orange, African American. And you can see that the rates in both groups are increasing more sharply than the rates in whites and Asians. The next slide shows the rates by age. And similar to what we've seen for a while now, the rates are still highest among young adults, 18 to 34 years. And those are the lines that are in green, yellow, and blue. But what I want you to notice is that those lines are increasing more steeply. So young adults, the rates are increasing faster than they are for other age groups, although the rates are increasing for all age groups. Next slide. Here, I just wanted to give everyone a sense of what we would expect, that's the red line, what we would expect of cases given how the positivity rate has been running versus what we're actually seeing, the reported cases. And you can see there's a pretty big gap there that's filled in pink. And the point I want to make is that the increase in cases that we're seeing is not a result of increased testing. It is a true increase in the incidence of this disease. Next slide shows you the trends in deaths over time. Our deaths have remained relatively steady in the past few weeks. The 7-day rolling average is shown in the red line, and you can see it bounces around, but it's pretty steady. However, given the very sharp rise in cases that we're seeing now, we're just beginning to see that reflected in our hospitalizations, which I'll show you shortly. And unfortunately, we do anticipate that sharp rise in cases and hospitalizations will ultimately result in a rise in deaths. Here are our testing rates in the county shown in blue. Our testing rate does continue to increase. The bottom line is in red is the state's median testing rate. They reset it every 4 weeks, and you can see that we're still well above the state median. The next slide shows our testing positivity, and we had very low positivity rates countywide for several weeks, landing us in the least restrictive or yellow tier. However, just in the last week or so, they have also begun to rise, and our test positivity rate is now about 2.5. So now I want to share with you just the overall big picture trends in hospitalizations, and then Dr. Kamal, of course, will dive into that with a bit more detail. But I want you to notice a couple things about this graph. First of all, the baseline that we had reached in May after our first shelter in place, we were having, somewhere around 30 30 patients with COVID in a hospital each day. And then after our summer surge in July that we managed to get under some control, we never went back down to that baseline. So then we got down to around 80 cases in the hospital. And what we've seen just in the last few days is a fairly sharp uptick in patients hospitalized for COVID. As of this morning, we heard 151 patients in the hospital. In addition, we're also seeing an increase in the number of new COVID patients admitted each day. And in the next slide, you'll see how our trends compare to the state. So the axes are different, with Santa Clara on one axis and the state of California on the other over to the left. But you can see that in Santa Clara County, we've had 3 waves of hospitalizations, one in the spring, one in the summer, and now seeing our 3rd in the fall, whereas the state really had one big one in the summer, and now is the hospitalizations are beginning to pick up statewide, just as they are here in our county. And in the next slide, you can see how Santa Clara County compares to the rest of the country. The rest of the country is in orange, and the rest of the country, like we did, had 3 different waves of hospitalization. And of course, we were one of the first areas of the country to see significant disease transmission and hospitalization. So our numbers are reflected in that first wave. So now our numbers are going up, not quite as steeply as they are across the country, but they are beginning to pick up steam. And now I'm just going to turn it over briefly to James Williams, who's going to give a quick update on the tier status.
I'm going to just walk through where we're at in terms of the state tier system for the benefit of the board and the public. As I think most folks are now well aware, yesterday, the state applied what it calls its emergency brake and took significant action, and took that action earlier than it normally would in terms of tier announcements by announcing tier placements a day early. And moved Santa Clara County directly into the purple tier effective today. Most counties in the state are actually now in the purple tier because of this rapid rise in cases and hospitalizations, as Dr. Cody mentioned. In fact, it's reported that about 94% of the state's population lives in counties in the purple tier. That's 41 of the state's 58 counties. The handful of other counties are mostly in the red tier, which also has significant restrictions. The state said they're going to continue to evaluate this on a regular basis and may make other adjustments if needed on off-cycle basis, depending on what's happening in the coming days as well. The state also updated yesterday its requirements related to use of face coverings. In general, it's not a wholesale shift, but it is a change in framework. So before, the state's face covering requirements specified when you had to wear a face covering. The revised guidance, which is a directive that people must follow, instead flips that framework around and specifies those instances where you're not required to wear a face covering. In other words, at all other times, a face covering is required. I think the simplest way to understand it is, with just a handful of exceptions, folks are now required to be wearing face coverings at any public facility, any business, anytime outdoors when you may be coming within 6 feet of anyone who's not in your household. Next slide, please. What does the purple tier mean? Well, the purple tier is the state's most restrictive tier. The board may recall that when the framework was initially announced, this 4-tier color framework, Santa Clara County was in the purple tier at the end of August and moved into the red tier only in early September. In the purple tier, a number of indoor activities are closed. The board will also recall, and the public will recall, that we have repeatedly emphasized, and the state framework is in alignment with this general principle, which is that outdoor activities are much safer than indoor activities. And that's reflected with the increasing restrictions by the state on indoor activities as you move into the more restrictive tiers. For the purple tier, that means museums, zoos, aquariums, gatherings, including places of worship, movie theaters, gyms and fitness centers, restaurants, wineries, family entertainment centers, and card rooms are all closed for indoor operations. In addition, some categories are closed entirely indoors and outdoors, most significantly bars. Next slide, please. In addition to those specific closures, there are important capacity limitations in the purple tier. General retail, including retail at critical infrastructure sectors, is limited to 25% of capacity. Shopping centers also at 25% of capacity. For grocery stores, and this is the only item where there's an additional county level requirement. All the rest that I've described is all purely the state's purple tier framework. In the county, there's a 50% capacity cap on grocery stores. The reason for that is we actually had in our older order, the original risk reduction order, a density limitation that applied across the board, including to grocery stores and all other types of facilities that really de-densified spaces. And the state just doesn't have anything that addresses grocery stores as part of the framework, even though basically every other category of public facility is covered by the capacity limitations. And that can be a place where there can be crowding. We had no food access issues that arose from the county's prior density limit. And so that's included in the county's capacity limits that went into effect today. But other than that, all these capacity limits are drawn directly from the state framework. I also want to note some of the questions we've gotten already about what is allowed to stay open. Under the purple tier, personal care services are allowed to remain open indoors as long as they're following the state and local guidelines, directives on how to operate. And schools that have already opened for in-person instruction or have a previously approved waiver can continue to operate in person. Schools that have not yet opened for in-person instruction cannot now open in the purple tier until the county is out of the purple tier for 14 days. So that's the same as it was back in August, and the board will recall that schools without waivers could then open only after we had been in the red tier for 2 weeks. And I will now turn it back over to Dr. Cody to talk more about schools.
Thank you, James. I'm going to give a brief update and overview on K through 12 schools, as well as trends we're seeing in general for the K through 12 population in our county. Next slide. A couple themes, broad themes that we've recognized from the global and national experience regarding schools and school-based transmission. First of all, we note that many countries have successfully reopened schools and have had few school outbreaks. Not no outbreaks, but few outbreaks in comparison to the volumes of children returning to school and returning to in-person learning. The second thing just to note is that the cases that we see in schools and that are seen in schools in general generally reflect the community prevalence. Of course, that's because the teachers and students in the schools live in the communities surrounding the schools. And so the more cases that there are in the community, the more you would expect to find cases popping up in the school community as well. But it doesn't necessarily reflect transmission in the school. It may just reflect transmission around the school. We have not seen evidence or patterns that suggest that schools are places that amplify the virus. This was a big concern back in March when schools closed because our experience with influenza is quite different, and schools do tend to be amplifiers in influenza, but what we've seen so far, they are not amplifiers of this new coronavirus. Another just sort of general thematic finding is that elementary schools are less likely to be associated with lots of spread of the virus as compared to middle and high school students, simply because of the age of the kids. Younger kids seem to be less likely to, one, get sick, and two, to spread the virus as compared with middle and high school students who transmission-wise are a bit more like adults. So the data, again, the evidence seems to be growing that adult-to-adult transmission is more common than child-to-adult or child-to-child. And so what we perhaps really need to focus on in schools is prevention of transmission between the adult staff, just as we work to do to prevent transmission between adults in other work environments. So I also just want to observe in general how we in the United States have approached schools as compared to how schools have been approached in other places in the world, in that many other places in the world have prioritized school-based opening above any kind of activity or opening in any other sectors. So for example, in Europe, in many countries, schools are open while pretty much every other sector has been on pause or closed when they've seen surges in cases. These are data to show you since the beginning of July, how case rates look in the school age population as compared to in adults. So the gray line there, the top line, are people 18 years and over. And you can see that the rates in general in those 18 years and over are consistently above for those less than 18 years. And you can see that it sort of goes down in a graded fashion, such that the lowest rates, the 0 to 4s, and the 5s to 11s, those rates do tend to be lower than the 12 to 17-year-olds. That's more the middle and high school age that behave a bit more like adults. But again, the rates in school-age kids are lower than those in adults. In the next slide, this is a map for case rates for pediatric cases, so 0 to 18, in a 3-week period between October 19th and November 8th. And where the color is darker orange, where case rates are higher, and a lighter orange, where case rates are lower. And the pattern here, where the higher case rates we see in San Jose, particularly in East San Jose, and in South County, particularly in Gilroy, those rates and that pattern is similar to the pattern that we see among all ages. So as I mentioned in the earlier review of the epidemiology, we're seeing most growth of case rates locally in those two communities, and that's what we see among pediatric cases as well. A brief overview of the status of our school reopening in Santa Clara County. As James was mentioning, early, back when we were first in the purple tier, elementary schools were required to submit waivers to open. And middle and high school students were not allowed to open even with a waiver. During that period, we received 51 applications and approved them via this waiver process. Those 51 approved schools included 6 public school districts. So currently, the status is that many private schools are open. Some public schools are open, although a much smaller proportion of public schools are open. And many of the public schools that are open for specialized instruction for high-need students. And some public schools have opened elementary schools for all students, but it's still a hybrid model so that students are not at school for in-person learning for all of the instructional hours of the week. Recently, we have begun a process to start collecting information on all schools' reopening status so that we can have a better understanding of how many students and staff are on campus in person across the county. So our experience in investigating cases and outbreaks in all K through 12 settings, and so that includes not just schools, but distance learning programs that are operated from school sites, before or after school programs operated at school sites, as well as youth athletics and other youth programs. So this is really across the board. What are we seeing in kids of this age group? And what we have observed is that most of the reports of cases in schools were for single cases, and a very small minority were of reports of 2 or more cases. In addition of the reported cases from school, many of them have been in staff-only settings. So for example, a school campus is open, teachers are there to conduct distance learning from school, and we've had cases reported from the school, but they don't involve any of the students because none of the students are on campus. Some of the cases have been reported in non-instructional settings like in athletics or after-school programs. And in general, we have not documented much transmission between children. Most of it has been transmission from adults. So here's just a top level summary of the 216 cases from a school site. And again, this is more broad than just schools. It's distance learning programs and before and after school programs as well. 216 cases, and 169 of those investigations revealed just a single case, and 20 were 2 or more cases. So from all those investigations, we found 3 instances where we thought we may have identified facility-based transmission and classified it as an outbreak. And an outbreak, again, is when we think that there's 3 or more cases that are linked and there's not another obvious explanation. And the next slide shows just a little bit more detail about those 3 outbreaks. And I want to emphasize that for each of these, it's probably transmission occurred, but there are other explanations as well. And it's frequently difficult, if not impossible, to tease it out. So the first possible outbreak was in a TK kindergarten setting. And there was a teacher and 5 students, but 4 of the students were siblings. And the students had parents who also tested positive. So we weren't really able to determine the direction of transmission. So we think it's possible that transmission did occur in that setting. And during the site visit, there were a number of missed opportunities for prevention, increasing the chance that maybe that is indeed what happened. The second possible outbreak was in a high school setting. It was just between staff. No students were on campus. So this was just adult to adult, much like another work site. And the final outbreak, possible outbreak, was in a distance learning pod. And this was also primarily among staff, but with 1 student involved. So in summary, I wanted to share with the board and with the public the various supports that we have for early childhood and K through education. This is a collaborative effort with staff from the Public Health Department in collaboration with the County Office of Education. We have provided guidance and technical assistance in the form of reopening guidance, locally focused reopening guidance for K through 12 schools, as well as a fairly frequently updated directive for programs serving kids. We do weekly training with childcare and K through 12 designees from various sites to ensure that the information is getting to them and they get the technical assistance and get their questions answered. As far as testing, which is very important to schools to be and feel safe about reopening, our health officer testing order explicitly supports testing access for particularly for teachers. We have many free and easy to access testing sites around the community, and we've provided support for schools to assess their on-site testing option. As far as reporting of cases and outbreaks, we have a dedicated portal for schools to report, as well as a team to investigate cases and outbreaks. And that's the team that produced the data that I shared in the last slide. And of course, we have a communications team as well as a compliance and enforcement team. So next, I'm going to pass the presentation to Dr. Marty Fensterscheid for an update on testing.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Cody. And the first slide is our slide that we see each time. It's a 7-day average testing count. This one is through November 15th. And you can see that our testing has been continually on the rise. We have been testing well over 9,000 people per day. The red line denotes our positivity, also on a daily average, which is now a little over 2.6%. It's up from the last time I reported it to you, it was 1.7% a couple weeks ago. Next slide. So this slide is showing you testing rates over time done by all the providers in the county. And this is a rate, so it's tests per 100,000 residents, and it's broken down by geographical regions. The green line shows testing rates of residents living in our east side of San Jose. The orange is the South County, and the purple is everything else. And we are seeing increasingly higher testing rates in areas outside South County and east side San Jose. This may be due to the additional healthcare providers offering testing in those areas. So you can see that there is a larger and growing gap between especially East San Jose and everywhere else. The county system, however, our own testing focus continues to be in areas of East San Jose and South County. Next slide. And this another slide here to help make that even clearer in order to better demonstrate the areas of highest testing rates. And the darkest green areas are where there is more testing. Of note, as I mentioned in the last slide, is the testing rates are higher in those areas outside East San Jose, the areas that are darkest green. Next slide. So in this slide, we can see the positivity rates over time. This is for people living in those three same geographical regions. Of note is the recent increasing positivity rate in all of the regions. East side positivity rates have been fairly stable during October, but now, as we've said before, it has been increasingly moving from around 3.5%, which I reported last time, to now nearly 6%. South County is also seeing an increase in positivity. I reported 2.5% at the last report and now nearly 5%. But clearly our area of highest positivity has been on the east side in San Jose, as previously been reported. Next slide. So this slide again is our dashboard for the various healthcare systems during the period. This is November 2nd through November 8th. And the first column is showing the total tests done by the facility, then the daily average, and the third column showing the rates done per 100,000 patients served by that facility. The next slide. And this is the graph. It's looking at the trends over time for each of the healthcare facilities. This is from June 15th through November 15th. Again, these are based on rates. The dark green line is the county system as a whole, the county total county as a whole, and we're doing over 450 tests per 100,000. The county health system continues to do the majority, as you can see on the top line, of all the testing, but we are seeing some significant increases in testing by Stanford and Kaiser. And looking at our rates, we know that testing has previously enabled us to be adjusted out of a more restricted to a less restrictive zone, but because our rates are going up so quickly and are so high, and the state averages also of testing is going up, we were not able to adjust our rate to allow us to move anywhere past out of purple. Next. So this slide shows the number of people going to the fairgrounds on any given day and the corresponding positivity rates. And you can see that we have been operating at increasing capacity, but the positivity rate has taken a very sharp upward turn. Next slide. And then I wanted to give you some data specifically to our large drive-through site. This is, again, the fairgrounds. Remember that it operates 6 days a week, Tuesday to Friday, 11:30 to 6:15 p.m., and then Saturday, 9 to 3. In the 3 weeks ending November 12th, 25,300 tests have been done, an average of over 1,200 tests per day. The average positivity over that 3-week period is now 4.2%. However, we are seeing increasing positivity in the youngest age groups, as well as in males. Latinos continue to have an elevated positivity, and you can see there it is now 9.3% is averaged over 3 weeks. However, go to the next slide. However, I asked to break out the last week from the week ending November 12th, and the Latino positivity rate is now up to 11.1%. Next slide. This slide provides a few updates. First of all, we are seeing a significant increase in the people coming to our testing sites. We have modified our hours for Thanksgiving holiday. All county sites will be closed on Thanksgiving Day, and the fairgrounds will be open, though, on the Friday after Thanksgiving. But we are working to provide some additional testing day opportunities to accommodate the increasing demand that we have, especially related to the holidays. We will continue to increase our capacity at the fairgrounds, and we'll be moving to 3,000 tests per day starting next week. We're currently at 2,500, but as of next week, we will be operating at 3,000 test capacity, and we have plans to increase that to at least 5,000 tests on 3 times a week by mid-December. In addition, those testing at the fairgrounds or the city sites only will also have a flu test done on their same swab. So you will get your result for your COVID test and a result for a test against influenza if you go to the fairgrounds or to one of the city sites. Flu activity, however, in California is minimal so far, but that will change for sure. Flu vaccinations are still being offered free of charge on Saturdays at the fairgrounds, at the expo hall. We have a lot of capacity. We were doing maybe 1,000 on a Saturday in the last month, but of recent, we have noticed that the numbers have dropped. So I would encourage people to come on down on Saturdays at the fairgrounds, and that will be offered through December 12th. And then finally, this is a schedule of our pop-up sites through the end of the week. And again, I would encourage people to take advantage of any of our public testing sites. And remember that your own provider also is required to provide a test for you if you are a frontline worker, if you have symptoms of COVID, or if you have been a contact to a case. Thank you. Oh. Turning it over to Dr. Rudman, who I believe is on the line. Okay. I think Dr. Rudman may be coming on shortly, and so we're going to move on to Dr. Kamal, and we'll come back to Dr. Rudman.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I'd like to provide an update on hospital status and planning since November 3rd. As you heard, our county is experiencing a surge of COVID cases, and this is starting to be reflected in our hospitalization rates as well. Since there normally is a lag between cases and hospitalizations, we expect this trend to continue and are monitoring it very closely to ensure that our hospitals have the staffing, the space, and the supplies to provide care to all patients in our county. We are continuing to supply PPEs and monitoring our own stockpile very closely to make sure that we can backfill any healthcare institution, whether it be a skilled nursing facility or a hospital that is in need of assistance. State and registry nurses continue to be deployed to select facilities. However, we have had indications that given the nationwide surge, staffing will be a challenge from any source. We have also, as of today, started monitoring our flu census to see how that might impact our hospital capacity hand in hand with our COVID increases. And finally, as a glimmer of good news, a new antibody treatment for COVID called bamlanivimab was recently approved and is being distributed to hospitals this week. This is a very impressive timeline in terms of how quickly it's getting into the hands of providers. However, the use of this therapeutic is quite limited in the sense that it is only approved for outpatient treatment in low to medium severity of COVID in high-risk patients. Next slide. This slide here shows the current state of hospital capacity. As always, the red bars show the number of COVID patients, and the green bar shows the number of non-COVID patients, while the blue bars are available spaces. So there is still capacity in the hospitals, but given the increases we are seeing, we are monitoring this very closely. In particular, hospitals such as Regional Medical Center and some Kaiser facilities are seeing rapid increases in their census that is of some concern. Next slide. The other point I would like to just sort of build on Dr. Cody's point earlier, that the graph here on the left shows the number of non-COVID patients in the hospital. And as you can see, that number is higher than it has been since the start of this pandemic in April. So we are starting with hospitals that are fuller than they have been at any time in the past. Furthermore, the normal pattern is that hospitals do fill up in the winter, even in the absence of COVID. So we are very concerned that hospitals are going to be facing capacity issues at some point. The graph on the right shows the number of new patients being added daily. And as you can see on the far right of that graph, the line is going up steeply, which indicates an increasing number of new patients coming in. Next slide. In terms of PPE, we have been getting requests for PPE from hospitals, which is different from before. And this is mostly around gloves, although there also have been some requests for N95 masks as well. Skilled nursing facilities still continue to rely on us heavily for PPE, as do other long-term care facilities. Our county warehouse supply is adequate for most items. However, we are facing a continued demand for gloves and are exploring expanded options, looking at different vendors to make sure we can keep up with the demand. In terms of staffing, the hospitals so far are doing okay with registries. However, as mentioned earlier, this is a finite supply nationwide with intense competition coming from the Midwest and other areas, even in California, that are experiencing a surge. And finally, skilled nursing facilities also are meeting mostly their needs. However, state supplied nursing is deployed in our county currently at least one skilled nursing facility, and we're monitoring to make sure that that doesn't become an issue going forward. Next slide. And with that, Mr. Polly.
Okay, well, next we're going to go back. Sarah Redmond is on the phone, and if I can coordinate this correctly, we'll go back to her slides and let her do her thing.
Great,
Sarah,
thank you.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, and my apologies for the computer problems a moment ago. So if we go to the next slide, I'll give a brief report on our case investigation and contact tracing venture. Several changes since the last time we spoke. First, we have training underway for a select group of contact tracers who are trained in what we're describing as our high touch contact tracing model, which we feel will provide something akin to case management and really thorough support for some of the individuals in the most disproportionately impacted communities who need not only culturally competent and linguistically skilled support, but additional support to access resources, both those provided by the county and those externally that really may be beneficial to these folks. We continue to, I'm sorry, back to the last slide, please. We continue to refine the dashboard purely just to improve accuracy and ensure as much transparency as possible for how we continue to meet our process metrics with respect to connecting with clients and providing them the resources they need. We are also adding additional training for all of our staff, specifically in trauma-informed care models that we think really match the need we're hearing from clients affected either as cases or contacts because of the complex needs and complex scenarios that tend to underlie some of the folks we're finding who are still experiencing disease. We're also piloting a system that we think will better serve Spanish-speaking clients because we often receive records that don't indicate them as such. A system that may be able to help predict Spanish language needs and route those to our Spanish-speaking staff to help minimize the use of interpreters where we actually have the staffing to provide direct services in Spanish. Finally, and I think most importantly, we are responding to the dramatic surges that we've been describing, both by activating additional staff, expanding current staff's working hours and days available to be able to continue to keep up and stay ahead of the case surge and the contacts that come with it. And in addition, it becomes even more important at this point to understand not just how we can use contact tracing to break individual forward-looking chains of transmission, but how we can look backwards at the folks who have gotten sick and make sure all of the assumptions we believe we have based on scientific evidence are true here locally about where people are getting sick and what we can therefore do to prevent it. And so a retrospective contact tracing project went underway just this week, and we hope at the next time we join you to have data to present from that project and explain how it teaches us to better prevent cases, not just look forward, stopping individual trains of transmission. So just a few data items pulled from our dashboard. If we go to the next slide, we continue to be able to keep up with the higher case rates, although these were last week's slides. The update from last night does show consistently high rates of being able to keep contacting our cases despite those rates going up. For the next slide, again, last week we were still achieving about 80% contacts reached, and the vast majority within 24 hours. I'm sorry, we're on the previous slide. I will tell you that, again, from last night's update that is up now, we are seeing a very slight decline that we believe is in the context of this rapidly expanding number of cases and contacts, and we have, in response, further ramped up staffing and availability to be able to keep up with that rise. Next slide, please. Shows that we continue to see steady percentages of our cases and contacts requesting resource requests. However, since the overall numbers are going up, this does mean a similar frank explosion of our resource requests. And so we have also increased our staffing with the ability to respond to these resource requests and point people towards both county provided and external resources, as well as clinical resources. And then the last slide just shows that we continue to see about 40% of cases tell us that they have exposed other individuals during their period they were contagious, and still average about 3 folks being able to be identified as close contacts. So that workload has not shifted dramatically, although this is something we'll keep a very close eye on as we see the surge we're experiencing right now, to understand, are we also seeing higher numbers of contacts, and does that have impact on how disease is spreading or how we need to position ourselves to be able to respond to the need. And that's what I have for you today, and I'll pass off to Dr. Cody.
We're going to go to Michael Ballier. Just 1 second while I, whoops, there we go.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us today. Just wanted to provide a quick update on a few things. I will just note that Betty is taking some well-earned time away from the office today, but I will just provide a couple of quick updates. We spent the better part of last week really promoting and educating the public on our COVID concerns portal, as well as our compliance and enforcement program. We did several Facebook Lives and featured some of the great work of our enforcement officers and other members of the team. From the period of October 29th through November 11th, we had received 381 concerns. We were able to resolve 237 of those, and consistent with our past numbers, 71% still resolved through more of an educational approach, although 28% is a little bit higher than what we had seen in terms of proceeding to a more formal enforcement process. During that period of time, we issued 17 notices of violation. And then for the cumulative totals, I'll just note that we had 1,955 concerns received through the portal. I had resolved 1,372 of those, and the most reported sector continues to be food retail, gym and fitness, and then we have somewhat of a new one here for retail trade, rounding out the top third. Next slide, please. And so just a quick visual representation of the cumulative totals on the number of cases by day. And again, if you look at the food retail section, you can see that that is by far the most reported sector. So again, that continues to be one of the higher risk activities. And again, this was just a quick snapshot as of November 11th. Next slide. And so we'll just run through really quick updates on the community health and business engagement team numbers. Again, Betty is out of the office, and if there's any questions, we'll be sure to round those out with her. But just updates on the period of time from October 17th to the 23rd in the following census tracts. You can see the numbers here, 869 residential engagements. But if you go to the next slide, really just look at the cumulative totals for the second census tracts here, where you can see there's been over 7,600 residential engagements and over 5,700 kits distributed to the community. Next slide. And our community health partners from October 17th to the 23rd in the following zip codes. Again, a significant number of residential engagements and COVID-19 tests that were administered. Again, just highlight the next slide, which is the cumulative totals, where the teams have really just been out doing a fantastic job. Over 6,366 residential engagements as of October 23rd. Next slide. And then focusing on the business engagement team for the period October 17th to the 23rd. Again, you'll see a lot of efforts have been made to get out to educate the business community. But next slide, you'll see the number cumulative totals where we have made over 8,000 direct business engagements, talked to over 4,000 workers, and done over 8,000 hours of Canvas time in these particular census tracts and areas. Next slide. And then rounding out the effort, is South County. And so as you can see from our the period through October 31st to November 6th, just over 200 residential engagements and kits distributed. And then the cumulative total for this, again, just highlighting the numbers that we had in this effort, which is one of our newer efforts. And that's the end of the presentation.
And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Keely, who will have some presentation about the cost slides. Key, let me get off of the computer. There we go.
Thank you, Dr. Smith.
I'm going to just go to a full screen for a second. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. On August 17th, the administration submitted a report titled the Santa Clara County COVID-19 Support Team Projected Expenditure Plan. The primary purpose of this report was to summarize for the board and the public the major activities or services that the county had implemented in order to respond to the pandemic. While it included expenditure levels, it really was intended to describe the level of activity associated with each of those service areas. As you may recall, the initial report had a lot of detail about our testing levels, our various testing programs, and since then, the administration has provided monthly updates to the board during each board meeting. During the workshops last week, the board indicated that they would like to see a sort of a preliminary update on that expenditure plan. We had always intended to come back with a sort of a revised plan, a sort of more updated and comprehensive plan. But the timing for that was December, but we wanted to come back to the board to provide at least a preliminary update. So the full report will be in December, and it will include expenditures associated with the flu vaccinations and other COVID activities, such as the EOC operations and the warehouse operations. We'll be able to refine the expenditures in terms of actuals and estimates, and equally important, try to lay out how some of those activities are funded and what the revenue sources are. The bottom line is that the updated expenditure projections increased by nearly 35 million to about 273 million. And this was primarily driven because of our increased testing, expanded education outreach activities, the addition of the compliance and enforcement activities, which were not a part of our report before. And then other service areas proceeding mostly as planned, but were somewhat affected by timing and need. Just to, as a reminder for the board and for the public, the areas in blue are the sort of service areas that we had initially reported on under the testing section. As you all know, it includes everything from our community-based testing to our large capacity testing to the activities in our hospitals and clinics and custody settings, and the testing activities supported by the public health lab. This is a pandemic, and public health is certainly in the lead, but sort of how we bucketed two activities under the category of public health. That's the CICT and the special investigations. Housing and shelter includes both the isolation and quarantine support program and all of the activities that we've implemented to help vulnerable homeless persons be safe during the pandemic. And then, of course, we had all of our outreach and education activities. The first box, for example, the outreach and communications, that's mainly operations led by the EOC PIO team. And then, of course, you've heard a lot about the community health and business engagement teams. And then in the orange are the two functions that I mentioned earlier that didn't exist, or perhaps were a twinkle in our eyes in August, and that's the compliance and enforcement activity. So this is a table with lots of numbers. So let me just sort of orient you to this real quick. The table through the column as of November 16th, sort of the yellow column, that is the updated revenue, updated expenditure projections for these now 5 major service areas. And as you can see, the total expenditure projection is a little over $273 million. And then on the far right are the expenditure projections that we had in the original report as of August 17th. And you can see sort of the difference there is roughly $35 million. I've provided in the subsequent slides sort of the narrative about sort of where the increases were. I sort of won't go through them, but go through the slides themselves, but you'll have them in your packet. And then I'll just speak briefly to sort of each of these areas. So under testing, expenditures have increased significantly. And this is because the testing capacity has increased significantly. Initially, we were at around up to 17,000 tests per week. Now, eventually with the fairgrounds, operating at full capacity, will be over 37,000 tests per week, which is a significant endeavor and also a significant cost. So this is the increased testing at the fairgrounds is the primary driver, but also we have increases in community-based testing sites and in increased staffing testing at the hospitals and clinics and in custody settings. For example, you may recall that recently the public health recommended that certain staff in those settings be tested every 2 weeks. Under the public health category, largely the expenditures are proceeding as expected. There was a brief time when CICT was working on sort of having a reserve corps and sort of allowing that reserve corps to be redeployed to county operations. But I think given the surge, I think mostly that plan is moot. So projections for these two activities are moving forward as planned. Under the housing and shelter, including motels for isolation and quarantining, temporary shelter capacity has increased to over 2,800 beds or units, even after reducing for social distancing. Expenditures for the isolation and quarantine support program are lower than projected because of decreased demand August through October, and because some cities are operating their own programs or are participating on a limited basis. However, based on the current events, we're projecting an increased demand for this program by December, and we'll certainly extend this program through the fiscal year, and we'll have to be working with participating cities to see if they'll be able to participate in that program. Actual and projected expenditures for congregate and non-congregate shelters for homeless persons through fiscal year 21 are slightly higher because 2 of the 3 San Jose interim housing projects are not yet complete, and that slightly slowed the transition from some of the motels. Under the outreach and education initiative, the main driver of the increase is a significant expansion of the community health and business engagement teams. While they started a little bit later than expected, they're in full operation now, and plans are underway to essentially nearly double the service through fiscal year 21. The EOC PIO team is, of course, doing a great job in implementing their plans as projected. The communications partnerships with the CBOs is just beginning, and we'll have to come back to the multimedia arts and documentary initiative at the beginning of January 2021. And then on the compliance and enforcement, this strategy was fully implemented in September and now receives and processes about 200 COVID-19 related concerns per week. The compliance team consists of about 28 FTE, and the enforcement team consists of about 6 FTE, and they'll continue through fiscal year 2021. With that, we'll pause there for questions. Thank you.
So that's the end of our presentation, and we're all available for questions.
Great.
Thank you very much.
And I also just wanted to acknowledge that Dr. Duman is here also if there are other issues that need to be responded to relative to schools. So thank you for being here. Just on the last presentation, I didn't have Key's presentation in my packet, and so I would just ask if that could be resent out to the board. And I will go to my colleagues. I am going to ask my colleagues if we can go to 15-minute clips, mostly because I want to make sure everybody gets a chance to ask questions, but the other is that we still have even more stuff. We have more. All right, Supervisor Cortese, did you have any comments on this section?
Yeah, I just have a question, and it relates back to the schools, and I appreciate the thorough report on the vulnerability of children or not. I'm curious about how much work we've been able to do either through contact tracing. Obviously, I understand that would be limited with schools thus far. But classified employees, those of us who've served in the school board realm, know that term, and I know Dr. Dewan's very familiar with it, but the folks that drive the buses and that they're preparing the meals and they're delivering out in front of the schools and so forth, I'm not clear on what their vulnerability is based on data. You know, what are we seeing there? And I ask that because I think we're all kind of aware that some of the tension that's out there about opening schools or not is really about this issue of once we're done assessing the safety of our children, are we clear that, you know, the safety of the adults that are serving them, you know, is equally low risk or risk-free or whatever you want to call that. So the question is for Dr. Cody, just because she's the one that gave the overview on the schools, and I had a chance to talk to her at length on Saturday in a public town hall, and I didn't ask the question then. But I would actually like to hear from Dr. Dewan too, because I suspect that she's got a little different, you know, purview over that.
Thank you, Supervisor Cortese. In brief, illnesses among anyone from a school community are reported to us, and we do follow up and investigate. And the trends that we're seeing is that, one, most of these cases are just individual cases reflecting the rising case rates in the community. In rare instances, have we been able to document likely transmission in a facility. So we have not, you know, it's not impossible, but we're seeing very little. That being said, we've not had a lot of schools open. Most of the schools that are open have been private schools, but we've still not seen much transmission there either. What's important to know is that in the few instances where we think we may have had transmission in a facility, more often than not, we discover that there were protocols that weren't completely followed. And so we do see opportunities where improvements could be made that would help prevent any additional instances of spread.
Dr. Cody, the protocols that you're referring to, are they for schools? And I get it that this whole subject matter at the moment is sort of if and when, you know, we get large scale school openings, but are the protocols at least, you know, equal or greater to those that we created for the construction industry? It seems, you know, I hate to compare school teachers, educators to construction workers, although they're, you know, both important and essential, but obviously it seems incongruous, but the reality is it's people oftentimes moving indoors that have to work in relatively close proximity from time to time, you know, sort of have an entry point and an entry time and a departure point and a departure time. And it just seems to me that there is some congruity between, you know, the relative success we've had, you know, in preventing large-scale outbreaks, or at least isolating large-scale outbreaks in construction to what we might be able to do at schools. And I guess I'm just asking you, is there alignment there?
The protocols for schools, I don't think we can really compare them to the construction protocols. And they're also are K through 12 school reopening guidance, we distinguish between what can be done to best protect elementary school students and what can be done to best protect schools in the middle or high school. And that's because the younger children are less likely to spread among themselves and to adults, whereas middle and high schools are more likely to spread the virus like adults do. So
Yeah,
the emphasis, so the
apologize.
protocols are different. Yeah.
I was trying to focus on the adult population still. I apologize for not being clear. I was just trying to say if we continue to follow that thread of what happens to these classified employees as well as teachers, but people who are there cleaning the rooms, delivering the food and transporting the students or whatever they're doing. That's where I can be way off, but I admit that. I'm just asking if there's perhaps some alignment as to how we make sure we set protocols up aggressively for that population as they come in and out, like we did with construction and some other activities.
Yeah, the core principles are the same, which is wear a face covering, maintain distance, smaller cohorts. So teachers are not with a huge group of students, it's a smaller group of students. When staff need to remove their face covering for break, that they do so outside, not indoors with another staff member. So all that's quite similar to the protocols that we have for other work sectors.
Okay, and we went a little further with construction, of course, in terms of restricting the number, not only having cohorts, but restricting carpooling, restricting, I'm trying to think of all the things that were suggested in those protocols, but, no common area breaks, no common area lunch gatherings. Some of those things seem rather obvious now, but the reason I ask is because it just feels like at one point there were guidelines and then there weren't really school openings anyway. And then school openings started with waivers. And then there's always been this potential that, and I think we've sort of encouraged it, that we could have more aggressive school openings under the right conditions because of the lack of vulnerability of the children that you outlined very well. I just want to make sure that we don't, that we're not playing catch up on the protocols if all of a sudden there's school districts start opening and the state allows that, everybody allows that, those at this point best practices are being overlaid on the schools in terms of some of those detailed protocols about how people congregate in the workplace and so forth. So it's part comment, part question, I guess, but sounds like you're on it. I just I'm looking for assurances there.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if Dr. Dewan, through the chair, wanted to respond at all to that, Supervisor Chavez. And that's the only question I have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Dewan?
Sure. Thank you for having me today. With regard to some of those additional protocols that you mentioned, we do have those in place and are training those around closing the break rooms, what to do in terms of handling meal times, because we're very cautious around those times during the day when an adult may take off their face covering. Additionally, we make adjustments for the type of PPE that a school employee may be allocated based on their job assignment, their duties, and the types of things that they may be doing, whether that's in their cleaning work or in some cases, the work that they're doing directly with students who have higher needs. And those protocols are also trained how to use the PPE properly.
All right, thank you. That is reassuring. Thank you, President Chavez.
Thank you, Dave. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Thank you. I want to thank staff again for this very thorough presentation. The work that you put in, not only in the actual public health realm, but in keeping us so fully updated every couple of weeks is really, really very much appreciated. And I want to acknowledge, of course, that yesterday's announcement hit hard for so many in our county. And And I know that it's disheartening to see our cases rise and our reopenings have to roll back after the hard work of so many in our county, including our response team, our staff, our businesses, and so many of our residents. And after sacrifices large and small, it's hard to see this surge and to have to pull back from reopening or postpone gatherings with our loved ones over the holidays. And I know this strain is felt too by Dr. Cody and all of our COVID responders after nearly a year of continuous work to keep our community safe. And as much as we may be and are disappointed and frustrated, I know that every single one of us needs to redouble our efforts to drive cases down one more time. We have proven that we can do it, but it certainly requires our shared commitment. So with that, I'd like to focus first on how our overall response activities are prioritized and funded. Thank you for adding the preliminary data. There's a lot to digest, and I look forward to the chance to review and discuss it in more detail next month. And as both our health and economic situation becomes more difficult, again, with the burden disproportionately borne by low-income communities of color, our county should have no higher priority than to fully fund the strategies to bring our case counts down, protect our health, and reopen as quickly and safely as possible. Finally, to a question first on overall spending. What is the current status of the $50 million reserve that the board approved in August? And in conjunction with that, what is the run rate on spending, and how do we expect that to change given the current surge?
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. Actually, the numbers that Key showed you going up to about 273 million include the 50 million quote reserve, because that was already applied to the spending to pay for what has gone on so far. So we
spent 27 million of the 50 million? Or
no, we spent all of it. It's been, our total allocation for CARES was about 160 million, and the total cost so far, as the numbers show from what Key gave you, is about 275 million. So we're still short if you add in the 50 million.
We're short the difference between 270 and 50.
No. 100 positive 150 to 8 million, positive 50 minus 275. So we're short roughly in the $75 million range.
And what's our plan? Since we clearly need to keep spending and we probably need to ramp up our spending.
Our plan at this time is the only revenue that we have that we can use in a discretionary way is general fund. And we're obviously hoping for CARES Act reimbursement. But the deficit, if it is not reimbursed by the feds, will carry over in a decreased fund balance for next year. That's why one of the reasons why I'm twitching so much about the budget, which we'll talk some more about tomorrow and Friday.
Right, thanks. Yeah, that is a concern, and that 50 million and so much on top of it has been spent in just less than three months. And I'm guessing we've got at least double that ahead of us. And also that obviously I'm talking specifically about the direct health response. The developments yesterday also underscore the compounded risks to our small business owners and employees. And while we have some renewed hope for support from the federal and the state government, especially given comments made by Governor Newsom yesterday that small business support will be a top priority for his January budget proposal, that can't relieve us from needing to continue to press ahead with local strategies, including the proposed loan program for our most impacted small local businesses and employees. So I want to appreciate the work that I'm certain is being done behind the scenes on that program. I know that you feel that you're aware of my urgency. I'm sure Supervisor Simidian supports, feels the same, and all of our board voted in favor of that program. So I'm eager to see something come back that can provide some real relief with dollars other than our general fund dollars. I want to turn to Dr. Cody. Please, we've been working through the state tiers and using the risk reduction model over the past months, but now we're facing this very significant surge. And I'm particularly concerned about the role of private gatherings in transmission unrelated to business restrictions, as several Southern California counties have remained in the purple tier for months, but still see high case rates. So the closures don't necessarily suppress the case rates in the way that we really need to see that happen. So with cases going up, it's clear that probably some new strategies are needed above and beyond the core guidance that we've been hearing. Can you share, Dr. Cody, any thoughts around new strategies in terms of outreach, messaging, modifications of the response activities to respond to this current surge?
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. We're very, very concerned about transmission in all types of different places, both in work settings and private settings. Another area of concern is, of course, around travel. We saw, this extraordinarily sharp uptick in the first few days of November here and elsewhere in the state. We were expecting an uptick, but we were not expecting it quite so soon. There is some suggestion that some of it may be from travel. So residents traveling outside and then coming, traveling to areas where there may be more transmission, getting infected without knowing it, bringing it back home. And then, as I've described before, we see both accelerating transmission, both within households and private settings, and then in work sites and back and forth and back and forth. And so I think that we need to redouble our efforts on all fronts. We have commented to the state that your same observation, that in the purple tier, counties that have been in the purple tier have remained there for a long time. And so something about the restrictions in that tier is getting the part of the effect that's needed, but not all of it.
So I'm sorry, I'm not hearing, and there may not be a clear answer. I might be just grasping here. But am I hearing anything other than the same shutdowns going back to the purple tier where we've been before? Is there anything that we've learned from these other counties that haven't reduced the numbers, or anywhere else in the country, of something new, additional, alternative that we might be doing here?
Well, one, I guess a couple, of course, I don't have a precise solution. If I did, I would have implemented it.
Sure.
I'm extraordinarily distressed by our rising case rates, and I'm particularly distressed to see the rising number of hospitalizations. I am very worried. I think that from everything that I know, one, the increase we're seeing here is mirrored across the state and the region. We're not an island, so we have to work in collaboration with others. Two, the Bay Area in general has been able to keep the case rates lower and longer than in other regions. I think there's a culture here in the Bay Area region, for example, of wearing face coverings. I think that helps us a lot. Necessary, but not sufficient. I think there's transmission happening both in work settings and in home settings. And so that's about behavior change and having the public understand about what the risks are, not just to themselves, but to their families and their communities, that we can have silent chains of transmission that then pops up in a super spreader event.
Right.
That's really hard to kind of wrap your head around. So part of it is public education. Part of it is orders and restrictions. And frankly, part of it is just all of us coming together to say, we need to hang on and redouble our efforts. There is a light at the end of the tunnel, but it is not next week. We just have to hang on for a bit longer.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I really, I feel for you, and I appreciate your work and your responses. And clearly there aren't magic answers. I'm just trying to understand as much as I can about what we are learning as we go through surge after surge, and how we do it a little bit better each time. One specific area raised in public comment today is in the isolation support program. And I know I've raised this repeatedly and asked for the tracing dashboard to include data on the timely linkage of cases and contacts with resources. It was initially promised on November 2nd. It still hasn't been posted. So I want to ask some specific questions that I'd like to get answers to now. And I think it's from probably from Key, but if there's someone else, Dr. Smith, it's more appropriate, that's certainly fine. My first question is, on average, how long does it take to get financial assistance into the hands of a qualified case from the time they are identified by the contact tracing team?
Thank you, Supervisor. This is Key. Catherine Kaminsky, Acting Deputy Director for Office of Supportive Housing, is online, and she'll be able to answer your question.
Great, thank you, Catherine.
Hi, good afternoon, Supervisor Ellenberg. So for the average time from the time when we receive the referral to providing the assistance, if the individual is able to provide the required documentation to receive assistance, then we're able to provide that in 3 to 5 days. We do have some challenges in gathering all the required documentation. So for those who do not have it, it's taking us 3 to 4 weeks on average to
Catherine, can you be specific in what kind of documentation is required? What percentage of folks don't have it? And is there any way that we can further reduce barriers to make it easier?
Yes, so we have a couple different models. The rental assistance is up to $5,000 per household. And for the rental assistance, we require a lease, income verification, a W-9 from the landlord, and verification of the number of members of the household so that we can qualify them as low income, because the income rate is different based on the number of people in that household.
Mm-hmm.
That has been, the things like the lease and the W-9 from the landlord have been challenges. So, we have the option to provide direct financial assistance to clients as well, but still need W-9s from the clients, as well as still need to do income verification. We are still facing some barriers in gathering that documentation. As you're aware, most of the clients that we're assisting, the vast majority of them are from the city of San Jose. They just approved participation in the program on November 3rd. So we are still working on, the agreements and lining up those clients, gathering the documentation and providing assistance.
Yeah, so as an overall statement, 3 or 4 weeks is clearly not useful if we want people to stay at home. So I'm very concerned about that. I'm also wondering if all of that responsibility is on saying the case sounds very impersonal, but on the renter, the person who's a positive case or needs the isolation support. Do we reach out directly to landlords, because presumably it's in their interest as well, for the W-9s and the copies of the leases? Do we offer these individuals that are asking for support direct help in expediting the collecting of all of that material? The 3 to 4 weeks to me seems, it seems almost useless because we
Yeah.
won't have been successful in having people stay home.
Two things, Supervisor.
Yeah.
One is, you know, we were all troubled to hear the public comment today, so we will track down the actual people and find out what happened, because it's a little unclear whether the service that they're connecting with is actually the county or not, but we will find out what's going on with that. And then with regard to the contact with the other, you know, landlords and the like, I'm going to turn it over to Key to give you an update on that.
Thanks.
Yes. First, I think Catherine Kaminsky said it's on average 3 to 4 days if they have sort of all the documentation requirements.
But what percentage of people have all of that documentation? If it's 3 to 4 days, is that for 80% of the people that need support or 5%?
I think that's a great question.
Thank you.
We'll get back. We'll get back to you with an off agenda, or we'll try to incorporate into the CICT report. And in terms of the landlords, our staff, the sort of staff in the IQ program, do call, text, email landlords. We allow documentation to be sent to us sort of via text, via email, sort of a picture phone. We're willing to sort of meet people, you know, in the lobby, sort of go to their homes and sort of just like pick it up. So I think we're trying to do everything we can to sort of get that documentation in order to provide the assistance.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I just want to ask one more question on this topic. I know that my 15 minutes are up, and then I'll circle back on the next round for some policy questions. How many staff people are currently assigned to support the isolation team? Is that enough to keep up with the surge, and would having more people speed up the average process?
KJ may correct me, but KJ, why don't you answer that?
Sure, yeah. The current staffing for the INQ team is 16. That's after adding 4 individuals last week in anticipation of the surge. But we'll continue to watch that closely. Right now, we are able to either answer every call that comes in or return voicemails within, usually within the same day and always by the next day. If that lag time increases, we will increase staff.
Okay, thank you. So just to reconfirm, for an off agenda, Key, you're going to send us the number of, or the percentage of folks who do receive their aid within 3 to 4 days, the percentage that are taking closer to 3 or 4 weeks, and what else we may be able to do, including outreach directly to landlords or doing liaison for the clients to speed up getting all of the documentation that they need.
Yes, happy to.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thanks, President Chavez.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. I'm going to go, I apologize, I missed our public speaker. I'm going to go to our public speaker, then I'm going to go to Supervisors Committee and Supervisor Wasserman, and to myself, and then back through.
The next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Hi, Scott, are you there?
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was just listening to the meeting. I kind of forgot what was going on. Sorry about that, everybody. You know, just kind of the same old gig that I always say in regards to COVID. We've left a lot of people behind that need care, and they need care fast. I'm fully against turning downtown into our new psych ward. Same with over off of Spring Street. With the weather that is picking up right now, every single encampment got ripped apart. Tarps, everything got torn down. It was shocking. And you see people out there and they're trying to put their gear together. They're trying to save their belongings. It's very, very sad. Can we make a call maybe and send some handymen out there? Maybe some people from Facilities and Fleet. Maybe some of your friends could go out there. Or just maybe we could get people to actually care and help. I don't understand. I say this a lot. I don't get it. Only person I've ever seen out there get their hands dirty was Dave Cortez. That's it.
That concludes our list.
Thank you. I'll go now to Supervisor Semidian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Each of us as supervisors has taken the opportunity to try and do a deep dive, help out in particular, focus on a specific issue or a set of issues. Early on, in part because of my role on the Health Committee, I was focused on our capacity to meet a case surge, which we will all recall was a big concern when the phrase flatten the curve first came into our vocabularies. I did not feel the need to stay on that, frankly, because I thought the staff did a commendable job. So I just want to sort of acknowledge that. Then colleagues will recall that at the same time, I was also very much focused and vocal about the importance of a program of testing that seemed indispensable to meeting and mastering the challenge. And we had initial hopes, expectations, assurances that this was a matter that the federal government would lead on and or that private labs would essentially pick up the slack. Ultimately, that did not prove to be the case, and testing was more of a challenge for a longer period of time than I think it could have and should have been. And we have discussed in the past the challenge of getting some of our healthcare partners, both privates, nonprofits, out there in the community to step up and help us with that testing need. So while the testing issue is still out there, and thanks to all who have made it a much better situation today than it was some months back, I think many of us now are turning our attention to the issue of vaccines and vaccine acquisition and distribution. And I want to share with the staff and Dr. Smith in particular and Dr. Cody my concern about the importance of having a contingency plan, a fallback plan, a plan B, call it whatever you will, if we do not get the level of help or the efficiency that we hope for in the distribution from the federal government. I know I've been told repeatedly, well, this is different, that we're used to distributing vaccines in this country, but the recent memory and pain of the testing that just wasn't something stood up by the federal government the way it could have and should have been done, in my view, makes me very anxious that for all the good news about vaccine or vaccines that have been announced and commitments about distribution, Dr. Smith, if I could just ask you to weigh in and literally say, I hear you. I just want to make sure we've got a contingency plan that is in the works in case this doesn't happen.
Well, we're going to have a full report of the vaccine process at HHC, but let me try to give you the basics. Right now, we're following the state protocols, which is an extensive document of how we're supposed to be preparing and how every local jurisdiction is preparing for the logistics of distribution. And that involves a number of factors, including getting all of the healthcare providers together and all of the community providers together. And Dr. Fensterscheib is taking the lead on that process, as well as Dr. Kamal working with the health providers and all of our logistics team, purchasing super cool refrigerators. As you probably have read and heard on the news, now there are 3 vaccines that are likely to be in the running for emergency use permits or applications, I'm sorry. And one of them, the Pfizer one, requires a minus 70-degree storage. That's the one that requires the ultra refrigerators. The Moderna is requires only a regular refrigeration. And then there's others that are other vaccines that are in trial that might only require one shot, or another one that might require 2 shots separated by 50 days. All of these logistics are enormously difficult. The vaccine has to be approved by the FDA and distributed to the states. So we're working with all of those entities to make sure that we're ready for everything, and I think we are. In terms of a backup plan, we don't have the authority to approve vaccination, but if one is approved and we're having troubles with logistics, we're prepared to do whatever it takes to get the vaccine to our citizens. I should also mention that in the best case scenario, vaccines will come in smaller aliquots, and the protocols for distributing to particular at-risk populations will be determined by the state and the feds. And we're trying to lobby for what we think are the populations that should be put at the head of the list. You can imagine what they are: the first responders, people at high risk, people with frequent contact. So we hear you loud and clear, and we're doing everything we can to make sure we're prepared.
Thank you. When we have the conversation at the Health and Hospital Committee, Dr. Smith and Dr. Cody and others, I do hope we'll talk about the role that our healthcare partners out in the community can and should be expected to play. I mentioned offline, Supervisor Chavez and others, to Dr. Smith, that there was a story, front page of the second section in the San Francisco Chronicle last Friday, talking about the acquisition of these ultra cold freezers by folks at Sutter Health and to also Kaiser. But I remember the stories about testing capacity that we heard in the press for Kaiser, only to discover that their willingness or ability, one or the other or both, to go a long way on testing was a long time coming. And so Dr. Smith and the rest of the team, I do think we need to start now having conversations, because, you know, while many of our safety net population look to us as the provider of their health care, we know that, you know, as you've told us before, Dr. Smith, 30 to 40% of the population in the county is covered by Kaiser, just as one provider. And in much of my district, Sutter Health / Palo Alto Medical Foundation is the provider. So we need to know that when the time comes, they're going to be equipped. And as I say, I sort of feel like we should have learned a lesson from the rollout on testing. And I know you assure me testing and vaccines are different creatures, but the assurances we got were never realized. And I'll just close with a statement, Supervisor Chavez, is something that we all know, but you know, Supervisor Ellenberg spoke quite eloquently to the economic pain people are feeling. You know, if we lose a month or 2 or 3 on vaccine distribution, that will be lives lost, that will be livelihoods lost, that will be businesses lost. And we need to say to ourselves now, we need to roll out a first-rate program as expeditiously as is humanly possible if we're going to avoid all that. Thank you.
Yeah, I should add in, Supervisor. We currently have 4 ultra refrigerators on site, and we've got 2 more coming, and we're plotting out from a logistics perspective where we should locate them so that they're close enough to the immunization sites. In terms of how our big partners participate, Kaiser, PAMF, HealthNet, and others, the state is still debating whether they are going to allow distribution directly to those providers. We've argued that all distribution should go through the county health department to make sure that, you know, the rules of vaccination are abided by, and make sure that we have proper procedures, protocols, and policies and record keeping, so that we can make sure that people get what they need to get for immunizations. But We will have all of the community clinics, the big partners, doctors, community interests of all types, businesses involved in these committees that Dr. Finster-Scheib is working on to make sure we get everybody's participation, buy-in, and help.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo what I just heard from Supervisor Simitian as far as getting the vaccine distributed. Dr. Smith just ended by talking about Dr. Finster-Scheib. I want to give Marty a shout out. I heard his 9,000 tests a day number. I think that's absolutely incredible. That's what's keeping us in this game. I think our tracing is doing a good job. I've recently heard about some tracing technology coming forward that I'm very excited about that will help us as well on the tracing. I was very excited about what I heard in the positivity rate in children, school children, younger children especially. I saw the chart. I don't remember what page it was. It was well numbered, but I don't remember what page it was. But it was like 10 out of 100,000, which is 100th of 1% positivity rate. I know the sampling size isn't huge yet. I know there's more to come, but even if that were to increase 10 times, that would be 1/10 of 1%. So as long as we can do like Supervisor Cortese was talking about and keep our adults that are providing teaching and janitorial and administrative services protected, the idea of having schools, and I know Dr. Cody has been at the forefront of that, allowing public schools to open, and I know how tough that is for Dr. Duan with San Jose Unified and the Santa Clara County Board of Education and everything else. But I'm very encouraged by those results and what we can do, especially getting the youngest children, the elementary school children, back into school so their parents can go back to work. Just during this meeting, I've got half a dozen different calls from car dealerships, from, what is that one? Oh, that's a gym. This is a spa, all asking questions, when can they reopen? When can they reopen? And I'm explaining to everyone for the last 24 hours, as I'm sure each of my fellow supervisors have, that the state moved us to orange, from orange to purple. They jumped right over red, did not do a typical what we've done the last 4 or 5 months. Even when our Dr. Cody said, okay, everybody, we're going to go to this tier, she told us on a Monday or Tuesday, it was effective Friday, and that allowed businesses, employers, and employees to plan accordingly. I think it was totally irresponsible. I understand the urgency, but irresponsible of the state not to consider the economic impact that they had by announcing something at noon, as the governor did, that was effective at midnight 12 hours later. People had bought groceries. People had bought food, products, told employees, made appointments, whatever. I'm very disappointed in what happened at the state level. I'm very disappointed at what happened at the federal level. The fact that we don't have a stimulus does not make any sense at all. That stimulus money now is more necessary than ever, since across the nation, our positivity rate is going up. So I really hope the federal government comes through, not holding my breath because of what's going on over there. And I really hope anything else that the state does, they take into account the economic impact of their actions when they simply say, okay, it's noon, as of midnight, all these businesses are now closed. They need to be a partner with the community, the business community, the community that employs people to make this transition. It's tough on everybody, but when you do things like that, it's extra tough. Dr. Cody, Dr. Finster-Scheib, all the other doctors, I just want to say, great job. Hang in there. Thank you for what you're doing. And I don't know, the recent surge we've had the last few weeks in my own mind, which is not educated medically, that came after Halloween. I would like to ask one question, and I'll conclude with this, Madam President. One question to whichever doctor is appropriate. How long after a person is exposed to COVID meaning somebody with COVID breathes in your face, how long until symptoms show, typically, if they're not asymptomatic?
Let me get Dr. Cody to the microphone. Hold on.
Thank you.
Hi, Supervisor Wasserman.
Hello
So
there.
it could range from 2 to 14 days, but it's typically more like 5 to 7. 5 to 7.
Okay.
And as you know, because I've said it many times, and so has everyone else, that what makes this so challenging is that 40% of people who are exposed won't have any symptoms at all. So that's where you get these silent chains of transmission, where the virus just spreads and we don't know.
Gotcha. Well, I'll close and step in to be the for just a minute as the chair until our president's able to return back. But that's what makes it so difficult. And we're going into the holiday season. I still remain hopeful that because of the practices that we're all supposed to be doing as far as keeping distances, wearing masks, washing hands, outside, not inside, I'm hoping this flu season, regular influenza flu season, is less than it's ever been before. And I'm hoping we somehow get through Thanksgiving and the holidays in December without spiking a whole lot more. It's going to be so tough, Dr. Cody, because during the holidays, family comes over and it's not the family you're living with. It's your son or daughter that have grown up and gone away and come back, or whoever else. The family gatherings will not be something that will slow down much at all. And I just hope we can get through all that without much more spiking, and certainly not any more closures, because getting back into that economic recession, the impact there, the state's deficit, the federal deficit, and the county's deficit will all grow again. And that will be more loss of employees and services. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to call on Susan now. Supervisor Ellenberg, you are up. You're muted.
Yeah. Thank you. The remaining question that I had was triggered by the mention that San Jose just joined our isolation support program as of November 3rd. And I'm thinking about this larger policy issue of city participation. City participation has been varied, currently runs only through the end of December. And obviously, as cases don't just fuel infections within one city or another, is there any talk about how we might adjust our approach to isolation supports as a core public health strategy to reduce county transmission, to reduce community transmission countywide?
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. This is Key. I think our approach thus far has been that when it comes to isolation and quarantine support, counties and cities sort of have a shared responsibility to implement such a program. I think so far, most cities have agreed to participate, albeit some of them partially. For example, the city of Santa Clara, city of Mountain View, and they are partially participating because they have their own rental assistance programs. So they really need the county support to administer the motels, program. I think for our largest partner, the city of San Jose, their 80% of the need is in the city of San Jose thus far. And I think San Jose has shown great leadership and partnership. I think if we, when we have the conversation with them about extending the program, I think one of the challenges that they're going to face, as we would face, is funding source. City of San Jose is going to use about $4.5 million of their coronavirus relief funds for this. How they plan to sort of fund it sort of going through the fiscal year is a question. And then, of course, if the board is considering sort of a county supported program, then that would have a significant budgetary impact.
Right? I don't know what our option is. Is every city participating at least in some way to supplement whatever programs they have? Or do we have cities within the county that are just not participating in this program?
Correct. The city of Gilroy, for example, is not participating in a county administered program, and I'm not aware to what assistance they're providing their residents.
So if we contact trace somebody in Gilroy, do we say we don't have services for you, go to your city?
We refer them to whomever that the city has identified as the point of contact. So for example, in the city of Sunnyvale, they have a pretty robust program through Sunnyvale Community Services. So that's been working out well.
Great, okay. And are there discussions with these cities about what they'll do beyond December?
Not yet, but that is a task to begin tomorrow. And we understand the urgency in getting those answers.
Right, it is mid-November. Thanks so much, Keith.
Yep.
So thank you to my colleagues for all of those really good and thoughtful questions. And I want to start just with where we are, and really just to recognize that there is a lot of suffering in our community. And I know that Doctors Cody, Kamal, Rudman, Smith, Mr. Williams and Greta, and Michael and Key, and all the other folks who are working so hard to really going to battle with the virus, that this feels like a huge setback. And I know it really is. I just want to say that many of the questions that my colleagues have asked have really given me hope, because the questions were around, what can we do next? Like, what is it that we have within our capacity to bend the arc, to push this virus back? So to that end, I want to just lend my support to all of my colleagues and everything they raised. They were all questions I would have asked. I want to just outline 4 areas that, as the staff is thinking about next steps, that I want to make sure I lift up and include. One is that I think that given the size of the contact tracing programming that we have, that I want to better make sure that I better understand the outcomes of each level of the teams that are working on contact tracing, and that we better understand, myself and the public, the timing of the contact tracing and what each of the steps costs in terms of time, and to determine whether or not we can reduce any slack in the process. And also, Dr. Redmond, to better understand the new approach that we think is going to help us better understand what's happening on the ground. One of the reasons I'm so focused on contact tracing is that it does feel so core to the other work that we're doing relative to outreach and support services. On the outreach front, I want to just ask the staff to make sure that as we're continuing contracts, which I hope we are, again, to support Supervisor Ellenberg's thinking there, is that we really are working to quantify the impact of each of the bodies of work that we're doing as the very best we can. And I know this has been our big challenge, because human beings are really mobile, and we don't live in a country where we can just, and nor should we, invade people's privacy so dramatically that people don't have their own lives. And that said, that means that the outreach we're doing, the communication we're doing, the focus groups we're doing, that we really have to rely on people to help us understand how to be successful. So I'd really like us, as we're relooking at extending contracts, that we're refining the outcomes that we're expecting, and reconnecting with those community partners in a meaningful way to address those challenges. And then the last, as it relates to support services and resources, I do want to ask that when the questions that Supervisor Ellenberg raised come back to the board, that you're also very discreet in looking at what are the source of funds that we're using. And the reason I'm curious about that is that if we need to look at our partnerships with foundations and nonprofits so that we can be more flexible, then I would hope that we do that. And specifically, you know, the example that we got this morning of somebody who's working for cash, and we're trying to establish that they were working and that they were poor, you know, that there does seem that there may be a way to address that in a way that doesn't, that's not inappropriate, but also recognizes the reality of the situation that people are in. And I think that if we can't get people the resources they need, they're poor families, they're going to work if they can. And that's really not what any of us want. So anyway, those are my thoughts. And I agree with much of what was raised by my colleagues. And I do just want to say again, I deeply appreciate the work of each of you. And I know there are many of you listening who haven't slept and are missing time with your families to help fight this. I want you to know that it's not going unnoticed by us. And the thing I'll say that I think I say every week is the reason we can ask more of you is you really are the best in the country. And we're counting on you. And we just want you to know that we appreciate you. So that's what one of my colleagues used to call the universal thank you. So thanks, everyone. Seeing no other questions, and we've taken public comment, we're going to go to our next item on the agenda. We're going to go to item 16, unless I'm missing. We're going to go to item 16. These are board referrals. And I'll just let my colleagues know that we're going to break at about 5 to give the staff a good stretch. We'll reconvene at 5:30. And so I want to get through as much as possible. If you know, I mean, I don't want to rush people. I just more mean I want to get as many bodies of work as we can get done. So item 16 is a referral from me that is requesting that the staff work with the Superior Court to improve some of our communications. And this really is related to the discussion we had earlier today around the folks who need mental health services and other kinds of services, so we can more quickly connect them to the services they need. If there are any questions from my colleagues or the staff, I'm happy to answer them now. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes, if you're going to make a motion for this referral, I would like very much to second it, and also ask if that report back might include the current average response time for providing the data, so that we have an idea of how much of a time delay the courts are dealing with. That would also give us a good baseline against which we could measure success.
That's an excellent idea. Thank you for that. So yes, I'll make that motion and have you second it with that change. Thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
We do have a speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Scott Largent. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Largent. You know, just a little suggestion. Maybe we could start looking into the mental health system with Judge Manley's courtroom. Maybe take a deeper dive on that right now. I do kind of realize what is happening with the mentally ill and homeless, how they're being shifted through Judge Manley's courtroom, how their rights are being violated, and how they're being just switched around between 20 different attorneys. So we're on the subject right now of the courts, the involvement with the county and the courts. Just a deeper dive, and you guys would really be able to understand what's happening and why people are ending up on the side of your buildings over there. And then also another thing to kind of bring up right here, we just need to do better. We just need to simple human kindness. Maybe when you guys leave today, drive down the street, just talk to somebody, say hi to somebody, ask if they're okay. These people are walking zombies everywhere, and I just would hope people would do more, and I don't see it happening. Thank you.
That concludes our list of speakers.
Thank you. We'll now go to a roll call vote. Thank you, Scott.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian. Supervisor Smidian appears to be away. I'll come back. Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
Supervisor Smidian. One last call. President Chavez.
Yes. Thank you. We'll now go to the item 17, and this is essential worker protections. And this item I've submitted in an attempt to address the just thousands of fast food workers in our county from.
I'm sorry, Madam President.
Yes, sir.
I needed to recuse myself on this, so if I can just check with county council, do I need to do I need to mute and take off my video? I'm sorry.
Yes, you can just mute and take off, go off video.
Okay, and if somebody will
And
text.
you need to state the reason for the
Yes,
recusal on the record.
Thank you, James. Madam President, I need to recuse myself on item number 17 because of my ownership of McDonald's.
Thank you.
And if somebody can text me when you're done, I'll rejoin you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam President, was I off mic when I said aye a moment ago?
Yes.
Could I be, if there's no objection, could I be recorded as an aye vote on the previous item?
Absolutely. I don't see any objection. Thank you. So on item 17, this is a referral that I have putting forward to address unsafe working conditions, and in particular concerns about retaliation during COVID-19. This referral asks staff to report back to us in mid-December after reviewing these complaints and working with the DA and other staff to recommend what else can be done. The second aspect of the referral is to engage an academic institution to better understand this industry and the working conditions employees face in it, and to develop a strategy with the Office of Labor Standards that will go beyond COVID. Our actions on these issues will also help small businesses remain open and successful. Ironically, our enforcement may help them avoid costly litigation as well as keeping people from getting sick. I also just wanted to let my colleagues know that McDonald's, I was able to have a conversation with Jessica Lineman from McDonald's, who has been very open to working with us in the past on a number of different issues. And so I did assure her that one of the things I would also ask staff is to be inclusive of both the corporate ownership and local ownership, which is what I would expect us to do to be able to drill down on this challenge. So with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to public comment, and then I'll come back to my colleagues to see if there are any comments or questions.
The next speaker is Ruth Silvertaub. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Ruth Silvertaub. I'm calling to urge the Board of Supervisors to approve the actions recommended in item 17 regarding working conditions for fast food workers in Santa Clara County. I'm on the OLSC English advice line and supervise the attorneys on the line. I also supervise a workers' rights clinic at Santa Clara University Law School. Since the beginning of the pandemic, I've fielded calls from fast food workers complaining about violations of the public health orders, and they have also filed complaints revealing a workforce in crisis. And when some of them have complained, their employers have cut hours or terminated them. There have been numerous COVID outbreaks at fast food restaurants, and it's critical that the county act to investigate worker claims. Fast food is a super spreader industry that'll continue business as usual unless the county intervenes. I urge you to support item 17 to protect essential fast food.
Colin, you're on mute if you're trying to talk to people.
Our next speaker is Felwina Opiza Mundina. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Falwina Piso Mondina. I am a member of the Filipino Association of Workers and Immigrants, or PAWIS, and I'm also part of the Fair Workplace Collaborative of Santa Clara County, OLSE. I am here tonight to urge the Board of Supervisors to approve the actions recommended in item 17 regarding working conditions for fast food workers in Santa Clara County. Fast food workers are essential and frontline workers who, despite the risk to their lives, continue to work tirelessly in the time of the pandemic. It's just so unfortunate that billion-dollar fast food companies like McDonald's have systematically failed to provide their employees with PPEs, hazard pay, and when they complain, they are threatened with intimidation, retaliation, and in worst cases, termination. So we are now back in the purple tier, and community transmission has rapidly increased. That's why we need to have our workers protected. And that's why the recommendations in item 17 are important steps in protecting.
Our next speaker is Felicia Gershberg. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Felicia Gershberg in Sunnyvale. I'm a member of the Santa Clara County Wage Theft Coalition and co-lead of Together We Build San Jose, a grassroots activism group. Thank you, Board President, for this referral. The recommended actions to protect fast food workers also protect our entire community. When you get a takeout burger and fries, you shouldn't have to worry that the people cooking and serving haven't been able to wash their hands or that they might have an active case of COVID but are forced to work. The many egregious violations of health and safety protocols in fast food restaurants in our county contribute to the situation we're now in with increased spread of COVID. In addition, we cannot tolerate the retaliation against the brave workers who brought these issues to light. We clearly need the county to step in to investigate. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carlos Aurelia. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Carlos Arreola Jr., and I am here to urge the board to approve recommendations for item 17. I was furious when I heard that employers did not provide workers with sufficient PPE, and when the workers demanded protections, they suffered consequences for speaking up. It is unjust that billion-dollar fast food restaurants have the adequate resources to provide their workers that have sufficient resources to provide their workers with protections, hazard pay, basically, but choose not to. It's, as one worker expressed whom I'm friends with, they get rich off our labor, and the least they can do is protect us. It is the failure of the employers' end that is causing workers to risk their lives in order to provide for their families. If we do not step in, or the county chooses not to step in, the conditions and the oppressions that the workers are suffering will be only exacerbated. We must do our part to protect fast food workers. Thank you.
Next speaker is Brian Wheatley. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Fast food workers faced a crisis before COVID-19, but the pandemic has only exacerbated their unacceptable predicament, with outbreaks infecting workers, family members, and customers across the county. Low wages and fear of retaliation have forced fast food workers to report to duty, even as companies like McDonald's have time and again failed to keep them safe. I'm Brian Wheatley, a retired teacher, union leader, and current SJUSD Board Vice President. I'm here on behalf of the many families I taught throughout my 35-year career and those I now represent. I'm calling to urge the Board of Supervisors to approve the actions recommended in item 17 regarding working conditions for fast food workers in Santa Clara County. These recommendations are an important first step to protecting frontline fast food workers, their families, and our communities. We must begin to put people before profits. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Armendariz. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, President Chavez, supervisors. It's Rebecca Armendariz again, calling from Gilroy in South County.
Rebecca, Rebecca,
And,
very hard to hear you.
Like the speakers before me, I also urge you to approve the recommendations in item 17 to continue to protect our essential workers who. Sorry, we have internet issues and
I think we lost
Supervisor,
connection.
is this better?
Yeah, better, Rebecca. Oh, then you muted yourself.
Rebecca, are you there? I think I'm unable to get her back on. I'll go to Maria Ruiz. Next speaker is Maria Ruiz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hola, mi nombre es María Ruiz y soy trabajadora de McDonald's de hace 16 años y líder en una lucha por 15 y un sindicato. Quería agradecerle para comenzar a la supervisora Chávez por traer a la agenda el punto 17 para discusión aquí hoy. Me siento agradecida y honrada de hablar con todos los asistentes en esta reunión Junta de Supervisores sobre los problemas que enfrentan los trabajadores de comida rápida en medio de esta pandemia. Yo fui despedida por denunciar las condiciones de trabajo porque no nos estaban proveyendo PPE y no se estaban respetando las distancias sociales, dentro de otros problemas desde hace años. Créanme que trabajadores como yo tenemos gran necesidad de que el artículo 17 sea aprobado. Las empresas deben rendir cuentas y las voces de los trabajadores deben escucharse en la mesa. Gracias, supervisora Chávez, por llamar la atención de los supervisores sobre nuestra lucha. También necesitamos un estudio sobre las condiciones de los trabajadores. Urgimos a los supervisores que apoyen en esta revisión. Gracias.
Do we have the translator still on the line?
She is. Rosario?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, yes, thank you very much. My name is Maria, and I work for McDonald's for 16 years, and I am the leader of a union for 15 years. I want to thank Mrs. Chavez for bringing this topic about Article 17 to the table. Thank you very much. I feel very honored to be here and to have the opportunity to be heard. I was fired because of denouncing different working conditions that were unacceptable, and also because of denouncing the inappropriate safe distance measures. For me, it's very important that we are talking about this Article 17, as I said before, and I want to thank again Ms. Chavez to bring this topic again, because we need our workers to let their voice be heard. And also, thank you very much for bringing our fight into the table. We need companies to be accountable, and we need workers to be heard. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Forrest. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Forrest Peterson. I'm a county employee and I've clocked out for the day to speak. So I'm speaking here as a postdoctoral researcher from the Center for Integrated Facilities Engineering at Stanford Engineering. I'd like to read in the situation of fast food workers with respect to wage theft to indicate the difficulties with labor standards. Looking at the documented wage theft, over $1.5 million in claims have been filed by fast food workers in Santa Clara County. That represents nearly 8,000 violations. 216 companies have multiple cases. That represents nearly 90,000 work hours at the wage of the typical fast food worker. And I think that shows that indicates the situation that these workers are starting from. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Olivia Garcia. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hola, mi nombre es Olivia García. Trabajo en el McDonald's aquí en San José, California, desde hace 18 años. Ahorita estoy en disability, pero voy a regresar a trabajar muy pronto.
Olivia,
Yes.
please go on.
Olivia, ¿puede continuar, por favor?
Ya, voy a leer una carta de una compañera. ¿La puedo leer?
She wants to read a letter from a coworker. She's asking for permission.
Yes.
Sí, por favor.
Hola, mi nombre es Oralia Almaraz. Soy trabajadora de McDonald's desde hace 17 años y líder en la lucha por 15 y un sindicato. Estoy aquí para usar mi voz para pedir a la Junta de Supervisores de Santa Clara que apoyen las recomendaciones del artículo 17 presentado por la supervisora Cindy Chávez. Los trabajadores de comida rápida son trabajadores esenciales que se han mantenido en primera línea a nuestros vecinos, pero nos hemos puesto en riesgo. La semana pasada presenté una queja ante el Departamento de Salud Ambiental sobre mis problemas más recientes en el trabajo. A principios de octubre, al menos 4 trabajadores que codo a codo continuarán reportando al trabajo con síntomas claros del COVID-19, e incluso después de que el primer trabajador.
Okay, we had Elizabeth Garcia, that is an employee of McDonald's San Jose, California, and she's been working there for 18 years. She wanted to read a letter from Oralia Almaraz. She is a co-worker working in McDonald's also for 17 years and also a leader of a union for 15 years. It's very important to have the support for this Article 17 proposed by Mrs. Chavez. And the fast food workers are essential workers in the first line, but we are in risk. Last week, we made a complaint before the environmental department, and we were saying that at the beginning of October, 4 co-workers were reported were working at site with COVID symptoms, and this is when we were caught.
Our next speaker is Miriam. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Miriam, go right ahead. Miriam did not respond to the request to unmute. I will move on
Aló.
to the...
Aquí estoy.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hola, mi nombre es Araceli Landaverde, soy trabajadora de Jack in the Box y una líder de la lucha por 15 y un sindicato. Vivo y trabajo en San José. Llamo hoy porque los trabajadores de comida rápida necesitan la ayuda del condado. Empresas como Jack in the Box están poniendo nuestras vidas y las vidas de nuestras familias, los clientes y la comunidad en riesgo al no tomar las medidas para prevenir la propagación del COVID-19. El 5 de noviembre de este año, en el Jack in the Box me despidieron porque seguí las órdenes de la cuarentena del médico y no volví a trabajar estando todavía enferma. En Jack in the Box tampoco me pagó la cuarentena o el pago por la enfermedad, a pesar de que lo solicité hace aproximadamente un mes. Un compañero del trabajo dio positivo por COVID-19 y el gerente ocultó el caso y no notificó ni pasó en cuarentena a ningún compañero de trabajo.
So my name is Araceli, and I'm the leader of a union, and I live and work in San Jose. Fast food workers are essential workers, and we need the help of the county right now, and because our lives are in risk. Companies like Jack in the Box are not having the proper measures against COVID-19. I was fired on November 5 because I followed the doctor's recommendations and I followed the quarantine. I didn't go back to work, and I didn't got paid because of the quarantine. I didn't got paid for the illness, and I required to be paid more than a month ago. And also a co-worker was positive in COVID, and the owner of the company hide this, and they didn't notify anybody.
Our next speaker is Scott Largent. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, everyone. Scott Largent. You know, it takes a lot of courage for people to call in, kind of do the public comment gig. A lot of the people today that have come forward for their dealings with McDonald's, you people, our county, you need to back them up. Okay. And it's not just phone calls, it's called lawsuits. These poor people got kicked to the curb. And then what did McDonald's do? They just shut the store down. Now, remember what we were dealing with in the past? Remember Wells Fargo, that big gig? We only put them on a 2-year suspension with our county. They were just going after the poor, opening up different bank accounts. I mean, it was just a disaster. And it was really sad that they preyed on the weakest part of our community. A lawsuit should have been filed against Wells Fargo. Instead, we brought them right back in bed. And that's what we'll probably do with McDonald's. So it's really sad. These people are begging for help. Don't go deport them. Don't do all this mean stuff to them. Back them up. They need backup. Thank you.
Next speaker is Salvador Bustamante. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, good afternoon, President Chavez, members of the board. Chavo Bustamante with Latinos United for New America. I'm calling today to ask that you approve the recommendations made by President Chavez regarding the protection of essential workers working in the fast food industry, investigating complaints of unsafe working conditions and complaints of retaliation for reporting such complaints in fast food restaurants is the minimum that this board can do to protect those workers and their families from unnecessary COVID contagion. A couple of months ago, the manager of the McDonald's on 1040 North First Street fired Maria Ruiz for daring to ask for protective equipment. 2 months later, and despite calls from several activists and community leaders to McDonald's headquarters, and despite their promises to investigate Maria's unfair dismissal, nothing has happened. With no recourse at their disposal, how many more workers do you think are going to complain about?
Our next speaker is Hui Tran. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Hui Tran?
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Hui Tran, and I'm calling on behalf of Justice at Work Law Group in favor of the recommended action to investigate the fast food industry. You know, our firm represents many low-wage workers who we know during the pandemic have continued to expose themselves to the risk of COVID-19 because of their need to pay bills and care for their families. We have seen many workers come who continue to work, and despite their best efforts to stay safe, continue to see a lot of risk and a lot of spread of the virus into their families as well. This has been well documented in our local newspapers, and it's something that if we are not aggressive about, we'll continue to see surges like what we are experiencing now. The workers who come forward today to share their experiences, sadly, these are not uncommon experiences, and we hope that the county can be strong allies in their fight for safe and healthy working conditions. Thank you.
And that concludes our list.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to my colleagues for comments or questions, and I'll start with Supervisor. Well, I'll see if anybody wants to put their hand up. I'll start with Great. I'll start with Dave and then go to Susan.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get to the blue hand protocol here. I appreciated the fact that you indicated that you've already reached out to at least one of the representatives of the fast food industry, and their indication that they're willing to try to work through some of these issues in a collaborative way. I know that doesn't always work, but some of the past fast food policy work that we've done here at the county has really, I don't think purposely, but I think sort of inadvertently got the cart, so far ahead of the horse that it wasn't that industry was involved until very late in the process. And it turned out they were, interested in making some adjustments, but by that time we had already moved pretty far forward with policy. So it's just again a process point. I just think it's great. Maybe there's cooperation, maybe there's not, but your efforts and the board's efforts and the county administration's efforts to sort of bring them in early and talk to them about what might be possible, of course, is I think we would all agree the best process avenue. Thank you. Just a comment. That's all I had, and I'll be supporting it.
And also, I'll just say that they reached out to me. I felt bad that I hadn't reached out to them, but they were very open to working with us. Supervisor Ellenberg?
Thank you. I'm very glad to support this referral today. I think that our support of workers is critical, more now than ever. I'm interested in learning a little bit more about the details and the numbers, and I would like to request, if you'll attach it to your motion, that administration and county council report back to us with de-identified data on the complaints that have been filed with the county, the general nature of them, what the overlay of COVID-19 outbreaks could be with regard to the complainant's geography, and an analysis of what role the county can play in protecting our communities from further spread due to further spread of COVID-19 amongst service workers.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So Susan, do you want to make that with that motion? I mean, make the motion and you can add that.
Oh, it's your referral. I'm happy to second it.
All right, I'll make the motion with Susan's input, and also with Dave's good reminder that we need to make sure that we're open and working with industry as well. And so we have a motion and a second from Supervisor Ellenberg. Any more discussion on the motion? I don't see any other hands or lights, so I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Yes.
Supervisor Cortese?
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman?
Oh, he can't.
He recused. That's right. And
right.
President Chavez?
Yes, thank you. And I'll thank my colleagues for that, and also for the workers who came and spoke. Thank you. We're going to move to item 18, and I'll ask Dave if you could text Mike. And we'll move to 18, which is the developmental screening referral brought forward by Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you very much. I want to begin the setup of this referral by acknowledging first Supervisor Yeager, and then my colleagues currently on the board for the leadership that you've all demonstrated on the children's health issues, especially for the adoption of the Universal Developmental Screening Initiative in 2013. That work really set the stage and has been critical to expanding venues and access points for kids to receive developmental screenings. And since that time, of course, Supervisor Chavez has also championed the need for deeper end specialized assessments for kids and proposed the development of a diagnostic assessment center, which I support, to ease the burden on families in navigating this challenging system of care. My referral today aims to fit into the work underway and build on the existing partnerships and collaborative efforts of the Universal Developmental Screening Work Groups to address two specific challenges. One, integrating ACEs, screening into our well child visits. ACEs is adverse childhood experiences. And second, assuring that children and their families that are identified with needs either through ACEs or the developmental screening can get immediate integrated supports. And as the County of Education lays out tiers of broad, intermediate, and specialized supports for students in a pyramid, this work too lends to that model with universal screening for all kids as a base, a middle tier of connections to short-term supports, that's where this referral fits in, and a top tier of diagnostic assessments and therapy. This referral is aimed at that middle tier. Our county has been a leader on access to children's health services, on adopting trauma-informed practices, and with this referral, I'm asking that we extend that expertise to include the way in which we screen kids and link them to care in our health clinics, how we work with our community clinic partners to implement these models, and how health plans can support these efforts for long-term sustainability. And finally, I want to thank and acknowledge the leadership of Jolene Smith and First Five in this effort and their ongoing work to expand screening and supports for all kids across the county. I would make a motion to approve that referral and hope for a second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Ellenberg. Do you have a second? I'm happy to second the motion. I think this is a really good direction. Is there any comments from my colleagues? If there are, if we could wave hands. If not, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
I think there are public speakers.
I do not currently have any. Oh, we have a new.
We don't.
Oh, we have one.
We do. Yes. Sorry about that. Next speaker is Jolene. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Jolene, you need to unmute yourself.
I apologize.
There you go.
Good evening, President Chavez and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jolene Smith, CEO of First Five. It is my pleasure to be here today in support of Agenda Item 18, which, if approved, will launch Phase 2 of the Universal Developmental Screening Initiative. In 2013, Phase 1 began under the vision of Supervisor Ken Yeager when our county health clinics implemented standardized developmental screenings for children during World Child Visits. Last year, 23,000 children received developmental screenings and, if needed, referred on for further assessment and services. Phase 2 will include engaging with UCSF Healthy Steps program to maximize Medi-Cal billing and sustainable reimbursements with public and private health plans, community clinics, health and hospital system, managed care organizations, and community partners, and also coordinating with the statewide ACEs Aware Initiative and the county exec's office regarding the referral from President Chavez to develop plans for diagnostic centers. We are grateful for Supervisor Ellenberg's support to deepen and expand our county screening initiative. We're excited to continue our next phase of work.
That concludes our list of speakers.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. I will now ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Yes.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
And President Chavez.
Yes. That passes unanimously. We'll go to item 20. This is the all-inclusive playground grants. Supervisor Cortese, this was your referral.
Yes, this is for, I think, one of those happy moments where, earlier on in this process, which, as I recall, was initiated originally by Supervisor Simidian as an overall kind of a grant program, became one of those programs where, as we were trying to work through geographic equity and give everybody a chance, Sunnyvale, was left a little bit short of money that they needed to finish the project out there that they're doing. And as it turned out, we were notified just recently by Parks that one of the other projects that was allocated this money fell through. And so we were able to go back, let the mayor and the council and the CBO know that this money, is now available. We had told them if something like that happened, that they would have the first shot at it. So, and again, in that sense, it's a happy moment. I feel for the folks that couldn't get their project together, but their loss becomes essentially as I understand, the completion of the funding of the Sunnyvale project. And I know Supervisor Smitty and I, of course, share the city of Sunnyvale, so to speak, in terms of supervisorial districts. I would like to move the item and ask my colleagues for their support.
Happy to second.
We have a motion from Supervisor Cortese, a second from Supervisor Simidian. I have no comments from the public, and I see no other hands up. I'd like to request a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
And President Chavez.
Yes. Yay. All right. So we're going to move to item 21. This is the county executive's report. Dr. Smith, you're on mute if you don't know that.
I'm just talking to myself over here. I think in the interest of time, I really don't have anything to say except budget discussions tomorrow and Friday.
Thank you. Be there or be square. All right, item 22, closed session, county council report.
There were no reportable actions at the closed session meeting of November 16, 2020. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. I'm going to item 23, and this is the Valley Healthcare Homeless Report.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. This is Paul Lorenz, Chief Executive Officer for Valley Medical Center. In the report, there are two updates. One is regarding our grant budget, and we continue to be on track to draw down available funds. And second is our quarterly report on various quality measures. And as you would note in the report, we do show that due to COVID-19, we have had some difficulties in meeting our marks, but I want to assure the board that we are looking at our workflows and processes to get our preventive health measures back to where they need to be. With that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I'm going to go to my colleagues and see if there are any questions. Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thank you so much. Paul, thanks for the update and the schedule for the ongoing SB 1152 data. The report indicates that the primary metric will be the percentage of patients that are assessed by their provider for a resource need, with, of course, the goal of 100%. What is the current documented level of assessment for VHHP clients that we should look at as the baseline?
No, that's a good question. I don't know the current level. I know the last time we reported it was around 40 to 50%, depending on the measure that we were looking at. But in all instances, that what we do know today is that we do assess. The question is, are we documenting appropriately? And that's one of the things that we are working on, both in terms of making sure that we not only reach the goal of 100%, but through the documentation of those encounters.
Right. I understand that, and it's easy to measure when we get to 100%. I'm just curious to know how big a jump it is to get there. If we're at about 40, I think you said 40 something percent, that's a clear place to start. Thanks.
Thank you.
But also with colder weather on the way and the current surge in cases, are we making any adjustments to how VHHP will provide COVID prevention and testing?
So we are continuing with our 3 mobile teams. And so we are going on a rotational basis to our known sites. And we will continue to do that through the winter months. And we will work closely with the health department in those areas where we have cause for concern relative to additional warming shelters opening up, et cetera. So we will work very closely with the Office of Supportive Housing on that.
Great. Thanks so much. I appreciate that info.
Thank you. Are there other questions from my colleagues? I only had one, and this is just, I really appreciated getting the percentage of folks who were willing to be tested for COVID-19. And you know, this is one of our communities that we're trying to get the number up, but it actually is a pretty high percentage of people once being asked if they want to be tested, 44%. I mean, it'd be good if it were 100, but we might be able to learn something from that and also still try to move that number up. So Paul, thank you for that. I don't think we need a motion on this. Let me look. Do I, James? Oh yeah, we do. I'm sorry. I'll ask for a motion to receive the report.
So moved.
And to take the recommended actions. We have a motion from Supervisor Ellenberg. We have a second from Supervisor Wasserman. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
And President Chavez.
Yes, that passes unanimously. We're going to move on to item 24, and this is the clinical clerkships at O'Connor Hospital, brought by Supervisor Cortese. Report back.
So President Chavez, this is Paul Lorenz, Chief Executive Officer for Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. At this point, your board has requested a report back on options for consideration relating to the continuation of the clinical clerkship program for the 3rd and 4th year medical students at O'Connor Hospital. And as noted in the report, VMC has a long history of managing and overseeing teaching programs, both for residents as well as medical students. What your board is also aware of is that Santa Clara Valley Medical Center itself is accredited by the the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education. And we do have a designated institutional officer that is responsible for ensuring that we're meeting all the regulatory and other program requirements relative to teaching and education. The report also indicates that there are two areas that we are looking at and that we will assess. One is the clinical oversight and the requirements, as I mentioned, related to teaching programs. And we will be working closely with the medical staff and our designated institutional officer on that. But the second part of it is also the financial and fiduciary responsibility that we have in managing any of the funds related to these teaching programs. And so what we will be doing is assess those aspects of the program and then come back with recommendations on how to best manage such a program, should we move forward with it. And in that sense, we would also look to addressing any gaps that we need relative to administering the program, and then if so, conduct an RFP for those components that we would need additional support on. So with that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I know Dr. Smith is also available to assist.
Thank you. Supervisor Cortese, and then I'll go to Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you, Paul, for that overview. And I think I'm appreciating the intention behind what you're talking about doing going forward. And I just to my colleagues, I had the opportunity on a couple different occasions to talk to Dr. Smith and to discuss this at least once thoroughly with Paul. So I understand sort of the pros and cons of dealing with a program like this and going forward, and what's required, and at least under the current kind of agreement or legal situation, if you will. There's certainly some responsibility that VMC takes on, in terms of potential financial liability and so forth. So I know we had talked at one point about why wouldn't the county just take over or become involved in a different kind of partnership. What I want to suggest, first of all, I guess, Paul, when would you intend for that more finite decision making to come back to the board, or options to come back to the board as you just described? I mean, if today we don't know exactly what it would take to pursue this kind of a program outside of an RFP internally, when would that come back? And I ask that for obvious reasons, so I can try to get some date that my colleagues would be looking at this again on the calendar.
Thank you, Supervisor Cortese. So, at this point in time, I really don't have a good answer for you. I do know that as staff, we're working as quickly as we can to review the program and come up options relative to the need to continue the medical student program. Early on, you should know, and the board should know, that we have had conversations with the current administrator of the program and advised them of our intention in terms of the contract end date. And so we extended the current program so that there would be a smooth transition and that they would be able to work with the students on that transition date, should there be any challenges in obviously continuing on with the program. So our hope is, of course, we would do our best, but I can't give you a definitive date.
My understanding and recollection is that the current agreement with Genesis Medicus goes out about a little more than another 6 months out to the end of the fiscal year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so the only reason I'm asking for a date, besides again, just a good practice of doing that, of having a target date out there for report back, is to make sure that if there's any extension that makes sense, if an RFP makes sense, that it happens, especially under the current, what appears to be the current extended COVID circumstances, that there's plenty of time to deal with that. What I'd like to do in terms of just trying to move something forward on this today is ask is to move and ask my colleagues to support this item coming back, but ask the administration to either bring back ultimately 3 options. One, an extension of the program for no more than 2 years, which would mean 1 to 2 years. Termination of the program doesn't require any action. Obviously, the contract's going to expire, but just to make sure that that is part of the report that comes back, that it's very clear that the program would sunset if nothing happens. And then 3, the alternative of running the program differently than it's run right now, without actually sort of terminating the practice of doing this. So it would be, in effect, the 3 options before the board. One, those 3 options I just described. I don't want to be redundant and repeat them again. And I would ask that those come back to the Board of Supervisors by February to allow enough time, should some kind of formal process be required, to at least allow enough time that can be done, prior to the end of the fiscal year. That would be my motion, Supervisor Chavez. And I mean, certainly if there's dramatic objections by Dr. Smith or Paul to bringing that those kind of options back to the board, obviously, let's hear them. But short of that, that's what I'd like to see happen. That would be my motion.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Mike, do you want a second, or you have a question other than that?
I had a question other than that. I just needed some clarification.
Okay, I'll second your motion, Dave, and then we'll go to Mike for a question. And then if there are no more comments from the board, I'll go to the public speakers and then back for action.
Thank you. And Paul, Supervisor Cortese was talking about this as well. I'm seeing this, if the review is supposed to be done in a year and the RFP process will be 6 months, how will this program be ready to start when the current one finishes this spring? So that there was kind of that period in between when one was ending, one was starting, but now Supervisor Cortese has made a motion which might well answer that question. Is that how you see it?
Yes. We're talking about 3rd and 4th year
Yes.
medical students, and we did talk to the current administrator to ensure that there was a smooth transition relative to the current students. But you're correct in your statement relative to the timing.
Okay, that the RFP would be a year, but the current program expires in 6 months. So the plan for that 6 months in between is covered by one of the 3 options in Supervisor Cortese's motion?
Well, my understanding is that we would return in February with 3 options and a recommendation of one of those 3. So we would possibly be able to move forward with one of the options if we were able to get through the timing relative to the assessment and so forth. But we may not be able to make the June date.
Okay.
Let me jump in here and
thank you, Madam Chair.
make some clarifying comments. We will definitely come back in February with a report back of the 3 options and recommendation. And I think the concern that's a reasonable one, I think you'll probably hear it during public comment, is what about the current people who are medical students availing themselves of this benefit? Part of our recommendation in February will certainly involve taking care of making sure they can continue their clerkship one way or the other.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. I'm going to go to public comment and then back to the board for discussion, and if there's further discussion and then action.
The next speaker is David Kahn. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you, President Chavez, fellow supervisors. I'm David Kahn, MD, a private practice physician in San Jose, attending O'Connor Hospital since 1992. Had the privilege of speaking before your committee last month to ascertain the recommendations of Genesis Medicus as service provider of this private practice physicians program at O'Connor Hospital community. I am asking the board to extend the program ideally at least through December 31st or even indefinitely. These different options that Dr. Smith and Paul Lorenz have eloquently described work perfectly for the county employees that they have. We are not county employees. We are part of the hybrid model of success that O'Connor has brought to the county. And the program does not interfere.
The next speaker is Andia Shahzadi. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Andia, are you there?
Yes. Sorry, I was not unmuted. My name is Andia Shahzadi. I'm a fourth-year medical student at O'Connor, and I'm speaking in favor of this case. I have been with Genesis Medicus at O'Connor for over a year, and I'm very grateful to Genesis because they let me complete most of my rotations at this hospital. And I also got to know this community, how great the community is, and it has made me consider returning back and practice here for the future and serve the Santa Clara community. For many of us as students, travel and living expenses are a main concern, and living here at one location is very important for us. And Genesis Medicus has helped us to stay focused on our rotation and studies and patient care by just staying at one location. Especially during this pandemic with travel restrictions, rotation cancellations, Genesis has been there for us. They have been answering all of our questions any time of the day, helping us reschedule our rotations and help us receive the medical education that we need. I hope that Genesis Medicus continues to work as a medical education program at O'Connor, and the future students get to work with them also.
That concludes our list of speakers.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments from my colleagues?
Just, if I can just clarify, President Chavez, pursuant to a little bit further pursuant to Supervisor Wasserman's question, my thinking on this is in February, if it was evident that an RFP was a good idea to the board to continue the program, or an in-house program needed to be built, either of which were going to take more than 6 months, that an interim option or an interim step would be, something along the lines of a 6-month or 1-year extension at that point in time. But it allows the board to maybe weigh that out with a little more depth than we may be in a position to do today.
Great. And now, as a seconder, I'll accept that. And seeing no other questions, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian.
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
And President Chavez.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to go to, it's a little after 5. We're going to reconvene at 5:30. I want to see if it's possible for us to do 28 and 29. It's going to give us a shorter break, but it means that when we're done with the next issue, we'll be done. Is that all right with my colleagues? Yeah, okay, I'll try it. All right, so item 28 is the FAF Energy Efficiency Projects. This is a report back as a result of something that Dave put forward. So Supervisor Cortese, do you have thoughts on this item?
Yeah, I guess my thought is to get this over to FGOC at the earliest possible time so that the committee can go get a little more in-depth with staff about some of the comments that staff made in the response thus far, that FAF is in the process of reevaluating the scope of work. The reevaluation is necessary because of construction projects over at VMC. I think the NGO, which is the, if I'm pronouncing that properly, NG, which is the organization that the board approved contract negotiations with some time ago, also has some interest in doing some work that may or may not be, directly in the original scope. I shouldn't say scope, but maybe a little more appropriate to where we're at right now technologically. 5 years later. So I just feel if we can refer this to FGOC, I don't want it, I'm asking that it not be delayed, that it be, that it get there at the next FGOC meeting, and then the committee itself can figure out what to do with it from there, or how much more work it needs. But I just think there's too much here for us to wrestle down as a board of supervisors, as a full board of supervisors. There's detail that needs to be directed here. And I do think we have an obligation at this point, after all this time, working toward this energy service company contract, to either move forward or don't move forward, but the county should make a definitive decision here soon. I think the committee is the best place
So Dave,
to go next.
So your action would be to refer this to FGOC for its next meeting.
Correct, for further refinement.
Okay, and so we have a motion. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to public comment and then back to the board.
The next speaker is Emily Douglas. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. Thank you, President Chavez. I'm Emily Douglas. I live in District 5, along with my daughter who's homesick from daycare, if you hear her in the background. I work for NG, one of the county's selected energy partners. I just want to reiterate NG's commitment and willingness to work with the county to create jobs, enable savings, and modernize critical facilities, especially at VMC. We've already audited, scoped, and offered financing for a range of energy modernization measures. These can fund their own construction costs while upgrading these critical facilities. We're committed to completing this work in concert with the Building Trades Council, as we have across dozens of other public sites in the county. We're currently designing and building resilient microgrids at county and medical facilities across California, and of course, in response to recent power concerns. We'd be eager to revisit this scope of work with FGOC and FAF staff, as long as it doesn't delay your cost savings on projects we've already identified and would like to deliver. So thank you so much for your support of completing our contracting process efficiently and effectively.
And that concludes our list of speakers.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to go back to the board and see if there are any questions. Supervisor Wasserman.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. I heard our speaker talking about MG. I heard the motion maker talk about our existing contract, and I think it's very important. I'm going to be approving the motion. Excuse me, I'll be supporting the motion. Looking forward to our facilities and fleet people working out with MG, getting this thing done and not having any lapse in time. We've got a lot of projects under construction and looking forward to it moving forward. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. So any other comments? Supervisor Ellenberg.
Thanks. I just want to make an observation about the length of time here. And of course, I understand that staff are closest to the work, and I value their assessment of what projects ought to be prioritized. And I'm glad that the report states that FAF has reestablished dialogue with NG to revise the scope and resume negotiations. As Supervisor Cortese pointed out, contract negotiations have been going on for 5 years. I've asked a number of times and don't feel that I've received a clear answer from staff on why contract negotiations with this third vendor have just been continually delayed. And I think it doesn't reflect well on our county as an organization to not conduct negotiations in a timely manner. So I'm certainly supportive of this going to FGOC, and I'd really like to see a goal of seeing that contract back at the board for approval by February of 2021, please.
Great, thank you. With that, I'm going to go to a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian.
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Aye.
And President Chavez.
Yes, great. So the last item on our agenda outside of our 5:30 time certain is a report back on a referral that I made relative to whether or not we could put cell towers on the VMC DePaul campus. And as you all know, we have some challenges out in that area. And this is an opportunity for revenue. So what I wanted to do is move this forward and ask, thank you, and ask the staff to do an RFI and to broaden that if they think it's helpful to look at whether or not there's any companies interested in broadband at that site. If that's okay with the seconder, I'll make the motion with the seconder. Okay. Any other questions? I have no public comment. With that, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. Oh, no, we have one speaker.
Oh, next speaker is Jolene. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Jolene,
Jolene?
mute yourself.
I'm having a hard time with my unmute button. I'm sorry. I apologize again.
Okay.
Good evening, Supervisor Chavez and the Board of Supervisors. I just really quickly want to stand before you to celebrate the examination of a tower being installed in South County. As you know very well, we've had huge issues with our migrant camp folks, with our schools district students, but most importantly, we've had major issues with access to telehealth using broadband connection for the South County residents. And this would allow us to really close that digital divide. The board has been tremendous champions of the digital divide and the equity in digital divide. And this will go a long way if we can establish better broadband. We've done great work with devices, great work with technical assistance, but our broadband needs a lot of support. So we're advocating for this, and we really appreciate Supervisor Chavez for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jolene. So we're going to go back to the board. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Supervisor Samidian.
Aye.
Supervisor Cortese.
Aye.
Vice President Wasserman.
Yes.
And President Chavez.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. We're going to take a break. We will reconvene at 5:30. You have 20 minutes to run amok.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Rhonda.
Rhonda, we're all about getting perfect.
You guys are doing a great job so far.
Don't get them so excited about their work until they're done.
We got to get them pumped up to do a great job. It's all about the attitude.
I'm just joking. They do a great job. You realize how many hours they both put into this project? It's amazing.
We do. We also have hand signals.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing the presentation. Should be great. Thank you.
Good evening, this is Dave Barry. Can you hear me?
Hi, Dave Barry. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Test.
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
So I'm giving my colleagues a 1-minute warning.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Just having some soup, so I have the video off.
No problem. Although I am going to come to you in just a minute.
Gotcha. Ready.
Thank you. So I'm going to call our meeting to order. And I'm going to ask if the clerk can call the roll to establish a quorum.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
I'm here.
Present. Supervisor Semidian.
Present.
Present. Supervisor Cortese. I don't see Supervisor Cortese right yet. I'll come back. Vice President Wasserman.
Present.
Present. President Chavez.
Here.
Present. Supervisor Cortese, one more time. He must be coming back in a bit. We have a quorum.
Thank you. So let me just talk about the evening for those of you who are listening. So the item that we have left to discuss is actually a combination of items, and it is item 12, the Reed Hillview Vision Plan, item 13, the disaster and emergency response relative to Reed Hillview. Item 14, the FBO leases in San Martin, and item 15, a resolution for fees at county airports. And what I would like to recommend to my colleagues is that we hear all of the presentations together. We then go to public comment, but we'll vote on each item separately. Is that, does that make sense for my colleagues?
Yep.
Okay. That's all right with everybody. And any concern, and I just want to, any concern about that process from staff? No. All right. So what we'll do, what that means is if you're here on behalf of the public and you want to speak, the items that you'd be speaking to are 12, 13, 14, and or 15. You can speak to any one of them. As the staff is making their presentation, you can call in. And I do just want to do one more check with Supervisor Cortese, and we'll give Eric a minute to jump on.
And I texted him a moment ago.
Okay, thank you. All right, just one moment.
Would you like me to call him? You're muted, Madam President.
He let me know he's on his way, and so I just asked him if he can turn his camera on when he joins us.
Hey, Max.
Thank you. So we're going to start our meeting. If I could ask the clerk just to acknowledge that Supervisor Cortese is here. Did we do roll already?
Did roll, but Supervisor Cortese is now here.
Great, thank you. So before we start, I just wanted to acknowledge that today is Supervisor Cortese's last full board meeting with us. And we didn't want to miss an opportunity to say, Dave, how much we appreciate you and your leadership on a whole host of issues. And I just wanted to say, you know, I've had the honor of serving with you on the San Jose City Council and here at the Board of Supervisors. And the issues that you champion and the opportunity to lead for people, especially children and families who are really in need, it's really been an honor to serve with you, and you will be missed. The schooling services, the neighborhood safety unit, the work you've done around immigration and immigrant rights, the work you've done to help us think about how we own property and how we manage our assets better, the leadership you played at MTC, working on transportation issues and really looking out for Santa Clara County and for on VTA, and just the, I could really go on, but I think the thing that's most important that people know is that you're very true to your values and very consistent. And as a friend and a colleague, I will miss having you around. I know, Mike, there are others who want to say something, but I wanted to turn it over to Supervisor Wasserman because we were trying to figure out the best send-off gift we could think of, and it was Mike who came up with the idea. So can I turn it over to Supervisor Wasserman?
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm going to put Supervisor Cortese in a perhaps awkward position, but my bet is he'll come through. So Supervisor Cortese, we've all joined together to buy you an item. I know how you care for the silver and black. So we've got an item here. Very, very nice Raider football commemorating their Super Bowls and things like that. But Supervisor Cortese, there was a young man that came out of Auburn that went on to win the Heisman. And he is the only person in professional Major League Baseball who was an all-star in Major League Baseball. And he was a Pro Bowler in football, playing for the silver and black, wearing number 34. Any ideas?
Bo Jackson.
You got it, Supervisor. And there's your autographed Bo Jackson, Oakland Raiders football as a gift from your Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you to the board. Thank you very much. And no question, Mike always seems to do the honors when it comes to one of these kind of ceremonial decisions, and he always does a great job. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you for all your service and working together the last 10 years with me. Really appreciate that. Your wife with the school district, you with the school district, you with the city of San Jose, you with the county, now going to the state. Thank you for your service. Multiple generations of service from your father to you and your wife continuing here locally. Thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you to Susan and Joe.
Thank you. Of course, I've had the shortest amount of time to work with you, Dave, but there are a couple of specific areas of your legacy that I am really excited to build on and continue. I think the work that you started and grew around school-linked services is one of the best programs to support kids that I have come across in all of the things that I have read and looked at and learned about. And I intend to do you proud by continuing to build on that work and seeing it in all of our school districts. You laid out a pretty robust path today to help us get to a model of care first, jail last. And that's another mantle that I'm very glad to pick up and continue. And finally, the work that you've done regarding our unhoused residents and your push for short interim solutions while we continue to build permanent housing is also very important to me, and I've appreciated your leadership there. I've learned a lot from watching you just in the last couple of years, and also just delighted that we will have some overlapping space in your new role as a senator, and I look forward to working with you on behalf of our shared constituents.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Supervisor Simidian?
Well, thank you. And I just want to be forward-looking in my expressions of goodwill, having served in the state Senate where Supervisor Cortese is now headed. I know he will find it a place where there is an extraordinary opportunity to do good work. And I think you're going to find that tremendously invigorating, Supervisor. You have a wide range of policy interests and energies. And I really do wish you well in the Senate. I think you're going to find, as I say, that it's a place where, with the possible exception of foreign policy, there isn't any challenge that you can't tackle. So good luck with that, and we wish you well. Take care.
No, thank you, and thank you for your own good work in the state Senate. And I will always remember when you rejoin the Board of Supervisors telling me it's a lot easier to get 3 votes than it is to get 21. So I'm going to have to learn about that.
Thank you. I'm going to go now to Dr. Smith, then Dr. Dewan, and then James.
Well, Supervisor Cortese, you're the last supervisor left who actually hired me 11 years ago. I remember walking in to the job, and sort of the first thing you said was, let's close juvenile hall. Let's make sure that everyone in the community is treated equitably. Let's get rid of economic disparity. Let's make sure that children have opportunities. Let's make sure that, we take care of kids after school. Let's make sure that we have health care for all. It was like, wow, we're in trouble now. We got a lot to do. So I want to thank you for making sure that the county followed through on all those promises and a lot more. You've really done great things by this county and by the people in your constituency and the rest of the county. It's been an honor to serve in my job with you, and I wish good things for you in the future and your family. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez?
Marianne?
Thank you. Supervisor Cortese, I just wanted to take this opportunity to really thank you for all of your leadership and partnership with our shared efforts around education and students. It's been just an incredible privilege to serve with you. And I remember early on, you were inviting me to the district visits to support your tours to Sacramento to advocate for education. I remember learning about School Link services and the incredible investment and vision that you brought to that, and how proud I've been to be able to further that work. And your support of our data sharing and data initiatives, your support of Digital Divide, and all the many partnerships that we've enjoyed over these years. I'm very much looking forward to continuing that partnership in your new role, and just congratulations, and I wish you well.
Thank you, Dr. Dewan. It means a lot to me to hear from all of you. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry, James.
Supervisor Cortese, I just want to add, my few comments. First of all, just on behalf of the Office of the County Council, you have been such an extraordinary advocate for the work of the office throughout your entire tenure. Your appreciation for the work of the attorneys and the staff in the office, your continued insistence on the important role that the office plays both within the county organization, but also the role that the office can play and has been playing on a national stage and statewide on so many issues of importance has really been because of your tremendous advocacy. Just to call out one body of work specifically, although there's so many, right after the election of President Trump, you brought forward that referral to have the county council's office play a prominent role in pushing back on issue after issue. And of course, that spurred an entire body of work these last many years, work that we didn't want to have to do, but work that we have done, and so many successes for so many years across many cases, from immigration issues, census, DACA, of course, right away, the executive order on sanctuary jurisdictions, but across many other fields as well. And your leadership in promoting that work and so many other bodies of work has just been extraordinary. The other thing that I wanted to share is more personal. You're one of the folks who really reached out to me and encouraged me to come forward for the county council position. You've been a real mentor. You've been an extraordinary supporter of my leadership of the office and in this role. And even before that, when I was a deputy county executive and in the work related to redevelopment to solution. And I'm just so extraordinarily grateful for that mentorship, for your advice over the years, for all the many things you've done to support me personally as well. So thank you. I'm going to miss you a lot here at the county, but I'm glad we have an ally moving forward into the state Senate. Clearly, we're going to have a lot of important work to do with the state. And as you know, we've often had to work in close partnership in those efforts. And so I look forward to continued work with you in all of that important work too. But thank you so much. And I'm very sad to see you leave the board.
Thank you, James. Thank you very much for everything you've done. Thank you.
Gal, you get the last word here before Dave.
Thank you so much. And Supervisor, number one, congratulations on the move to Sacramento. It's, I think of all of us who have spoken, at least from the administrative side, I think I've been working with you the longest here in Santa Clara County. Back in 2009 when you joined us in January of 2009. And I mentioned this on an event that we did a couple Saturdays ago, where I still remember all of us being so excited because your sort of presentation to all of us about who you were was very rooted in social justice. And I think what I've seen ever since 2009 is you championing so many of the issues that are so important to the people who need the most help. So it's been, I've had the privilege to work with you in a number of capacities as the county council. Then you supported me when I went to be an associate justice on the Court of Appeal. And then when I came back, I recall you and I having a long discussion at, I think, the Starbucks on Coleman. And it's really been a privilege to work with you. And as James said, we look forward to continuing that relationship now that you're moving over to the Senate, because I think we've all seen during these times that social justice, the issues are more prevalent than ever. And I look forward to continuing that good work with you. Thanks again for everything you've done over the last 12 years, I guess it's been. Thanks.
Thank you, Miguel. Thank you for your tremendous service. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Anything you want to say?
Yeah, I just, and part of it's just a reflection of some of the comments you made. I mean, obviously, none of this is scripted. I didn't expect this kind of a lineup of speaking, and I appreciate it very much. First and foremost, the Board of Supervisors. You run for county supervisor, it's not your expectation that at some point you're going to be suing the President of the United States. It really wasn't anywhere near the job description I was thinking about. But when it came time that we had to do that, and I happened to be president of the board at the time, thanks to my colleagues' support. But when it came time to do that, I was completely, absolutely, totally certain that it was the right thing to do from a justice standpoint, but also from the standpoint of the fact that we have the best legal department in the country, better than the White House, better than the Justice Department. I basically said, if we're going to have a brawl with the President of the United States, I'd pick our team to win. And we did. And I know the whole Board of Supervisors felt that way. And every step of the way, regardless of partisanship, where we come from, what party we belong to, this Board of Supervisors was united and unanimous and completely unconflicted about moving forward over the last several years, whenever it came to what's right and what's just and what needed to be done. And that's why this county is in such good hands going forward. That's why this county is doing as well as it is in this most difficult time. It is built, this county is built to deal with whatever adversity comes its way. And that's been through a lot of hard work, through tremendous leadership at the top on the administrative side. All the people that we just heard from are part of that success, but also, you know, the 20 some odd thousand employees that deliver services, that believe in this county, that wouldn't want to work anywhere else because this is their employer of choice. It's a powerful thing. It is a really powerful thing. And it's powerful because somewhere in almost everything we do, it's about helping people that need to be helped, that need that help. It's in other levels of government, and I'm not sure what I'll encounter at my next stop, but I know at other levels of government, it's not been as easy to be unconflicted and clear about what my mission was and about what the mission of the Board of Supervisors or my colleagues was. So thank you all, especially my colleagues, because you don't do anything on this Board of Supervisors without 3 votes, as I was just sort of joking about earlier. And you don't do anything really meaningful, honestly, without those unanimous votes. Certainly, you don't set the stage for national models and national change and affirmative actions that will move the agenda of the entire country, or in the case of something like climate, the entire globe. That takes the solidarity of the Board of Supervisors first and foremost, and then the kind of expertise that this county has in its administration, in its legal department, and in every department and agency that's represented in this county. So it's been an honor for me to serve here. It's been a privilege. It's one of the best elected positions I think you could possibly want to serve in, but that's my perspective. And so I'm very grateful to have had the opportunity. And, you know, somebody said to me when I left my private sector office at the age of 45 years old, hey, you know, I was over at the city. Hey, what did you learn going from the private sector to the public sector? And I said, what I learned is these guys are really good. They kind of take a bad rap out there about government not getting things done. There is really high quality professional work being done here. So after 8 years at the city, I thought maybe when I go to the county, it'll be a letdown. Quite the opposite, quite the opposite. So I've been impressed every single day that I've been here with the work product, the quality of the work. But again, what I've been trying to say in so many words, the fact that that work is so deeply rooted in values that we can all get behind. So thank you for allowing me to say a few words. Thank you for having me for 12 years. Thank you to the public especially the public, for paying the taxes that allow us to do these things, and you know, for voting from time to time to put people like me in a position to have an opportunity like this, and more importantly, to vote to give us the kind of support we need out there to house the homeless, to fight climate change, to push back on bad immigration policy, to transform our justice system. None of that happens as we all know, without the real good faith and credit, which comes from the 2 million people that we represent in this county. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Congratulations. Thanks, colleagues, and thank you to the public for letting us deviate just a bit to say thank you to a beloved colleague. All right, so what we're going to do is the staff is going to make presentations on 12, 13, 14, 15. We'll then go to public comment and then back to the board to take each item one at a time. So I'm going to turn it over to Sylvia Gallegos.
Good evening, Board President Chavez. This is Sylvia Gallegos, Deputy County Executive. And while Harry Freitas is bringing up his presentation, I wanted to introduce some of the other staff that are here. So Harry Freitas, our Roads and Airports Director. We also have Eric Peterson, who is our Airports Director. And then David Berry, our Chief of Facilities Planning Services, and Emily Chen, who's a Senior Planner. Thank you for the opportunity to make a combined presentation. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freitas to begin the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening. Madam President, members of the board, my name is Harry Freitas. I'm the Director of Roads and Airports Department here for Santa Clara County. And we're really pleased to be able to present these items to you tonight. I also want to thank Supervisor Cortese. He was our council member in the city of San Jose when I worked there. And it's been a long career working closely with Supervisor Cortese, and I want to congratulate him on his new position. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to join in that. So as President Chavez mentioned, we have 4 items before you today. Coincidentally, they're coming together at the same time. The first 2 items are essentially board referrals from the meeting of December 2018, and then 2 items we have for the South County Airport, the San Martin Airport. But we'll get right into them. And my PowerPoint, unfortunately, isn't advancing. Bear with me one moment, please. I have a little tough technical difficulty. There it goes. All right, well, thank you for that. So as President Chavez mentioned, item number 12 is the Reed-Hillview Vision Plan, which is a study we did for potential reuse of the Reed-Hillview Airport. We also have a report that we prepared for disaster and emergency use at Reed-Hillview Airport, including the situation with the SCU firefighting effort of August. We have item number 14, which is a new fixed-based operator, essentially the operator for the San Martin Airport. And then item number 15 is the fees and charges that would accompany the new FBO at the South County Airport. So moving into item 12, we do want to thank the fleet facilities staff, Dave Berry and his team. Really helped us a lot with this item. They employ planners, and they did a really good job with this item. So what we did under direction of the board was went out with a consultant and worked on what with the community on what a potential vision would be at Reed-Hillview Airport for any type of use. And one thing I did want to point out is that study was for alternatives to the aviation use that's out there right now. We did prepare a business plan which studied a vision for Reed-Hillview to continue as an aviation facility. And we presented that to the board in 2018, as I had mentioned. I'll also remind everybody, I know the board's acutely aware of this, but the audience, the Reed-Hillview Airport right now has FAA grant assurances that are essentially a promise on the part of the county to keep the airport open until 2031. And our report also provides a roadmap for next steps should the Board of Supervisors choose to continue in this effort. So first of all, this is very similar to the presentation that we gave to the community. And it's essentially a chapter page flip, if you will, an overview of what's in the report. So the report is, it's about 80 pages long, and it's going to be a valuable resource for the community moving forward with a planning effort or a revisioning effort out at Reed-Hillview. So of course we have an introduction and then an analysis, and then we talk about the community outreach. And we don't just talk about the community outreach to say that we did it. What we talk about in the community outreach is what we learned from the community outreach, how that informed the next chapter, which is the vision. And the vision is what the community articulated to the staff, and what we interpreted, we heard from the community and put it into words in this report. And then the 5th chapter, of course, as I had mentioned, is looking to the future and possible next steps. So in terms of the analysis, I'm just going to highlight a few pages from the report in each of these chapters. really important to try to get everybody's kind of thoughts around the scale of the Reed Hillview Airport at 180 acres. It is probably the largest site left in, certainly in San Jose, that isn't a park that has this level of potential for redevelopment. The 180 acres, it really is about a 10 to 15 minute walk north-south across the airport, which puts you at almost a mile, fronted by Capitol Expressway on one side and Tully Road on the other. To give a comparison to some recent developments that have occurred in the vicinity, the Cottle Transit Village in San Jose is bounded by 85. It's commonly referred to as the former IBM research park down at 85 in Cottle. It is about the same size, albeit not the same shape, as the Reed Hillview site. A comparison to San Jose State University is also shown on this map. It's about half the size of the Reed Hillview site. The Google Transit Village, although very oddly shaped, it's not a square site, it again would be about half of the size of the Reed Hillview, just to give some scale to these options. And we laid out some potential land uses. This was important to give the community the opportunity to think about any type of post-aviation future. And really, with this much land, the sky's the limit in terms of land uses, really going from medical, educational, county services, housing, offices, open space, parks, maker spaces, retail, neighborhood serving type uses. There's just really a lot of land here, and there's really a lot of opportunities. We purposefully didn't decide or ask the community to select a preferred land use. With this planning process being on the 10-year horizon, we didn't think that would be a fruitful conversation. So we really stuck with the community's vision and aspirations. So a couple of things about the Reed Hillview site that I think are important to note, and I really have been pointing this out in our community outreach, is this is essentially a general plan zoning map for the city of San Jose, which completely surrounds the Reed Hillview site. And it's important to note on these what the different colors mean. And the yellows and the browns represent residential land uses. Yellow being single family detached, and the brown more of a multifamily or higher density housing. And as you can see, yellow is obviously the dominant color in here. So the predominant land uses surrounding the airport right now are residential. But I think it's also important to point out the blue. The blue is often known as public lands, public quasi-public is the technical term, but the blue represents, of course, Reed Hillview. But the blue also represents mostly schools that surround the Reed Hillview Airport. And you can see all those blue pieces here. The reds and oranges represent different types of retail, neighborhood serving, or regional. In the case of Eastridge Shopping Center, that's a regional type shopping experience. And then the strips of orange that you see and the lighter reds are either larger scale retail or smaller scale retail, depending on the type of retail. And then finally, the greens. And the greens, as you can see, the large Lake Cunningham Park, which is right adjacent to Reed Hillview, but then all the smaller neighborhood parks that surround or are directly adjacent to the Reed Hillview Airport. The most important takeaway that I have with this diagram is to understand for everybody, including the public and the stakeholders, to understand really what the land uses are in the vicinity of Reed Hillview Airport. We also provide a very commonly used technique in land use planning, which is essentially a constraints and opportunities map that shows, the different kind of things that are necessary to develop such a large piece of land. There's the opportunities, which the bar that the arrow that you see on Capitol Expressway going east-west or right to left across this chart is, of course, 6-lane expressway right now, but ultimately, or in a short period of time, a few years, we'll have a light rail running in the middle of it, a significant public investment of transit across the front of the site. You'll also notice that there's partially a flood zone across the site, and you'll see that associated with the nearby creeks. And then you'll see the need for investments in terms of circulation within the site itself, the need to extend roads and to allow for circulation and mobility within the site. And moving into the community outreach section, this is just a picture of one of our large community meetings. We, in the middle of this process, were stopped essentially in our community outreach tracks by COVID. I believe this meeting was in February. This was the big public outreach meeting that we did. Before this, we did a number of smaller outreach meetings with targeted stakeholders, including pilots and users of the airports and interested community groups and thought leaders in the area, including East San Jose, and we also talked to San Jose State and Eastridge, Spur, and Si Se Puede, and Somos, and a lot of the smaller groups in getting ready so that we had an effective first meeting. And we felt that meeting was very effective, and we got a lot of information from that meeting. Unfortunately, that kind of put the end to the in-person outreach. We followed that up with a "Did we hear you correctly?" virtual meeting, and then we took this this draft report essentially on the road for the past few months and attended every community meeting that we could possibly attend, again, also with pilots and stakeholders. These were the community aspirations that that the staff and our consultant identified and read back to the community and asked them, did we get this right? Asked the community, and they agreed that we heard correctly. That, you know, ranked in order, but I don't think that the order is the most important thing. High quality resources for the community. These are the aspirations of the community, including well-paying jobs, access to healthcare programs and services, economic opportunities. There's a sense that there hasn't been the economic opportunities around these neighborhoods that the rest of the valley has enjoyed over the past 10 years. Family was a theme that we heard over and over again, and multi-generational. We heard over and over that the connection between families within the family and within the generations of the family, and the continuity associated with these families and East San Jose was extremely important. Quality of life, and this we heard about this certainly in the airport's impact on you know, the immediate surroundings, but also improvements to the community centers, open spaces, and parks that the community currently enjoys, but feels that it could be better invested in. When we started this process, the Google project was really on the front page of the newspaper, and that's somewhat subsided. But at the time, housing stability and gentrification was a very important element that we heard over and over again from all parts of the community. Fears of gentrification, fears of displacement and stability. And then authentic diversity, and this was something that we did our best to absorb, that the pride that the community had in the diverse cultures and the experiences that make up that sense of a community in East San Jose. And that was reflected in item 7, we identified as culture and community pride, the heritage and history, including the history of activism that was centered in the east side of San Jose, or in East San Jose. So we did our best to build a vision statement. And what I think is fascinating about this vision statement that we wrote on behalf of the community is that when we tested it with the community, you'll see their comments, and this is right in the report. So I'll read this just briefly. This East San Jose neighborhood will be an engine of empowerment, inspired by our culture, diversity, and history, driven by economic opportunity, education, and well-being for all. And, you know, what we wanted to make sure of is that writing vision statements is so difficult that we made sure that we included people's comments that we heard in our public outreach meeting where we tested if this was the right story. And in some cases we heard it was great. In some cases we heard that people would choose a different word. And developing a vision is probably an iterative process. So we're ready to continue to work on this statement, but this is one that we've selected for now, and we have support for with the community. Now the vision, as I said, we use those aspirations to build that vision statement. And then from that, if you use the report to its intended purpose, it provides themes and then strategies, and ultimately tactics that both the staff and the members of the community and political leadership and school leadership. Those tactics can be used every day for the next 10 years or forever, regardless of what happens essentially with the airport, because the tactics are about making the community what you aspire it to be. And so the themes, as I had talked before, which came out of those 7 highlighted items, were neighborhood and infrastructure, culture and diversity, and success and well-being. Those 3 themes we distilled from the 7 items, and then within those themes, each of those themes, we developed strategies. For instance, neighborhood and infrastructure, strategy 1.3 is enhance safety and security. And then as you read the report, you can find tactics that can be employed as the community changes, as land development comes in, as changes occur, or to inject change into your community without relying on someone else making a change. But these are actual real ways of investing in your community. And that's all outlined in the report. I won't get too further into it. And then the 5th section is about looking to the future. And really, there was 3 phases to this, should the board continue in these efforts. Certainly the foundation setting and training phase, we felt that a lot of that was accomplished by the vision plan that we've just gone through. There's still more work to do. Excuse me, but we feel that the foundation setting and training and preparing the community for this has substantially been done. Phase 2, as described in the report, would be to design a resilient collaborative process. And that, in a lot of ways, involves getting the community organized around the hard work associated with thinking about what can happen to 180 acres. So things like setting goals, looking and establishing an equity framework, an organization to guide you over a period of time, what authority, who the community reports to, advisory, what role they have, and then how the leadership group engages with the community in a broader sense. That phase was really designed to bridge the gap in such a long-range planning effort, keeping the community energized and engaged while we prepare for what the Board of Supervisors ultimately decides here. And then phase 3 ultimately would be the actual land use planning, things that a lot of us are familiar with in the building environment, EIRs, zonings, annexations, and builders. You have to get a builder involved sooner or later. Certainly these are far down the road. Staff's not making these recommendations right now, but we wanted to make sure we laid out what the path forward would be. So that concludes item number 12. I'm just going to zip through the rest of the items. It'll be a lot shorter, but wanted to make sure that I covered these other items as well before I turn it back to the president. So item 13 is a report that we prepared with the help of CAL FIRE. We wrote the report, but certainly worked with local CAL FIRE leadership, making sure that we got it right. I will point out that the Assistant Chief from CAL FIRE Santa Clara County, Nick Chiaradella, is on the call and available. Not sure if if Chief Hess is on the call as well. But this report is item 13, and it's organized around these bullet points. First of all, we talk about the physical context and the aviation characteristics of the Reed-Hillview Airport. We discuss who is at the airport right now, who is based at the airport in terms of volunteer service organizations. We discuss the use of Reed-Hillview in general by first responders. And then we get into details of the SCU fire and how Reed-Hillview was employed to fight that fire. And then we discuss what nearby airports are available and what their characteristics are. So in terms of just the Reed-Hillview Airport, it has two 3,100 foot runways. It also has an air traffic control tower, and that's really a function of how busy that airport is. There are 4 fixed-based operators on site, and those are resources for aircraft and aircraft owners to keep their motors operating and to have them fueled and maintained. I'll also point out that this airport is in an urban setting, and that's a really important factor when used for certain emergencies. I also want to just talk about what a 3,100 foot runway means. It's a medium length runway for a general aviation airport, as you'll see, compared to the other general aviation airports around here. And you can land larger planes on this airport, but the actual runway is not built for the weight of most of those really large planes. It's somewhat limited by the length of the runway, and it has some weight limitations, and that's outlined in the report. Now, the based volunteer service organizations that currently occupy Reed Hillview Airport are the Civil Air Patrol, which is there's two battalions or branches, squadrons, excuse me, thank you. There's a youth squadron and essentially the adult squadron. And that's an arm of the airport auxiliary, and they've been out at Reed Hillview Airport for quite a while. They provide services such as search and rescue, and they can be called up like other types of civil defense organizations by the state of California, the governor, and other agencies. We also have a disaster airlift response team, which is a DART team, and that was started after the Loma Prieta earthquake, when aircraft from Reed Hillview were dispatched to fly in and out of Watsonville after the road damage that occurred in the Loma Prieta earthquake. And they're still active on site. They don't have actual space that they rent. They're a little more looser base than CAP. Civil Air Patrol has a formal kind of government role. Each of these is essentially our volunteer service organizations that exist at the Reed Hillview Airport right now. Now, in terms of its use by first responders, you do see San Jose Police Department and Sheriff's Office at the terminal really all the time. They are generally not using the airfield. They are using the terminal, and they use it for meals, meetings. They are there frequently. Also point out that CAL FIRE has used the airfield mostly for overnight parking and itinerant parking of aircraft, maybe doing reconnaissance. They would get fuel. They're usually out there once a year, but we haven't had in the past 10 years at least Reed Hillview Airport used for firefighting. That was until August. And in August, it was used for firefighting. As you can see in this photograph right here, this is one of the setup for the August firefighting that was used for the SCU fire. So at the SCU complex, CAL FIRE asked to use Reed Hillview as a mobile retardant base. And they used it for 4 days, and there were about 50 flights. And according to CAL FIRE, they were mostly fighting the southern edge of the SCU complex. The flights were leaving Reed Hillview Airport and heading to the south as that fire moved through the San Antonio Valley towards Brook Park. Their footprint on Reed Hillview Airport was on the north side of the runways. They covered about 8 acres. Part of it was paved, where they parked their mixing equipment and their water trucks. And the dip tanks, so the mobile retardant base, as you can see, this aircraft actually has a hose on the side of it, and it is using pumps to extract a retardant mixed water into the belly of this aircraft, and that's how it used to fight fires. And they commonly refer to that as it's technically known as a mobile retardant base, but they also call those tanks dip tanks because they dip the essentially the straw into the tank and drain the pool. I will point out that these aircraft did not land at Reed Hillview. They came in, filled, and they did overnight at other locations. I'll also point out that fixed-wing aircraft used to fight this fire were dispatched from McClellan Airport in Sacramento. Some additional considerations for CAL FIRE in discussions with the chief and the assistant chief were that generally with the fixed-wing aircraft, they're using large, very heavy aircraft, and they're generally dispatching those from McClellan Air Force Base. They have small fixed-wing operation, mostly for initial attack and for reconnaissance that's based out of Hollister. and Hollister has a 5,000 foot long runways. But the main firefighting for fixed wing aircraft was out of McClellan. As I mentioned earlier, Reed-Hillview runways really don't accommodate the fixed wing suppression that CAL FIRE would be using because of the weight and the length. Now, when they first started fighting the SCU fire, they were using the Sunol Fire Station, where they have a flat area adjacent to that station. That's actually a piece of Hetch Hetchy property that they have a lease for, and they were using that for diptychs and helicopters. As the fire moved south, they needed a more southerly location. At that time, they could not use San Martin because San Martin was engaged in fighting the SCZ fire, and the SCZ stands for the Santa Cruz side of the fire. So actually, San Martin Airport was engaged in firefighting for the Santa Cruz side. In discussing this with CAL FIRE personnel, if Reed-Hillview was not available, they could set up essentially on 8 acres of flat ground. So that's really what they were looking for. Obviously, the airport is good because it has fuel, it has water, electricity, and it's secure. Some of the negatives, though, are the proximity, obviously, to the park and the homes that you can see in this picture. We did have the San Jose PD patrolling the street and making sure that pedestrians stayed away from the fence because this helicopter here was within about 300 feet of Ocala. If the fire were to continue to move south, CAL FIRE informs us that they would probably have occupied the Pacheco Station. The Pacheco Station is on Highway 152, commonly known as Pacheco Pass. On the just before you start the upgrade, there's near Casa de Fruta. There is a CAL FIRE station, and they have an agreement with the adjacent landowner to be able to set the helicopter station at that location. So that concludes my discussion of item 13. I'm going to move into item 14. I know that this is a lot, so I appreciate your patience. The fixed base operator currently at San Martin Aviation had a 30-year lease that was going to expire on December 11th. The county went into an RFP process and solicited proposals for a new operator at South County. We only got one proposal, and it was actually it was the current operator of a business that's subleasing the main hangar out there right now, and we were able to negotiate essentially a market rent that we thought was a fair rent for the services that we were looking for at the San Martin Airport, and we're presenting that lease to the board for approval. On this picture, you can see that the 4 areas that we're proposing to lease to San Martin Aviation, that's our selected provider. Area 1 is the commercial hangar, Area 2 is the fueling, and areas 3 and 4 are for parking planes on the ramp. Through this process, the county did negotiate, attempted to take offers for 50 hangars that were on site and currently in the existing FBO property. But we were not able to come to terms that were advantageous financially to the county with the proposer. So the county, in response, decided to assume management of those 50 hangars. I will point out, and I think I mentioned earlier, that the new operator has been on site providing maintenance for 3 years. Oh, and I neglected to mention that the operator will be providing a full range of aviation maintenance services, including fueling, training, and rental aircraft. There are also additional optional services as the business hopefully grows, where they'll be able to provide even better and more services to the pilots at South County. Then to accompany that, because the county is going to be taking on these 50 additional hangars, we have better revenues at the South County Airport. We're going to have the opportunity essentially to reduce rates on some of the county hangars out there and make the entire airport probably more competitive for our customers and provide better essentially rates across the board. Now, in order to bring the new tenants in the blue hangars into the county billing system and to get them essentially used to having the county being their landlord, we've decided to propose a discount rate for the first year to kind of avoid what I'd call sticker shock associated with coming into the county system. In addition, there are some hangars on site that the owners have additional rights to, and we'll provide an additional discount to those hangars for the first year. And then in the second year, we'll bring the rates up to market rates. At the same time, we'll be able to reduce rates for the county hangars that are shown on this diagram in white, and we'll also be able to reduce tie-down rates for the aircraft that are parked on the ramp. I want to point out that these fees and charges go towards an enterprise fund. They're essentially, to the folks watching at home as well, these don't come out of the county's general fund. The airports are a self-sustaining enterprise, and the airports require revenue in order to provide services to the pilots and the aircraft owners that are on site. That concludes the items. I appreciate your patience. Thank you very much. I'll turn it back to the president. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate that. We'll let you get a drink of water and get your breath back. We do have a number of speakers. What I'd like to do before I turn it over to the clerk is, if I could ask the clerk to start with two panelists, and that is Dr. Dewan and Dr. Bauer, and then go to the attendees list for speakers. Colin?
Dr. Dewan, she should be able to speak.
Yes, I was just giving you the, just so you could set the timer and all that stuff, but you're right. Dr. Dewan will go first, Dr. Bauer, and then we'll go to the attendees list.
Oh, okay, I got you. Next speaker is Marianne Dewan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
So much. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to speak about the health effects and benefits and Toxic Center report from the Environmental Protection Agency that came out in April of 2020. Reported that there are two little known risks imposed by leaded aviation fuel, air-related and take-home lead exposure. According to the Childhood Lead Poisoning Report, these hidden risks are endangering 230,000 children located near airports. The leaded fuel used by piston engine aircraft is the nation's largest source of lead emissions into the air. Exposure to lead causes serious harm to a child's health, including damage to the brain and nervous system, slowed growth and development, learning and behavior problems. I appreciate your support to protect the health and development of children and families of our community and request you approve the requested action. Childhood lead poisoning is 100% preventable.
Our next speaker is Hilaria Bauer. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak, and the timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you so much. And congratulations, Supervisor Cortese, and best of luck to you. I'm here to speak on behalf of the board, the Alum Rock School District Board, who stands firmly in support of the measures that the County of Santa Clara has undertaken to repurpose the airport lands. The board resolved last Thursday that in light of the continuing health and safety risks posed by the Reed Hillview Airport, the Alum Rock Board seeks the prompt closure of said airport. Let's not forget the two near disasters that happened within the last 2 years, one on the 4th of July, where one of the planes emergency landed in Hillview Park. Thank you.
The next speaker is Camille Yanez Fontanilla. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Camille Yanis Fontanilla, and I'm the Executive Director of Somos Mayfair, as well as a founding member of the Si Se Puede Collective and a resident in the surrounding communities that are around the airport. The economics of the Bay Area aren't improving, and specifically here in East San Jose, we have been historically impacted by racist policies and decisions like redlining that have left our neighborhoods under-resourced with limited access to education and economic opportunities. Today, we are impacted by ongoing gentrification and poverty, only exacerbated by COVID-19 pandemic. Now is the time to rectify past decisions. In alignment with our community developed policy platform, the Si Se Puede Collective believes that Reed Hillview can have a vision that serves all families, especially those impacted by social injustice. This site could provide new land uses where families can access quality and dignified education, economic mobility, public transportation, high quality green space, and more. Now is the time to move forward and make changes. Thank you.
The next speaker is Andreas Cantera. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Honorable members of the board, I'm Quintero. I'm an Alum Rock School Board member, and I'm here to request that you right a historic wrong. The notion that this airport has always existed is unfounded. The fact of the matter is that our school, Donald J. Meyer School, was already in place by the time that this airport was finally expanded. This was done in absence of the voice of the people of East San Jose. The fact of the matter was that it was done completely against the wishes of the Airport Commission, as outlined in then San Jose News. So we ask that you right a historic wrong. The council at the time went ahead and took this action without participation from people from East San Jose. We know this full well. Vast majority of the 70% of all council members from San Jose always came from two neighborhoods that were not from the east side. And so we ask that you right this historic wrong. Lead at any level is unsafe. Please put the health and safety of the people of East San Jose first. Thank you.
The next speaker is Brian Wheatley. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors, and especially California Senator-elect Cortese. Brian Wheatley again, retired teacher and proud father of an overfelt English teacher, Julia Brooks. I'm here on behalf of the families taught by both of us. East San Jose is a home to mainly Latino Mexican families, but increasingly also to people from the Philippines, Vietnam, India, and other parts of the world. Historically, East San Jose has been impacted by racist policies and decisions that have left neighborhoods under-resourced and with limited access to education and economic opportunities. Today, they are impacted by racism, gentrification, COVID-19, and poverty. We strongly believe that the Reed Hillview vision must serve all families, especially those impacted by ongoing injustice. We believe everyone deserves access to world-class education, economic mobility, public transportation, high-quality green space, and affordable housing. If we want to center racial and economic justice, the board must continue its commitment to shut down Reed Hillview and move forward with a community vision that puts equity and East San Jose families first. Thank you.
The next speaker is Salvador Bustamante. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, Chava Bustamante from Luna, speaking on behalf of our board of directors and the members we represent in the vicinity of Reed Hillview Airport, to ask you to please vote in support of taking the next steps to plan the reuse of the airport after its closure. The time to close Reed Hillview has come. The airport contributes to noise, lead, and air pollution in our east side communities. 180-acre airport situated in the middle of neighborhoods, schools, churches, and businesses is not only an environmental justice issue, but also a huge land use mistake. Our east side population should not suffer from the continued ill effects of Reed Hillview above their heads. The 180 acres of publicly owned land at Reed Hillview could be put to better use, bringing much needed jobs, housing, and recreation to the community. This site is perfect for sustainable transit-oriented development. Please do the right thing and vote in support of taking the next steps.
The next speaker is Maribel Montanez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Maribel Montanez, Gardner Health Services. From a planner's viewpoint, I must be excited to be on this board.
This project can effectuate large-scale change at the local level. Pages 25 through 29 of the vision plan will inform your commitment on how and for whom you will leverage this county asset. It can create upward mobility, economic opportunities for the residents of the community, many who live in crowded conditions while working hard to make ends meet. We trust through land use planning that you will work to solve the most immediate challenges facing its residents and affecting key determinants of health, including poverty and homelessness, but also housing. This site is primed for building inclusive, affordable housing, which can go a long way to stop displacement of both the working poor and middle-class families. We know your innovative strategies and investments will put East San Jose residents at its center. And should you move into phase 3, we thank you in advance for your focus on the community, affordable housing, and improving the health status of East San Jose. And congratulations, Senator-elect Cortez.
The next speaker is Kathleen King. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, this is Kathleen King. I'm CEO of Healthier Kids Foundation and Vice President of the Santa Clara County Office of Education. And I've always been so impressed with our board. You were the first county in the United States to have a Bill of Rights for children and youth. And you've always put children first, I feel. And a couple of those items on the Bill of Rights is they have a healthy mind, body, and spirit that enable them to maximize their potential. I'm hoping that you will continue the track you've been on and continue with that future trend. And Dave Cortese, I'm glad you're here for this vote. I appreciate everyone else's help as well. Thank you.
The next speaker is Wendy Mahaney-Gurahu. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, President Chavez and Board of Supervisors. My name is Wendy Mahaney-Gurahu, and I'm here as Interim Chief at First Five and as City of San Jose Chair for the Library and Education Commission and Trustee-elect for San Jose Unified School District. I'm also here representing 71 Quality Matters child care programs serving over 1,700 birth to 6 children affected by lead and noise pollution created by the Reed Hillview Airport. Many of these programs are family child care homes that are in the neighborhoods surrounding the airport. The airport is causing harm as children breathe in the toxins daily and play in the dirt and sandboxes where the lead settles. This is clearly a detriment to children's development. We ask that you work towards a progressive plan to close the recreational airport and repurpose the land for better use with community input. When you place children at the center of your decision-making, you can never go wrong. First Five stands with community to give voice to our children so that they are heard. Thank you so much for your consideration.
The next speaker is Tree Nguyen. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I think the airport as it is right now is not a good use of space. The land is too big to be just for a few pilots, and that's unfair to the people in that area. And I see a lot of potential for the area. It can bring a lot, anything else can bring a lot of job and a lot of economic development to the space. So I am strongly support the reuse of the airport.
The next speaker is Hui Tran. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors, and congratulations to Supervisor Cortese. Good luck to you in Sacramento. My name is Hui Tran, and I speak tonight on behalf of the Vietnamese American Roundtable. We urge the Board of Supervisors to continue exploring alternative uses for Reed Hillview Airport. At a time when we face an unprecedented housing crisis, a crippling pandemic, and economic uncertainty for tens of thousands of families who are on the verge of eviction and homelessness, we must take every opportunity to revisit our land use decisions and ask whether it continues to serve the greatest needs of our community. Reed Hillview is 180 acres of land that is buttressed by Eastridge Mall and many local diverse neighborhoods. In a community where land is a scarce and valuable commodity, we are required to be intentional and thoughtful about how we use it. Converting Reed Hillview to other uses, such as affordable housing connected to public transit, can help make a dent in our housing crisis and improve our economic opportunities as well as our quality of life. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Next speaker is Maria Padilla. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Maria Padilla. I am a member of the community. I am a mother and my daughter is 4 years old. We all know it is not good to have lead pollution in areas where we have children. Please support a process to re-envision the use of the site to help build a thriving Eastside community for thousands of families and residents who would appreciate a major use of change in the site. The airport in my neighborhood is a huge environmental and justice issues, given the air, the noise, and pollution that it contributes daily into the neighborhoods. I am unsure how the report could say that there is no child impact and the recommendation action will have no neutral impact on children and youth. It is my child who's affected by what is happening, and for her, there is a child impact. Thank you, everyone.
The next speaker is Laura Clendaniel. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Laura Clendaniel, and I humbly request that the board back the process to rethink the use of this airport in order to build a flourishing community for thousands of East Side families. I was born and raised in San Jose. I work for a nonprofit that provides services to this community. My entire family is here. I want to stay here in the long term. My brothers and I want to someday buy homes and raise families where we grew up and buy our parents' house. But the housing costs are so high, I wonder if it's feasible. An airport that serves only a few is a perfect site for a sustainable transit-oriented housing development. This would give my brothers and I an opportunity to live in a neighborhood with schools close by, community centers, and parks. It is time we adjust to meet our community's needs and plan for the future. And using this property for housing is a step in the right direction. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing your vote in support of building a thriving East Side community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tessa Woodmansey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. This is a great day in San Jose that you're considering dropping that airport like we need to do with the main airport here in San Jose, the SJC. We need to drop the airport and drop our cars. Those are the, what my husband, the biologist, calls they're boat anchors to our survival. That's what we're talking about, our survival. And we need to let go of those things so we can have a planned demolition of our Western civilization, because otherwise it's going to go down as an uncontrolled demolition. And the what they call the talk that we have to have as adult conversation is to let go of that which we don't need in our future. Let go of the past, which is air flight and car transportation, and keep the things that we can save, like the internet. Otherwise, we will lose that as well in an uncontrolled demolition.
The next speaker is Robert Aguirre. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yeah, I'm Robert Aguirre. I'm speaking on behalf of the 10,000 unhoused people living in the Santa Clara County. This is a great opportunity for us to be able to build affordable housing and try to get these people off of the streets and into housing as they deserve. I truly believe that this is an opportunity that we cannot afford to let slip past our hands, our fingers, and that we need to push this forward as much as we can. I know retail space and open space, other things are needed as well, but the thing that we need the most is to get people into housing. We have such a big problem here in the county and we need to address it immediately. So please always keep that in mind when you're thinking about planning how you're going to use this property. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Alex Nguyen. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Alex, and good evening to the Board of Supervisors. I'm a recent resident of Evergreen, but I've gone to school in the Evergreen community since the 2nd grade, and I do believe that we have a robust education and academic system here. Using this land would help expand on our education and allow further socioeconomic mobility for our families. At the same time, Evergreen is a place where small businesses are able to thrive. So if this land is used properly, we can stimulate our economy within our community and help uplift our families. I don't see that many apartments in Evergreen, so to solve our housing crisis, it would be wise to incorporate that into a mixed economy where we have housing, education, and business in this space. Yeah, thank you.
Next speaker is Brian Schmidt. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good
Brian? Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Brian Schmidt here, speaking on behalf of Green Foothills. And it's nice to see all the supervisors and staff, and congratulations to Supervisor Cortese. Green Foothills is co-signer and co-author of the letter you all received on Friday from 43 local and community leaders supporting the continuation of the Reed Hillview Vision Plan process, and specifically supporting the Phase 2 community engagement process. We ask that you direct that process to continue. This process at Reed Hillview is a chance to marry environmental justice, parks, and open space opportunities, as well as smart infill, from lead abatement to either housing or jobs, and parks and open space. There's a lot of opportunities to do things on this project area. 180 acres of land, a huge amount of land, lots of opportunities to do something different. We encourage you to move forward with Phase 2. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Lorena Chavez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Lorena Chavez. I'm a board member at Isa Union High School District, but I'm not only here as a board member who proudly serves Eastside, but I'm also a lifelong community member who grew up in the Eastside, about a mile away from Reed Hillview Airport, actually. I'm calling in today to ask that you please vote in support of taking the next steps to plan the reuse of Reed Hillview Airport after its closure. As an airport situated in the middle of our neighborhoods, our schools, where actually my children actually attend, churches and businesses, is a huge land use mistake and an environmental injustice. It is families like my own that have been in this area for decades and whose voices keep being silenced by lack of supporting these actions. Our Eastside population should not suffer from the continual ill effects of this airport above their heads. Please do the right thing. Please support the just and fair process to re-envision the use of this public land support, uplift, and help thriving.
The next speaker is Isabella Luong. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, my name is Isabella Luong. I work in family services and climate justice, and tonight I'm asking you to vote in favor of repurposing the land. On environmental impacts, the EPA found that Reed Hillview exceeded federal airborne lead emission standards. It also found that the highest concentrations of lead were located near the runways. So naturally, as planes take off and land, they send lead particles into the air we breathe. Now, the zip codes surrounding Reed Hillview, 95122 and 95148, are home to nearly 7,700 children under age 5. This age group is especially vulnerable to lead toxicity because their brains are still developing. And according to the CDC, lead exposure can result in developmental, cognitive, and behavioral problems, among others. It is clear that Reed Hillview is a serious environmental justice issue and poses a health risk. Our community deserves clean air, affordable housing, and recreation space, all of which are conducive to health. Please vote to repurpose this land. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jing Liu. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Jing, I see you're on a phone. It would be a *9 to start talking. There we go.
So can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, so this is Qing Liu, and I'm the resident of San Jose. So I think we should stop the airplanes at airports and use the planes to build the buildings. So first, I look up the house price of Evergreen, and the result shows the median house price will be around $1 million per house. It's such a big mistake to leave the huge space and just build up airport. And meanwhile, I look at the map. The map shows there are parks, safeway, restaurants, shopping center, and the middle school around the airport. So it's a good choice to build up some new community here. And we already have a good example, the IBM site, which transformed into housing, shopping center, and sport.
The next speaker is Amanda Dickey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, thank you. My name is Amanda Dickey. I'm the Director of Government Relations at Santa Clara County Office of Education. I am calling to urge the Board of Supervisors to take the steps needed to repurpose the Reed-Hillview Airport. More than 50 years of medical research demonstrates the extremely detrimental impact of carbon monoxide and lead exposure, both of which are significantly higher near airports, which is defined as within 6 miles of the airport. High carbon monoxide levels are linked to asthma, heart disease, lower cognitive abilities, obesity, and lung defects. Lead levels in children, basically any amount, is linked to lower IQ, hyperactivity, higher suspension expulsion rates, learning disabilities, psychopathology, and thought disorder symptoms in adults. We strongly support the board taking the steps needed to repurpose the airport.
The next speaker is Kelsey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Kelsey Pennington, Director of Health and Wellness at First 5 Santa Clara County. On behalf of First 5, I'm here to request that the board vote in support of taking next steps to plan the reuse of Reed-Hillview Airport and to support a thriving East Side community. Aircraft using leaded gas like those utilized at Reed-Hillview are the largest source of airborne lead. The CDC states that there is no known safe level of lead exposure for children, and even a slight elevation of blood lead levels in children can result in serious developmental consequences. Data from CDPH found that zip codes closest to Reed-Hillview have the highest percentage of children with elevated blood lead levels in Santa Clara County. While other potential sources of lead contamination may exist, emissions from Reed-Hillview are likely a contributing factor. On behalf of First 5, thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing you vote in support of taking next steps to plan the reuse of Reed-Hillview Airport.
The next speaker is Letitia Ochoa. I am unmuting you. Please accept unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Leticia Ochoa. I happen to be the Welsh Park Neighborhood Association president. I am here to urge you to close down the airport and reuse the land. I believe that this land can be used for affordable housing opportunities, education opportunities for youth, access to recreational programs and childcare, and much more. Our East San Jose residents deserve so much more, and this land can definitely be used to benefit our Welsh Park Neighborhood Association and our Welsh Park neighborhood, which we really need improvements in our area, and this land will definitely bring benefits to our neighborhood. Thank you so much for your consideration.
The next speaker is Ma Luisa Mende. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hola, buenas noches, supervisores. Mi nombre es Luisa Méndez, trabajadora janitorial y residente de muchos años en el este de San José. Estoy apoyando la remoción de este aeropuerto, ya que es un peligro eminente. Hay muchas viviendas alrededor de en este constante peligro, y viendo la necesidad de tener viviendas accesibles para tanta gente que está viviendo en las calles por no poder pagar rentas tan altas, y pues estos terrenos están desperdiciándose ahí para unos cuantos beneficiarios, y necesitando estas viviendas, necesitamos más negocios para gente humilde que pueda trabajar, y necesitamos asilos que puedan pagar. Gracias.
Thank you very much, supervisors. My name is Maluisa, and I've been working and I've been a resident in East San Jose. I am supporting the removal of this airport because it is a constant danger. And there are so many houses around this airport that are living in danger all the time. We need more houses. So many people are living in the streets right now and they don't have any place to go. So this is a land that is having a benefit, but for very few. And we need more houses, we need more business, we need people that are very humble and they need to work right now, and we need more asylums.
The next speaker is Maimona Afzal-Berta. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Maimona Afzal-Berta. I'm a school board leader in San Jose, but primarily a special education teacher at Fisher Middle School, which is located down the street from Reed Hillview Airport. Fisher is one of several schools in the community that are directly impacted by exposure to lead from the planes that fly directly over our students, and any amount of long-term exposure to lead is simply not safe. If this issue was being discussed in a wealthier community, I question whether we would even think twice about a decision impacting the health and safety of children and our community. I want to share a message from one of my students who have been studying this issue as part of their project, Political Engagement for Young People. Dear supervisors, you should close Reed Hillview Airport because lead is poison to us and dangerous for us and our families. I'm a student at Clyde Fisher Middle School, and the lead can impact our IQ. We don't want that for our future. It doesn't matter how much lead there is, there can still be permanent health consequences. Please consider how you will stand up for children and families today when you make your decision. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rosie Lopez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Rosie Lopez, and I'm the Family Literacy Coordinator at Guerrero Family Services and Community Leader. I'm here to encourage you to vote in favor of closing Reed Hillview Airport and looking into alternative options of reusing this land that will benefit our most vulnerable communities. Besides the noise pollution it currently causes, air pollution is what impacts nearby neighborhoods the most. This is harmful to many, especially children. This air pollution can lead to all different kinds of breathing problems due to high amounts of exposure to lead. Not to mention, this airport only benefits a small demographic of people. Therefore, I would like to see this land benefiting the majority of our community. I envision these 180 acres used for affordable housing, health centers, tutoring centers, parks, or recreational activities. The east side of San Jose shows a low amount of these services in their area. We need to use this land for a greater purpose. Thank you for your consideration.
The next speaker is Anil Babar. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Anil, are you there? I will.
Sorry about that.
Oh, there you go.
Hi,
We can hear you.
President Chavez and the Board of Supervisors. My name is Anil Babar with the California Apartment Association, and we endorse the effort to repurpose Reed Hillview Airport to a site that benefits the entire community. This underutilized large stretch of land lies in the heart of this city and should be converted to a use that serves the needs of the greater community and protects the health of the neighbors. Silicon Valley is essentially built out. High density infill housing is often the only solution to build units in the existing space that remain. To have 180 acres of undeveloped land near transit open up in the heart of the valley poses an opportunity to help San Jose address its housing shortage, its jobs housing imbalance, commute issues, and the harmful environmental effects associated with the continued operation of the airport. We support the county continuing its efforts to rethink how Reed Hillview Airport can be repurposed to meet the demands of today's San Jose, a San Jose that can benefit from more housing, more jobs, and more opportunities. Thank you.
The next speaker is Maria Noel Fernandez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. It looks like I've lost her. All right, the next speaker is Emily Hassay. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Emily Shea, and I'm here on behalf of people assisting the homeless. I would like to express
our support for the Reed Hillview Vision Plan, which would provide the county with the unique opportunity to repurpose 180 acres of developable land and to address the ongoing housing and homeless crisis. As you know, PATH started in Los Angeles back in 1983, but we've since grown to become the largest homeless services and housing organization in California. We greatly appreciate the efforts that this board has made on the critically important issues of housing and homelessness, and this vision plan would significantly strengthen those efforts. This plan could add thousands of new units to the regions, all within close proximity of mass transit. Importantly, the community surrounding the current airport has expressed their support for a redevelopment of this property that would include housing, jobs, and recreational uses. As partners in the fight to end homelessness, we believe that the Reed Hillview Vision Plan offers a rare chance to make inroads on the housing and homelessness crises, while also directly addressing the needs of the community at large. We ask for your vote in support of the Vision Plan. Thank you for your time.
Well, the next speaker is Maria Noel Fernandez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. I'm Maria Noel Fernandez with Silicon Valley Rising and want to express our strong support in re-envisioning these 180 acres of prime land in the middle of our community. When I reflect on the long road it's been to get to where we are on this, what comes to me is a strong feeling that it is time, that it's time to re-envision. It's time to address the environmental justice issues the airport brings. It's time to meet the needs of our community through exploring what it would mean to build affordable housing, recreation opportunities, jobs. It's time for our community to have a real say in what we want and need for that piece of public land. This issue isn't just about an airport, it's about equity, it's about environmental justice, it's about addressing the needs of communities of color, and it's about East San Jose, where I was born and raised, being seen, being truly heard. It's time for those acres of land to be in service of our families and not a select few who use that airport. I want to appreciate the work of this board on this issue to date and hope we can continue to count on your leadership. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nain Lopez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Nain, are you there? I will come back to Nain. The next speaker is Olivia. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Olivia, you're on mute.
Hi, good evening, County Supervisors. My name is Olivia Ortiz, and I'm a resident in District 2. I'm an active leader in my community, and I'm also one of the owners of the Meta LLC cooperative. Historically, East San Jose has been affected by racist policies and decisions that have left our neighborhoods under-resourced. If you decide not to close the Red Hillview Airport, you will keep repeating the same history. We know in advance that this airport does not benefit the community of East San Jose. On the contrary, it negatively affects the health of our children. I ask that you please close the Red Hillview Airport and to ensure that a space truly benefits the East San Jose community, such as building affordable housing for extremely low income and low income families, and many other things that we urgently need. I trust that you will make the right decision, which morally you must make. So let's close the Red Hillview Airport now. I also need a comment on, I would suggest that you guys will have interpretation available for next time. There's a lot of community members that are here that don't understand the language. And I think that you should have interpretation for those community members. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nain Lopez. I am unmuting you. Please accept unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, ¿me escuchan?
Yes, we can hear you.
Ok, mi nombre es Nain López y soy residente del Distrito 5 y parte de Somos Mayfair. Hoy estoy aquí para pedirles que cumplan su palabra y cierren el aeropuerto Hillview, ya que históricamente el este de San José ha sido afectado por decisiones racistas que han dejado a nuestra comunidad sin recursos. Hoy ustedes pueden cambiar eso con tan solo cerrar el aeropuerto, que enferma y peligra la vida de nuestra comunidad. Por favor, estamos pidiendo que cierren el aeropuerto para que podamos tener más oportunidades nosotros para todos, y es todo lo que pido esta noche. Gracias.
Thank you.
So thank you. My name is Lain Lopez and I'm resident in District 5. I just want to ask you to close the airport. East San Jose is having a history of racism, and we need and I just want you to close, and this is to close the airport, please, because this is endangering lives. It is making everybody sicker, and life is in common risk. So this is your opportunity. So this is the only thing I'm asking today. Please close the airport.
The next speaker is Emily Hoon. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, supervisors. I'm Emily. I'm a high school senior who's lived in San Jose my whole life, and I'm hoping to keep living here for decades to come. I'm here urging you to vote yes to continue the envisioning process for the reuse of the Reed-Hillview Airport. If people are worried about erasing history, 100 acres is a huge plot of land. We can create a museum in order of the airport, along with affordable housing for lower income people in Eastside San Jose, open new schools, places of worship, malls, etc. And this can create an economic boom, which will create so many more jobs and employment opportunities for those around the area. With this airport closed, affluent amateur pilots can use the Gilroy Airport, which makes significantly more sense as well, because there's more open land rather than them having them practice flying at Reed-Hillview, which is surrounded by an extremely populated area. In addition, there have been 8 plane crashes since 2007 at Reed-Hillview, and the most recent one was at the 4th of July at a park that usually has many people celebrating, but thankfully, everyone was inside due to the COVID stay-at-home orders. Thank you for listening, supervisors, and I hope you vote yes on this act.
The next speaker is Nam Pham. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Nam Pham, representing IRCC, a non-profit agency serving the Vietnamese community since 1976. I found that the airport is detrimental to my communities. So I call in and ask for the board to vote, and my agency show the support to the next step to plan the reuse of the airport after closure. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mary Helen Doherty. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. I'm Mary Helen Doherty, speaking on behalf of PAC's housing team and Surge at Sacred Heart. A decision to support the reuse of Reed-Hillview Airport in service to Eastside San Jose families of color, who today are disproportionately impacted by COVID-19, long-standing racist policies, and ongoing gentrification is historic. Your vote today is an opportunity to act in support of your expressed moral values and commitment to center racial equity and economic justice. Please put your words into action and vote to support the needs and desires of East Side families of color in the visioning and development process for Reed-Hillview. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Matthew Tinsley. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, President Chavez and supervisors. My name is Matthew Tinsley. I'm director of the Strong Start Initiative at the Santa Clara County Office of Education. Strong Start is a community coalition access to high quality early care, health, and education opportunities for all children in our community. As you've heard from a number of speakers this evening, lead poisoning is a serious problem and a long-term neurological threat to children who are exposed to lead. It causes deficits in intellectual functioning, academic performance, function, and there's no safe amount of lead in the child's bloodstream. There are at least 6 schools, dozens of childcare providers, and many potentially affected area around Reed-Hillview Airport. For them and for our whole community, this is an issue of environmental and social justice, and I'd like to encourage you to vote in support of taking the next steps to plan the reuse of Reed-Hillview Airport after its closure.
Next speaker is Ray Bramson. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. Ray Bramson, Chief Operating Officer with Destination Home. On behalf of Destination Home, I'm calling in tonight to urge the board to authorize the specific next steps needed to master plan Reed Hillview proposed aviation uses. Given the scarcity of housing in our community, the surrounding land uses, and the dire need of so many of our neighbors, the publicly owned 180 acres of Reed Hillview should be repurposed as soon as possible to provide badly needed affordable housing and other community amenities for the East San Jose neighborhood. The current use completely wastes the 180 acres at Reed Hillview and also restricts housing and potentially more affordable housing from being included in the redevelopment of the neighboring 100-acre East Ridge Mall. Redevelopment of Reed Hillview is critical to take advantage of new incoming BART transit stations, and after extensive public community engagement, the community is ready to rally around this new use. Please vote yes today.
The next speaker is Barry. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Barry Carnes, and I am a pilot. I do not fly professionally. I fly simply for the love of flying. As a young child, I dreamed of flying and eventually learned to fly at Reed Hillview. Like me, my son also became a pilot and flew out of Reed Hillview. Keeping the airport open enables our children to dream that they too someday might fly. Please consider my monthly cost to rent a plane from Reed Hillview is about the same as monthly phone, internet, and cable services. Reed Hillview provided emergency fire support during the recent East Foothill fire, possibly preventing many East San Jose homes from burning. Pilots are well-trained and fly highly reliable aircraft. Residents living near the airport have a greater chance of being struck by lightning than by being hit by a plane falling from the sky. Looking to the future, drone-like Uber air taxis will need to be parked and serviced at a location such as Reed Hillview Airport. Let's keep Reed Hillview open. Thank you.
The next speaker is John McCrate. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. And thank you, Board of Supervisors, for hearing us. I'd like to talk a bit about positive aspects of the airports. There's been a lot of talk about lead, and I would like to draw your attention to Swift Fuels, which has a completely 100% lead-free fuel that we can burn in aircraft today. It only requires a paper from the government that says you're allowed to burn it. That paper is $100 per aircraft. The county could today assist with pilots receiving that piece of paper and making sure that that fuel is available. That does not require waiting 11 years to close the airport. And I don't believe that closure of the airport is necessary to get these emissions where they should be. Pilots want to work with the community. We want people to join us at the airport, and we want to reduce pollution right now. So please help us do that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Allison Brunner. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Allison Brunner. I'm CEO of the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley. We strongly urge you to vote in support of the next steps outlined in item 12 regarding the reuse of the Reed Hillview Airport. We urge you to endorse a robust community participation and governance framework as set forth in the vision plan that fulfills the East San Jose community's goals of transforming the public land into affordable housing, open space, and more. The board should take this tremendous opportunity to rectify and repair the chronic underinvestment, racist policies, and longstanding inequities that have negatively impacted residents of the East San Jose community, including housing instability like displacement, gentrification, overcrowded and substandard living conditions, and threats of eviction. Now is the time to move forward with the intentional visioning process that centers the voices and experiences of community members in developing alternative uses for this public land like desperately needed affordable and safe housing. Thank you.
The next speaker is Andrea Hyde. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, President Chavez and members of the board. My name is Andrea Hyde, and I'm speaking on behalf of ACI, Asian Americans for Community Involvement. We asked the board to move forward with the planning process regarding the reuse of the Reed Hillview Airport. Please support a vision that more equitably serves our community and prioritizes rather than harms the health, well-being, and quality of life of our East Side San Jose children and families. As a health organization serving many patients who reside in the East Side, we are also extremely concerned about the health inequities, including lead poisoning, that disproportionately impact the very families that we serve. A vision for this land that prioritizes resources like community health centers, rec spaces, housing, and jobs would better serve all of our residents, especially those who have suffered unfair impacts for decades. Please vote to plan the reuse of Reed Hillview Airport. Thank you.
The next speaker is Walt Geiger. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, this is Walt Geiger. I'm a business owner at Reed Hillview Airport. And thank you for letting me speak. I just want to point out, as Mr. Frieders outlined in his presentation, the airport cannot be closed for the next 10 years. So I would encourage the board and the staff to look into coexistence of aviation use as well as non-aviation use. There's a lot of land at the airport that can be utilized for non-aviation uses. In addition, our lease is expiring the end of next year for the businesses. So I encourage the board to advise the staff to make that lease renegotiation as simple as possible. There's no point in going an elaborate road for the next 10 years. Just extend our leases so we can continue business at the airport. Thank you.
The next speaker is George Michello Giannikis. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to the board supervisors for hearing me out. You know, there was a mention before that decisions were made in the past without everybody's voice being heard. And it's ironic that this is exactly what's going on right now. If we are to move operations to San Martin, did anybody ask that community if would be impacted? Why is their opinion less important? Why is the community around the San Jose International less important? Why are they not included? Why did we not outreach to the pilots? I mean, the pilots I found about this through a Facebook post. Why did we not make a concerted effort to approach the pilots? They were invited to these community meetings where the decision was made for them that the airport was going to close, so let's find other uses. The airport has a few thousand people. They're not a select few. They make their living. They are going there to volunteer their time. That's what I do for emergency services. There's a misconception about the airport communities. Please get to know the airport before you make any big decisions. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dave Pichelle. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. On behalf of the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter, I want you to be aware that our club fully supports a new vision for the county property which currently operates as an airport. The letters provided by our organization and those of other environmental organizations discuss the many reasons why. The current operations present environmental justice concerns with the risk of accidents and lead contamination. And with the surrounding land uses and expected transit improvements, this property offers a great opportunity to provide the transit-oriented office, housing, and open space facilities that the existing residents desire. And they are clearly the uses that we will need in the future for future residents, providing climate and resource smart alternatives to building in the wildland urban interface and agricultural lands elsewhere in the county. Thank you.
The next speaker is Anissa Moeller. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi there. As we've all experienced recently, some people amplify divisions for their own gain. The fate of Reed Hillview has been presented as a zero-sum game where either the airport or the community must lose. The fact is, well-run airports are valued community centers creating jobs, opportunity, and pride. Reed Hillview, operated as an airport, can improve our quality of life in Evergreen. Training facilities at Reed can be connected with Eastside Union High School to provide hands-on STEM education. Non-aviation businesses can can be brought in to create new good paying jobs. The property can be improved, community facilities provided, and recreation areas established to allow our entire neighborhood to take advantage of the airport daily. Reed Hillview isn't doing that now because of a choice to let it rot and use it as a symbol of division. Now is the time for the county to lead in a positive way and turn this property into something our community can benefit from today, not in 10 years. Thank you.
The next speaker is Narita Hurtado. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
My name is Nereida Hurtado, Associate Director at Girl Family Services, and I'm part of the Si Se Puede Collective. I'd like to speak in support of the closure of the Reed Hillview Airport. The airport, which was originally built in a rural area, is now surrounded by our East San Jose residential neighborhoods. Planes are constantly buzzing overhead. Children are endangered by the soil and air pollution from the leaded fuel from the planes, and people live in fear of another plane that will crash into their homes. The airport must be closed, and the East San Jose community must be part of the process of creating a vision that puts the community first. Families in this community deserve access to quality education, public transportation, high quality green spaces, affordable housing, and most importantly, they deserve to live in a clean environment. If we want to advance racial and economic justice, the board must continue its commitment to shut down the airport and move forward with a community vision that puts equity and East San Jose families first. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Lena Ayen. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Lena Ayen, speaking today on behalf of the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority. We are grateful for the board's leadership on this important topic. The Open Space Authority recognizes the historic underrepresentation of under-resourced communities in regional planning processes and therefore strongly support the county's focus on a community-centered process when considering the future of Reed Hillview and alternative uses that would benefit the interests and needs of the East San Jose community. Potential community-serving uses of this site could align with local and regional smart growth objectives that would inherently support the preservation of natural infrastructure outside of our urban footprint. In addition, we want to stand behind and support the community's expressed interest in increasing equitable access to nature and open space. In the context of the authority's work and data analysis, Reed Hillview is located in one of 6 deep engagement communities, which are areas that the authority has identified as facing disproportionately more barriers to accessing nature-based opportunities and benefits. Therefore, we believe a thoughtful and community-based planning process could bring forth innumerable benefits. Thank you.
The next speaker is Brenda Zendejas. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Brenda, are you there?
Good evening. Yeah. No.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes,
Good
indeed.
evening, board supervisors and
I have lost Brenda. The next speaker is Tyler Hernandez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. Has there been any studies into the specific source of this lead exposure? Perhaps it's from lead piping or paint in the houses around Reed as they were built before it was banned. Reed Hillview has proven itself as a disaster relief asset with a tower-controlled airspace. Recently, it was used as the air attack base for the SCU Lightning Complex fire, and many families came to Hillview Park to watch these brave men and women battle the blaze. None were fearful of crashes or lead. Reed Hillview is also home to SJSU's aviation program, and by closing down our airport, you will execute a nearly 80-year-old program and one that is unique in California. It is the only public university in California with an aviation degree. Those of us who can barely afford college have to choose SJSU to pursue our dreams, and students from all demographics and all over the globe come to SJSU for this program. Keeping Reed Hillview open will give generations to come a pathway to success in the STEM fields. And lastly, the community at large sees our airport as an asset. Our Change.org petition imploring the board to keep the airport open is sitting at roughly 7,500 signatures compared to the opposition's 130.
The next speaker is Marcy Gersten. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. This is Marcy Gersten speaking tonight
on behalf of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Silicon Valley, which supports taking next steps to repurpose Reed Hillview Airport. As a partnership of Jewish institutions, the JCRC speaks out with the values of our tradition in mind. Those values include justice, and a society is only just when everyone has a safe and affordable home. Sustainably developing the land that is currently Reed Hillview would help house families, mitigate our housing crisis, and move us toward that just vision. We were also moved by the concept of pikuach nefesh, our moral obligation to save human lives. And science indicates that lives are being threatened by the lead poisoning caused by planes flying over the communities near Reed Hillview, largely communities of color. We urge you to alleviate this environmental injustice and ensure that the health and welfare of East Side families are valued just as much as others in the county. It is our sacred duty to speak out and your duty to do the right thing. Please support the process of re-envisioning the use of this land.
The next speaker is Diana Zamora Marroquin. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Yes. Thank you. My name is Diana Zamora Marroquin. I'm the Senior Director of Political Strategies and Operations with the South Bay Labor Council. We represent more than 100,000 union members and their families, many of whom live near Reed Hillview and many of whom you've heard from today. We support continuing the process to re-envision the airport. Our communities need increased affordable housing options and good paying family sustaining jobs. Reed Hillview can provide both of those things, plus much more, as we've heard today from many of our other speakers. Reed Hillview has the potential to be transformed into an economic catalyst and to increase home stability, not just for our members, but for the community at large. The current iteration of the space benefits few and has a negative environmental and health impact on many, with increased lead contamination being at the forefront. We support moving forward with a community vision that puts equity and families first and repurposes the airport in a way that...
The next speaker is Louis Rocha. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good.
Louis, you're on mute. You need to unmute
Okay,
yourself.
all right. Thank you. Good evening, Board of Supervisors, and congratulations, Senator-elect Cortese. I'm Louis Rocha, a lifelong resident of East San Jose, and I wholeheartedly support the long overdue efforts to repurpose the Reed Hillview Airport site. This is long overdue for the health effects caused by lead on our children and other safety concerns. I'm also in support of the further development of the Eastridge shopping area. For the last 20 years, this area has been underdeveloped due to the airport proximity. This is critical for East San Jose and Evergreen residents to have viable shopping options. We now must travel out of the area. This development can also offer many badly needed jobs for our youth. The county has planned light rail transit and affordable housing near the transit is urgently needed. This could be the new heart of East San Jose, used and supported by all the area's residents. Go Raiders too.
The next speaker is Sam Sayu. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. It appears I'm going to be in the minority this evening. I am a longtime resident, 33 years, living in the Eastridge Mobile Home Park, which is directly adjacent to Reed Hillview Airport. And that airport is one of the reasons I selected this location as opposed to any others that were available. I've got some concerns. Number one, the traffic currently is unmanageable. It would take a considerable amount of widening on Tully Road, probably the expressway, Ocala, and probably opening up Cunningham between King and the expressway as well. The other point I would make is if it's not safe for us, then that lead isn't safe for South County.
The next speaker is Cindy Nguyen. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Cool. Okay, so hi, my name is Cindy, and I'm currently a college student and a longtime resident of District 4 in San Jose. Just a little fun fact about me is that I like to look at a nice apartment listings in my free time just to be able to imagine what it would be like to live in one. But there's one thing that stands out to me the most, which are the prices. I know for sure that I would never be able to afford anything like that, and that makes me realize that there are other families and other people out there that can't either. And whenever I drive around San Jose, I continue to see more luxury apartments being built that almost no one can afford. And this 180 acres of publicly owned land at Reed Hillview could definitely be put to better use. I'm in favor of affordable housing, but it could also be used to bring in much needed jobs, recreation, and even sustainable transit-oriented development. I also want to emphasize that this will be especially beneficial for the Vietnamese community, as it is important to keep the surrounding neighborhoods safe. So please support the process of re-envisioning this use of public land. And yeah, thank you.
The next speaker is Douglas Rice. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Douglas Rice. I'm Regional Vice President for Cal Pilots and a former Santa Clara County Airports Commissioner. The board are stewards of public assets. The Reed Hillview is a very valuable asset to the entire community. Over the last 2 decades, there have been attempts to develop a business plan that benefited both the community and the airport, a proposed noise reduction program, and development of airport properties that would benefit both the airport and the community. Each of these efforts was stymied. As we have seen in recent months, the airport has become even more important when there's a public emergency. What may be lesser known is the public benefit flying that occurs out of Reed Hillview. There are currently 59 Angel Flight missions requests for medical patients that will be flown gratis over the next 4 months out of Reed Hillview. The values that should be emphasized about the airport include that the airport is part of the national infrastructure, that the conservation of assets and services the airport provides are important to the entire community, and most importantly, that the county as an operator is transparent in the development.
The next speaker is Alma. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Alma, are you there?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Alma Cuen y soy paciente de Garnet Health Center y líder paciente de Community Health Partnership. Pido que el Consejo de Supervisores voten en apoyo de dar los próximos pasos para avanzar con una visión para el aeropuerto que sirva a toda la comunidad. El aeropuerto es un enorme problema de justicia ambiental, dado el aire, el ruido y la contaminación por plomo que contribuye a diario a los barrios. Es un peligro para la salud que ha impactado a la comunidad durante décadas. La propiedad se puede poner a un mejor uso, como la vivienda, espacio y traer trabajos necesarios a la zona. Al seguir adelante con una nueva visión para la propiedad del aeropuerto, nuestro condado estaría dando un paso audaz en defender a nuestra comunidad. Mantengamos a nuestra comunidad segura y saludable haciendo lo correcto. Vamos a imaginar una comunidad hermosa, vibrante para las familias de nuestro condado, en lugar de dejarlo vulnerable a la contaminación y los riesgos de la salud. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Almaque, and I work in the Pacific Cabinet Health Center. I asked the supervisors to take the next steps for the airport in the benefit of all the community. This airport has been a focus for environment and justice, and so many other problems that came, like noise, air pollution, lead contamination, and all these problems are having an impact in the community. We need houses, we need works in this area, and we need to have a new vision in this county. And if you take a step forward, you are able to keep our community safe. Let's keep our community safe and healthy, and please do the right thing, and let's keep our community thriving.
Next speaker is Saul Ramos. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, good evening. My name is Saul Ramos, Deputy Director at Somos Mayfair. I'm here to support the continuing vision process to repurpose Reed Hill and reimagine new possibilities that serve us all. We know, and we heard it here, the families in the East Side are exposed to dangerous levels of lead. Many of our families who are participants in our family resource centers are impacted by these health issues and have a deep desire to become economically independent and see their children succeed academically and in life. The visioning process really has created a lot of hope. We believe our community deserves quality and dignified access to education, a path towards economic mobility, adequate public transportation, high quality and beautiful green spaces, and of course, affordable housing. To honor decades of community struggle and social justice, the board must continue its commitment to repurpose the airport, allow for this visioning process to become the centerpiece of our recovery efforts, and nourish a community vision that puts equality, equity, and families with children at the forefront of our priorities.
The next speaker is Kenny B. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Kenny,
Kenny.
you need to unmute yourself.
I will go on to the next speaker. The next speaker.
Hello, can you hear
There
me?
you go. Yes.
Okay, great. It has already been made clear the utility of the airport as a vital public safety asset, career opportunity, and educational facility for our community. What has not been made clear is the bias of this board. There is no point in arguing this issue when the fix is already in. We the people are powerless against political corruption. The minds of Dave Cortese and Cindy Chavez are set. They will vote to close Reed Hillview Airport. They do not care about our jobs, the facilities we the public have built for our children over decades, or the educational opportunities of our children. They do not care for our dreams. The promise of low-cost housing in urban centers these grifters make is a fantasy. Cindy Chavez, I suspect but cannot be certain of, will sell Reed Hillview to the best-off car dealerships who are large donors to her through Silicon Valley Children's Fund to expand their corporate interests. Cindy and Harry Freitas will exploit the airport as the minions of Dave Cortese, who is a prominent land developer and real estate attorney in the area. Dave intends to destroy the airport before abandoning us for Sacramento. The game has been rigged from the start. What can we do as members of the public against an entrenched political system backed by corporate land developers and media? Does this sound like a good-natured attempt to help the community? I wish that the lords who rule over us would think about being honest just as much as they think about being dishonest. Maybe then our community could thrive.
The next speaker is Jeffrey Morgan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Jeff Morgan. I'm president of First Community Housing. I think if you just look at the number of folks who've spoken in favor of the plan, I think it's pretty clear what the will of the people is. I'm very much in favor of repurposing 180 acres of vitally needed land because we're in the midst of a housing crisis. I see it every day in the work that I do. First Community Housing provides housing that not only transforms lives, but saves them for the homeless and some of our most vulnerable residents. So I very wholeheartedly support this plan. Thank you.
The next speaker is Neil Park McClintock. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Neil. I'm chair of Cupertino for All, and we were founded in part to stop the externalization of the effects of the housing crisis and the pain created by the inaction of more privileged communities like my own. I am here to stand in solidarity with the numerous brave East Side residents who are standing up against a long history of racism through land use. 100 acres will of course be incredibly valued. And as a pro-housing organization, we strongly support the repurposing of public lands for affordable housing, especially as San Jose plans its housing element in anticipation of the upcoming RHNA cycle. Clean air and a decent quality of life should not just be for more privileged communities like my own, and everyone deserves to have these qualities. Thanks so much. That's it.
The next speaker is Victoria Partida. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Partida. I am the president of the Tupricana Lanai Neighborhood Association, which is located about 1.7 miles away from the airport. I am calling to ask that you please vote to take the next steps to plan the reuse of the Reed Hillview Airport. We, the residents that live here, strongly believe that the Reed Hillview vision must serve all families, especially those impacted by social injustice. We believe our families deserve quality and dignified access to education, economic mobility, public transportation, and high quality green space. In my neighborhood, for example, we have over 10,000 residents in a 1 square mile radius, and we have to walk almost 2 miles to the nearest park. I can assure you that most of our residents do not park airplanes in the spaces available provided currently at the airport. It is time we adjust to meet the community's needs and plan for a better future. Thank you.
The next speaker is John. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is John Carr, and I am the Vice Chair of the County Airport Commission. Supervisor Chavez and Dr. DeWin cite the EPA published report in February 2020 saying Reed Hillview is one of the few U.S. airports where lead emissions from aircraft exceed the National Ambient Air Quality Standard for lead. This is not what the report said. It was an extrapolation of and a modeling only to show worst case potential emissions on airport property. The document reported the measured lead at Reed Hillview is below the National Ambient Air Quality Standard, not exceeding the standard. The EPA itself says the report also shows the worst case lead concentrations decrease to below the standard within 50 meters from the area of highest concentration. Estimated lead concentrations from this study should not be used to directly evaluate attainment of the lead National Ambient Air Quality Standard. There are no children living or playing within 50 meters of the runway at Reed Hillview.
The next speaker is Ariadna Luna. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Ariadna Luna, and I live in District 2. On behalf of the AACSA, the African American Community Service Agency, and as a resident of San Jose, I'm expressing my firm belief in adding affordable housing in the East Ridge area. Without a doubt, Eastside San Jose is home to the Latinx community as well as other minority groups. With other businesses being established in the same area, housing is unquestionably at a higher need. More importantly, the need is of affordable housing. The location of Reed Hill Airport, almost 200 acres, could be better used to the community as housing or parks. Thank you.
The next speaker is Victor Vasquez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Victor Vasquez, and first I want to recognize we're at Mamokma Ohlone land, and this is Eastside San Jose. We know that it's home to our Latino, Mexicano, Black and Asian communities and communities around the world. And like many speakers have mentioned, we are impacted by these racist policies in the past and decisions that left our communities under-resourced and with limited economic opportunity. It's not just a question of engagement. It's a question of racism and economic inequality. And today we have the opportunity to continue to right these wrongs by providing Eastside families with dignified access to green spaces, business ownership, medical care facilities, services, and affordable housing for extremely low community residents. Let's explore those ideas, and let's explore ideas like community land trust in this area. Let's explore community oversight over this project as well. And let's continue to center racial and economic justice and put Eastside families first. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dilza Gonzalez. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, good evening. My name is Dilsa Gonzalez. I am a resident of District 5, and I've been in the East Side my whole life, literally. Today, I am asking the supervisors to please close the Hillview Airport. The Hillview Airport has been getting our kids and community sick. It's been affecting us, and it has been causing accidents for the last decades. As a mother and as a resident of the East San Jose, I am tired of saying that this is not possible because we know it is. We know that our kids and our community deserve more. We deserve the respect, and we deserve to end with racist laws and positions and places that affect our community. Our community is not a backyard for people to station their airplanes, but it's a backyard for our kids to grow healthy and be successful. Please close that Hillview Airport. Thank you very much. Good night.
The next speaker is Molly Neighbor. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Molly Neighbor, and I'm an Associate Director with Mid-Penn Housing Corporation. I'd like to say ditto to many of the comments in support of the vision that were commented on tonight. Mid-Penn is very familiar with the demand for affordable housing in this county. We have over 14,000 households on the wait list for the 3,500 affordable rental homes we operate in Santa Clara County. That's 345 applicants per unit. We applaud you for your efforts to continue the visioning process and encourage you to make the most of this opportunity to use public land to achieve the vision of East San Jose as a place of empowerment. Thank you.
The next speaker is Richard West. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board. My name is First Lieutenant Richard West. I am the commanding officer of San Jose Senior Squadron 80 of the Civil Air Patrol based at Reed Hillview. Along with John Montgomery Cadet Squadron 36, we've called Reed Hillview our home for many decades, performing vital services to the community and to the state. We have an aircraft, a vehicle, communications equipment, and mission support facilities located at Reed Hillview. We've done over hundreds of square miles of photography just in the recent wildfires alone out of Reed Hillview. We are working with different organizations throughout Santa Clara County to do pre and post disaster infrastructure. The cadets at the Cadet Squadron represent a broad diversity of San Jose and East Side residents, and they engage in both leadership, physical fitness, aerospace education, STEM training, and they are actively engaged as well in public service to the community. Moving to San Martin would be a great detriment to our local response efforts. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Craig. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Hi, Craig. Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, listen. So I don't have a prepared speech, but betwixt and between. I've been living in the flight path of small planes going to Reed Hillview for 30 years. This is the first I'm hearing about lead being dumped on my organic garden. And I'm outraged by the political leaders who have not informed us of this situation before. I think it's a travesty that it's only coming out now when the Reed Hillview is about to close. On the other hand, if Reed Hillview does close, it should be for land use for the community and for low-income housing. Low-income housing is what? It's housing that everyday workers can afford without having to have 4 incomes to afford a place to live. And we need to have some open land and some space and some retail for the local community.
The next speaker is Josh Olson. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Juan Reyes is a 20-year-old East San Jose resident. He was born with a genetic heart condition that elevates cholesterol levels and does not have a cure. Life expectancy of his condition is 18. He's part of a low-income family that can't afford alternate transportation. But Juan can get to life-preserving monthly health care at Cedars-Sinai in Los Angeles that specializes in his rare condition to extend his life and extend his time with his family and siblings. He's been accessing that care for the last 5 years at no cost by volunteer pilots flying him in and out of Reed Hillview Airport. Juan, his family, and dozens of other families that have benefited from over 1,300 flights since 2000 in and out of Reed Hillview from 97 volunteer pilots based there. I'm Josh Olson, Executive Director of the nonprofit Angel Flight West. We deliver health and hope to patients and families in need of healthcare that wouldn't otherwise be able to access it without free flights by volunteer pilots. Airports are a lifeline to community for access to healthcare, natural disasters, and STEM education. On behalf of Juan,
The next speaker is Paul Marshall. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Paul Marshall, president of SCAPA and CalDART.
Jose Andres Rocha grew up next to the airport and was introduced to flying through the Young Eagles program. He developed an intense interest in aviation, was awarded an aviation scholarship by my pilot's organization, and applied for and was accepted and graduated from the Air Force Academy. The airport helped provide focus and direction in his life and helped make him a highly successful young man. Regarding disasters, Mr. Freitas' analysis inadequately describes the range of disaster services the airport could provide for the people in San Jose. FEMA plans for a 7.8 earthquake for the Bay Area, which would paralyze our surface transportation system. Reed Hillview Airport could bring in food, water, emergency workers, and evacuate fragile people who cannot survive in a disaster zone. 500,000 people can walk to this airport as their survival lifeline. Don't dissolve our infrastructure.
The next speaker is Flor De Leon. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Flor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Flor de Leon. I am a resident here in very close distance to the airport. And I'm also a community organizer at Somos Mayfair. I think that people have spoken, right? We have a lot of people talking in favor of working in the replanning of the use of this space of Hillview. You know, it's been 100 years that this airport was built, and we have seen accidents. We have seen, I have a parent in my group that one of the airplanes falling in her home. You know, you guys don't live here. We live here, and we know that our community deserves this space. You guys, if you need to take classes, sacrifice a little bit, go to the nearest airport, and also you businessmen, you know, securities now. And the fire, you know, is necessary, but if we can find different ways to get those resources.
The next speaker is Lauren Renaud. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Renaud. I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice at Sacred Heart, and I live in District 2. We at Sacred Heart and Showing Up for Racial Justice strongly believe that the Reed Hillview vision must serve all families, especially those impacted by social injustice and a history of racist policies. We believe our neighbors deserve quality and dignified access to education, economic mobility, public transportation, high quality green spaces, and especially affordable housing. We support the call by Somos Mayfair that the board center racial and economic justice by continuing its commitment to shut down Reed Hillview and move forward with a community vision that puts equity and East San Jose families first. Thank you.
The next speaker is Maritza Maldonado. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Not getting a connect. Oh, there you are.
Hello. My name's Maritza Maldonado, founding executive director of Amigos de Guadalupe, Center for Justice and Empowerment, also part of the CSEP Weather Collective and a long life East Side of San Jose resident. I have personally witnessed planes crashing in homes, schools, on Capitol Expressway, at East Ridge Mall, and thank God, twice I witnessed it on a playground at 2 neighboring schools where I worked. For far too long, East San Jose families of color have been left out of the decision-making process. We believe the county supervisors have a moral responsibility to center the voices, needs, and desires of families of color in the visioning and development of the process for Reed Hillview Airport. This is a racial equity issue for our community, and our time is now. Thank you.
The next speaker is Catherine Hedges. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Hedges. Thanks very much. I'm a member of Surge and PACT, and trying to find my notes here. Anyway, we've been hoping that the airport can be closed down because 180 acres of public land is, has better and higher uses than being an airport for the benefit of a few. We desperately need more housing, more resources in that area, and continuing to use it as an airport is completely selfish. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Lizette Cruz. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Go ahead, Lizette. Lizette, are you there? Your mic is unmuted. I'm not able to hear Lizette. Oh, there you are. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Hi, so I'm here to encourage the board to repurpose the airport. So it has been shown that leaded petrol has caused more exposure to lead than any other source worldwide. It caused irreparable damage, and children are the most susceptible. As reported by the World Health Organization, the nervous system of the fetus and infant is especially susceptible to lead, which can cross the placenta and penetrate the blood-brain barrier. Lead interferes with neurological migration, self-proliferation, and synapses formation during critical periods of early vulnerability. The consequences are loss of intelligence and disruption of behavior. Because the brain has little capacity for repair, these effects are permanent and untreatable. Despite all this, the airport continues to operate while located in close proximity to 3 public schools, a shopping mall, a regional park, and housing. The Reed-Hillview Airport's expansion was a mistake, but it doesn't mean it cannot be fixed.
The next speaker is Gabriel Hernandez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Gabriel, you have to unmute yourself. There you go.
¿Me pueden escuchar?
Go ahead, yes.
Estoy un poco frustrado porque nosotros pedimos que ustedes provean traducción para que los líderes de nosotros puedan entender lo que ustedes dicen en inglés. Eso no es equidad ni justicia cuando yo hablo español y ustedes pueden entender, pero cuando ustedes hablan inglés no puedo entender. Yo hace años que piscaba en las fincas de los árboles de cereza, albaricoque, piscaba fresa en Berryessa, piscaba uva en Tully Road. Y nosotros sabemos que era muy diferente en esos entonces. Ahora hay vecindarios y familias y ya el aeropuerto ya no debe existir. Ya deben moverlo y quitar ese... Yo me acuerdo cuando el avión pegó East Ridge Mall, el primer avión. So ya deben cerrar el aeropuerto, por favor.
I feel a little bit frustrated because we ask for translation for our leaders to understand everything you're saying, and you're not giving us equity or justice. When somebody speaks in Spanish, you are able to understand. When people speak in English, we are not understanding what they are saying. I've been working for years. I've worked in the berry fields and picking up berries and different grapes. But now times are different. We have new families, we have new neighborhoods, and the airport must not exist anymore. I remember when the first plane crashed, so this airport shouldn't be existing anymore. Thank you.
The next speaker is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Shani, you're up.
Hi.
Shani,
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm the environmental advocate for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. Good evening, President Chavez and supervisors. Congratulations, Senator-elect Cortese. We sent you a letter on this issue, hoping that you will proceed with the process to close the airport and repurpose the land. Like all airports, Reed Hillview is required by the FAA to implement a wildlife hazard management plan that permits the removal, mostly by lethal methods, of birds and wildlife species from the airport and beyond. Urban airports like this one look like grasslands to birds, and so they're attracted to that place, and so that results in collisions between aircrafts and birds, with usually fatal results for the birds and disastrous and impact to the safety and property.
The next speaker is Dante Lartigue. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, President Chavez and Board of Supervisors. My name is Dante Lartigue. I am the founder and CEO of Raising the Bar, which provides mentorship and housing support to young people. And our first founding property is in the Overfield neighborhood, and wanted to just really come to say housing is important for transition age youth, especially foster youth and juvenile justice youth coming out of systems. But more importantly, it's important for the greater community as well. This airport has been here, but the people that are utilizing aren't from this community. And I urge you to support the closure of this and the process of revisioning how it would look. But more importantly, I would urge you all to figure out if we can close it earlier, because housing is a need. It is not a privilege, or it's a privilege, and we don't have that right now.
The next speaker is Gabriel Manrique. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Gabriel Manrique, community organizer with Latinos United for a New America. Please vote in support of taking the next steps to plan the reuse of Reed Hillview Airport after its closure. It is known that Reed Hillview contributes to pollution that has affected our East Side communities. The most vulnerable to this pollution are families and their children. The 180 acres of publicly owned land could be put to better use, like bringing much needed jobs, recreation to our community, and more importantly, build affordable housing for low-income families. Please do the right thing, support a just and fair process to bring quality and dignified access to education, economic mobility, public transportation, high-quality green spaces, and programs to our East Side communities. Thank you.
The next speaker is Myra. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Hi, Myra.
Good evening. My name is Mayra Pelagio. Buenas noches. I work with Luna Latinos United for New America in the state of San Jose, to the very home of the airport. And I am calling you today to ask you that you please vote in support of taking the next steps to plan the reuse of the airport after its closure. The airport is a huge environmental justice issue, given the air, noise, and lead pollution that it brings to our East San Jose neighborhoods. And of course, in the misuse of this land as an airport, our Latinx communities are affected the most, together with the low-income communities and folks who are suffering from the lack of affordable housing in San Jose. As mentioned in the presentation, the sky is the limit and this is your opportunity to reimagine the space and provide our East San Jose community a healthy space to live, work, and play in. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing you vote in support of taking the next steps to plan the reuse of the Red Hill Airport to lift and build thriving East San Jose community. Thank you.
The next speaker is number ending in 191. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Francisco Lopez. I am an East Side San Jose resident that live near the Reed Hillview Airport, and I'm asking for your support in voting for the reuse of the Reed Hillview Airport after closure. As a longtime resident of the Ocala area community, I've seen firsthand how these planes present a danger to our community I live around the corner from 2156 Evelyn Avenue, where a private Cessna plane crashed into a home and injured 3 just a few years ago. I've seen planes malfunctioning over the Ocala neighborhood area many times, and many times I've seen planes flying too low for comfort. Mind you, our community has schools and parks and children that plan the neighborhood, including Hank Lopez Recreation Center and Reed Hillview Park just across the street from the airport. Recently, I've become aware of the lead exposure that these planes emit into the air, which presents a massive environmental hazard for our community. Frankly, I feel that the Reed Hillview landmass can be used to better our community and create opportunity that will enrich the area with a more healthy and positive impact. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tom Paramo. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, Tom Paramo, born and raised San Jose since the 50s, East Side, Evergreen. I'm in support of keeping the Reed Hillview Airport. It provides education for San Jose State students, gives them aviation education, provides a staging point for emergency helicopters or planes that are doing disaster and rescue work. And I think it provides some services that are essentials, because eventually we will have the big earthquake in the future and we may need a place like Reed Hillview Airport. As far as building affordable housing, I believe that the housing that does get developed will not be affordable. It will be going at market rate, so it won't be of much help to those on low income. But again, I am in support of the Reed Hillview Airport staying. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sabrina Monet LaMontagne. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
I live in San Jose. I'm the Operations and Finance Manager at the African American Community Service Agency. I would like to urge the Board of Supervisors to support item 12, to utilize the 180 acres of publicly owned land at Reed Hillview for better use for the East Side community. To echo fellow community members and leaders, we strongly believe that the Reed Hillview vision must serve all families, especially those impacted by social justice. We believe that our families deserve quality access to education, economic mobility, public transportation, high quality services and programs, and affordable housing for all. I would also like to pose a question to the board, that if this is supported, how can we ensure that this affordable housing will be truly accessible to those that need it the most? Thank you.
The next speaker is Matthew Reed. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, sorry, this is Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at home. Good evening, President Chavez and the board. We're proud to join with local community leaders and others from all around the city and the county in urging you to vote tonight to endorse this vision and move this process forward. The redevelopment of Reed Hillview priceless public land will be a game changer for East Side San Jose. As Maria Noel Fernandez put it, it is time for equity and time for justice for this community. Beyond the obvious benefits of reducing the impact of toxic pollution on people, there is tremendous potential for dynamic, transit-rich community with housing affordable to people struggling currently in San Jose. Alongside education, jobs for economic mobility, parks for everybody, and the range of services that this community deserves. Community will has been driving this process, and the vision is one we can all get behind. We look forward to participating in an ongoing.
The next speaker is Alexander Moshevius. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. As many have stated, there are many reasons for and against removing the airport. However, if we look at the number of flights, there have been approximately 200,000 flights from the Reed Hillview Airport in the last year before COVID, and even more per month since then. That is more than SJC even. That's a massive amount of revenue that's coming into the city, creating jobs for local residents. I'm a son of two school teachers. And for those who don't have the opportunities that many in Silicon Valley do, being able to be an aircraft mechanic or a pilot are some of the few jobs that pay more than $100,000, and that would be a shame to remove from the community. In terms of lead, in addition to the fact that others have stated there is no lead above safe levels outside the airport, we should do what San Carlos did today and install lead-free gasoline pumps at Reed Hillview, no matter what else you do.
Next speaker is Kelsey Baines. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am a regional director for YIMBY Action and agree with other speakers speaking in support of finding new and more sustainable use for the Reed Hillview airport site. In addition to the negative environmental and health impacts already articulated by many other speakers, the use of an airport at this site also represents a huge opportunity cost in terms of how else the site could be used to benefit the community. So we know how many of our neighbors are currently unhoused or living in vehicles or living in overcrowded conditions. And this is a huge opportunity to create a ton of housing at affordable levels on public land alongside community services and jobs and open spaces. So I would just urge you to continue on this path of reutilizing this site. Thanks.
The next speaker is Monica Mallon. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Monica Mallon, and I'm a recent San Jose State graduate and resident of District 4. I know this is a really controversial topic in the SJSU community, but I personally really do support closing the airport and moving forward with the next stage of planning and hopefully ending up with development that's more sustainable and includes housing. During my time in college, I really struggled to afford to live here because it's so expensive. And I know that a lot of students are still struggling right now, especially with the pandemic. Since this site is only 4 miles away from SJSU, I think it'd be really great to use this for housing, businesses, and other beneficial uses. And it would be great for students because it's easily accessible by transit to SJSU and back. Again, really want to urge you all to move forward with the next steps. We really need to use this land for something more sustainable and equitable and better for the community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Stephen McHenry. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I am president of the San Martin Neighborhood Alliance and an airline transport pilot, though not based out of Reed Hillview. People have discussed the need for affordable housing. Closing the airport will not provide affordable housing for 13 to 15 years. If affordable housing is needed now, the county should take the funds slated for studies and environmental impact reports and repurpose those funds to provide affordable housing now, not in 13 to 15 years. Now, I want to add some science to this discussion. People have said there are no safe levels of lead. That is true, but only applies to levels of lead in the blood. Another speaker detailed the EPA studies better than I can, but the principal sources of lead in the environment are paint, dust, and water from leaded pipes in old homes. Now, regarding the safety, far more people have died in car crashes within 2 miles of the airport than in any airplane crashes. Airports are not being created, only closed. Once you close an airport, a valuable and irreplaceable resource for the community is gone forever.
The next speaker is Brianna. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brianna Diaz. I currently am a student at Ohlone College, and I am also a current resident in the Bay Area. And I stand with the community on the plan of reusing this land for many opportunities that will help the community and create growth as well. Even though I did not grow up in this specific area, I do empathize with the community, and I see this as a wrong use of the land that has affected the health of the residents surrounding the area. Supervisor Blanca Alvarado advocated for the closure of Reed Hillview since the 1980s. In 1996, she lost to a 3-2 vote, as well as in 2008 to a 2-2 vote with Don Gage absent. Please go forward with the reuse of this land so it can benefit the community. A person's health should not be up for debate. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jose Rodriguez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Jose Rodriguez. I've lived on the east side of San Jose my whole life. This topic is important to me because since I've lived here, there hasn't been any community events, such as we've never had any field trips for school and no activity days for the community. Also, as a recreation leader for the city of San Jose, we need more resources for our youth, and also we need to help the homeless community. You cannot compare the benefit of a few airport users who use the airport compared to the benefit it can bring to the whole community. So far, many people compare the airport to dreams, but what we need is resources for basic human living needs. Thank you.
The next speaker is Gabriela Vergara. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi. Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Gabriela. I am a mother of 3 young children. I live across the street of Reed Hillview Airport. I know that the airplanes emit lead, and lead is not safe at any level for my children. Please close the airport. Keep our kids safe. Thank you.
The next speaker is Darren Licardo. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Darren Licardo. I'm a South Bay area native and my family has deep roots in Santa Clara County. Just like my kids' chronically underfunded local public elementary school, airports are critical pieces of infrastructure with intangible value that you lose forever if you redevelop them. Just because you could densify the airport and surrounding properties doesn't mean you should. As a Silicon Valley innovator, I have experienced how Reed Hillview is critical to support fledgling startups with young, diverse, up-and-coming innovators and engineers from local colleges. The future of transportation is moving away from large airports to small airports that can support the local community's cargo, logistics, and transportation needs. There has been a massive amount of venture capital funding deployed locally into reinventing clean, electric, autonomous, safe aerial mobility. It's coming, and you can either catalyze it with a vision for the benefit of the community's future transportation, logistics, and disaster response needs, or you can ignore it and let that innovation and progress happen elsewhere. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michelle Tripp. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. I'm here as a concerned resident of District 2. Since the pandemic started, millions of people have lost their jobs, and I'm not one of them, because graduates like me have worked every single day in this pandemic because of our training and education provided by San Jose State Aviation and Reed Hillview Airport. Make no mistake, SJSU needs to be at an airport or at least close to one for their students to succeed. Studying at Reed Hillview is very instrumental in keeping my aviation training affordable, and there's no comparison in Santa Clara County that can take its place. Please don't believe the lie that aviation is just for rich, old, white men. Reed Hillview and SJSU Aviation, they offer a path for all people, including women and people of color, to have a successful career with only a bachelor's degree. Affordable housing isn't free. We need jobs to afford it. And as a young Black woman who is now in a successful career, I cherish the educational opportunity here, and I beg you not to let it go to waste. Again, I can't afford my basic human needs without a good paying job. Please invest in Reed Hillview.
The next speaker is Erica Hoon. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Erica Huynh, and I am a Vietnamese American who was born and raised in San Jose. My family immigrated from Vietnam just 30 years ago and built their lives again here in San Jose. My grandma, along with many other members of my family, and I'm sure you and many of your own families, live in Eastside San Jose. And I'm concerned for their health and well-being every day knowing that Reed Hillview Airport is nearby. Because they don't speak English, I am also speaking on their behalf today to urge that you please vote in support of continuing the envisioning process to repurpose the Reed Hillview Airport. I cannot imagine how many other marginalized residents may be unaware of these issues or do not know how or where to speak up about their concerns with the airport. There is clear research showing that gas in these planes contain lead and are being released into the air, poisoning the residents. We know lead has detrimental effects on everyone. We need to listen to science and our community, especially now in the middle of a pandemic that has been worsened through the denial of science. Thank you so much for listening.
The next speaker is number ending in 201. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. Timer will start when you begin speaking.
I will be translating for Iris Mejia. Iris, cuando estás lista, puedes comenzar.
Ok, buenas noches, mi nombre es Iris Mejía. He vivido en el este de San José, cerca del aeropuerto durante 30 años. Soy una trabajadora de la cafetería en campus de Google, miembro de United Health, local 19, San José. Es donde crié mis hijas, pero tuve que mudarme a Salinas debido al costo del alquiler en San José. Esto ha obligado a mi familia a vivir separados uno de otros. Mi esposo vive en San José con una de nuestras hijas y yo vivo en Salinas con nuestra otra hija. Es muy difícil para nosotros no poder vivir todos juntos. Me preocupa que debido a la pandemia mucha gente esté sin trabajo en este momento y también tengan que irse. Quiero que la tierra del aeropuerto se utilice para algo.
And translation, please.
My name is Iris Mejia, and I lived in the east side near the airport for 30 years. I'm a cafeteria worker on the Google campus and a member of Unite Here Local 19. San Jose is where I raised my kids, but I had to move to Salinas because of the cost of the rent in San Jose. This has forced my family to live apart from each other. My husband lives in San Jose with one of our daughters, and I live in Salinas with our other daughter. It's very hard on us to not be able to live together. I worry that because of the pandemic, a lot of people are out of work right now, and they will also have to leave. I want the airport land to be used for something that helps people continue to live here. I want to be able to return to my community. Please think of our families as you decide what to do with this land. Thank you.
The next speaker is Gabriella. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Gupta. I'm a current student at San Jose State. I have previously worked with families and students in the Alum Rock School District, and I'm here to urge you to repurpose the Reed Hillview area and in doing so center families. Providing open space and housing options would be really great. We have a lot of families that are being pushed out of the area that are living in very cramped conditions. And I would just like to say that an option that would serve the many and not just the few. We, again, have many pressing concerns. And to me, it's just a question of what concerns we are going to be prioritizing. The community was very clear. They need more support for their families to be able to thrive and to live and to continue to stay here in San Jose. So again, thank you for your time and for hearing me today.
The next speaker is Gabriel Cardenas. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I actually, I raised my hand to translate. I didn't think I was able to raise my hand through the phone, so you can go ahead and take me off.
Okay, sorry about that. The next speaker is Peter Learmonth. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Peter Learmonth. I'm an immigrant and a resident of Santa Clara County since 1995. There's a largely untapped and free STEM opportunity at Reed Hillview. On a recent call with County Airport staff, a local teacher spoke in favor of the airport and the educational opportunities it represents for all of our children. I share the blame for not being more involved in STEM and outreach. While I have done angel flights, I've hardly touched STEM activities other than taking a few kids for free rides. Others tried to start programs, but there wasn't much success. Let's keep this irreplaceable resource and not just build another Santana Row and do a better job of partnering between the aviation community and the school districts and Boy Scouts and other organizations to benefit the education and future of all of our children. I volunteer. And as others have said, the biggest source of lead is really the paint in the houses that were built before 1980. There's about 423,000 of those in the county. And every time we drill a hole, we're exposing our families to lead. And that's more than coming from the aircraft. Thank you.
The next speaker is Stephanie Pardo. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephanie Pardo, and I've lived in San Jose for 17 years now. I am a member of Vecinos Activos and Somos Mayfair, and attended the county workshops on the airport and did surveys as well. We think that it's time to close the airports and start truly investing in the needs of the community, like building affordable housing. Year after year, it's been harder to pay rent and find a place where my family can live. The airport space can be a place for various neighborhoods, places for parks, housing, and plazas where we can spend the time with our families. I support the proposal to close the airport, and I am ready to participate in giving the community a voice to develop this space. I hope you decide to close the airports because I worry about the lead from the planes that is a part of the air we've breathed in for decades. Schools, houses, and families all around the airport are breathing this dirty air. We hope that you close the airport. Thank you.
The next speaker is Daniel Bermashev. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, yeah, hello. I lived in San Jose in different parts of San Jose, like including East San Jose, close to the airport. And I also recently got a pilot license, and I would say I saw huge like diversity in the aviation, and I'm some example of that. And I would say without Reed Hillview, I was not able to afford my dream. So, and I think all the lead issues that were discussed is not relevant in a few years from now, as it's going to shut down that lead fuel. And so I would say it's a great long-term opportunity, and I would recommend to not close the airport. Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Cynthia Colmenares. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good night. My name is Cynthia Colmenares. I'm a community member. I'm part of Sisapode Collective and Illusion. I want to represent several families like mine. I live near the airport with my children and ask you for new opportunities for young children and families. We can use the land where the airport is to have sports centers for young children and youth, resources, offices, and many more opportunities to grow and help our community. So I invite you to do the best, and thank you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to stand up.
Thank you.
The next speaker is David Gooden. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, good evening. David Gooden here, president of All Motion. We manufacture miniature motion control devices used in medical research and laboratory automation equipment. Equipment of this type is being used right now to find a cure for the COVID pandemic. During these last 7 months, we've been supporting several new applications for research and development on a cure for this deadly disease. Because of general aviation, I'm able to travel to our R&D facilities and customers faster, saving hundreds of hours in travel time since the outbreak. This precious time is used to help the aforementioned companies bring their research to bear more quickly. That helps bring the cure for COVID to all of us faster. So the next time you see an aircraft take flight from Reed Hillview, consider that it may be carrying someone on a mission doing their small part to help the greater good. Thanks for listening.
The next speaker is Don Nguyen. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm a Vietnamese American first generation college student. I support my fellow SJSU students in the aviation department receiving their flight training at another county airport in San Martin. This need can be met without producing lead emissions in a highly populated community. This area and the importance to keep it safe for the surrounding neighborhood, including the Vietnamese community, is too great to overlook. Please do the right thing. Please support the just and fair process to re-envision the use of this public land, to support, uplift, and help build a thriving East Side community for thousands of families and residents who have suffered long enough. Thank you.
The next speaker is Darcy Green. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I'm Darcy Green, Executive Director of Latinas Contra Cancer and resident of East San Jose. Data shows that Latinos, recent immigrants, and low-income communities are far more likely to live, play, and work in places that expose us to toxic chemicals, increasing our risk for cancer. The impacts of lead were not well understood when this airport was approved, but you have the opportunity now to correct this historic wrong. The issue is an example of how racial, economic, and environmental injustice enters and pervades our physical bodies. We literally breathe it in, and it's our children who suffer the most because of the way their young bodies absorb environmental pollutants. Failure to repurpose this space would be a failure to protect our children from a pollutant we know may contribute to a variety of catastrophic health outcomes, including cancer. Please take the steps to transform this space into a healthy asset that will benefit rather than harm the community. It is time to move forward with the community envisioning something new for this area. This issue cannot wait. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mike. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, thanks to the Board of Supervisors for this meeting and the hard work of the staff. I'd like to frame this issue about the future of Reed Hillview in terms of the mission of the county. The county provides any number of vital services, and the assets of the county have to be used toward that purpose, including looking at Reed Hillview in terms of helping drive the benefit that the county offers for it. And so from that standpoint, things that can create greater income and other sources of benefit to the county can translate into opportunities to strengthen the services that the county offers. There's any number of challenges in healthcare, justice, and the other work of the county. And I believe that there's a role that Reed Hillview can play, but it should be placed firmly in the context of it benefiting the county as the county works to benefit its residents. Thank you.
The next speaker is Angelica Flores. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Angelica, your mic is open and you're ready to go.
Buenas noches, supervisores del condado. Mi nombre es Angélica, residente del este de San José, líder en mi vecindario y fundadora de un negocio cooperativo que se llama De Colores. Como residente y líder en la comunidad, he sido parte de talleres del condado donde se ha hablado sobre el aeropuerto y también he llenado encuestas. Nosotros pensamos que, bueno, yo pienso que es tiempo de hacer el aeropuerto y empezar a invertir en la comunidad para responder a las necesidades como viviendas asequibles. El espacio del aeropuerto podría ser un gran lugar para abordar la vivienda de crisis que hemos venido enfrentando por los últimos años. Personalmente apoyo el propósito de hacer el aeropuerto y estoy lista para apoyar en el desarrollo de este espacio. Espero que ustedes decidan cerrarlo, ya que no deseo seguir respirando el plomo de los aviones que están en el aire y que nos ha venido enfermando por décadas. Gracias.
The next speaker is Bobby Gonzalez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Bobby Gonzalez, and I've spent my entire life in various parts of San Jose. I've lived a block from 101 on Terrelyn Avenue, in Evergreen in the path of daily flights, in East San Jose, living in a house on Mendota Way and Waverly Avenue, with a clear view of the air traffic control tower from the front yard. I've dealt with asthma since I was young, likely a result of living near a freeway and an airport. I support the process to repurpose the land that the airport resides on. The airport harms the local residents more than it helps, and this land can be used to empower the community. While I understand the importance of disaster planning, it's clear that the South Bay has other options in the event of an emergency. I urge the board to allow the process to proceed and to continue to take into account what the local community wants and needs. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael McDonald. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. My name is Michael McDonald, and I live in the community, and my plane is at Reed Hillview Airport. Please vote in support of exploring options that integrate and develop the airport within the community. This airport plays a vital role in saving lives. I have flown over 100 missions for an organization called Angel Flight, taking people with rare diseases for treatment here in the Bay Area. Among the many people I have flown are individuals with brittle bone disease, elephant man disease, numerous transplant patients, patients with no white blood cells, burn victims requiring frequent skin grafts, and drug trial participants. These individuals are often immunocompromised and unable to travel commercially and/or require frequent travel that's not covered by insurance. Angel Flight pilots fly over 7,000 such missions every year here in California. Numerous pilots based at Reed Hillview are frequently called upon, given the airport's proximity to cutting-edge medical research offered at Stanford and UCSF hospitals. Thank you.
The next speaker is Brisa Rojas. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Brisa and I live in East San Jose. I am 20 years old and a board member of the Welch Park Neighborhood Association. I'm urging the Board of Supervisors to approve the Reed Hillview vision for a better future. Proponents of the airport are ruining lives for an entire neighborhood just so a few recreational and student pilots are not inconvenienced, and that is simply unacceptable. I understand that there are student pilots from SJSU that train here, but I am an SJSU student who still and will continue to live near the airport. It's unfortunate that those who pollute my community's air can drive away while my community continues to live in this area. The fact of the matter is that people are prioritizing an airport over my neighborhood's right to breathe cleaner air and my right to live a healthy life. It's been made clear today that the airport benefits only a few and our neighborhood no longer wants the airport. There's many possibilities to build a space that everyone, my neighbors, my family, and my friends can use and enjoy and appreciate you. I'm not only asking you as a community member, but I'm asking you on behalf of future generations who aren't here to speak for themselves.
The next speaker is Mackie Avila. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Mackie, are you there? I'm not getting a response from Mackie. I'll move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Bob Roberts. Oh, Mackie.
Sí, estoy aquí.
Yes.
Yes.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Maki Ávila. Soy madre soltera de 3 niños. Estoy apoyando esto porque para nosotros, las personas solteras de bajos ingresos, ahorita precisamente estoy sin hogar. Estoy viviendo en una sala con mis 3 hijos y quiero apoyar esto porque no es justo que unas personas que tengan dinero, que un pasatiempo sea una avioneta cuando nosotros no tengamos dónde vivir. Es muy difícil trabajar para una madre soltera con sus hijos y tener un buen ingreso para poder obtener un apartamento justo y para ofrecer a nuestra familia.
My name is Maki Avila. I'm a single mom. I'm having 3 kids, and I want to support this because I'm a single mom with a very low income, and currently I live in a living room with my 3 kids. I'm homeless, and it's not fair that very few people with money are having an airplane as a hobby. I have nowhere to go, and it's very difficult for a single mom trying to work and have a good income and have something to offer to their children.
The next speaker is Bob Roberts. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. I'm disappointed by the many offensive and frankly ignorant comments by so many speakers. The airport is not racist, does not promote gentrification, or overly pollute the nearby neighborhoods. These are offensive comments. The airport is a service that is vitally needed by the greater community. Closing the airport will shut down businesses and create massive unemployment. Closing the airport will shut down the Little League program. Closing the airport will shut down the San Jose State University aviation program forever. And the hopes and dreams for students to receive affordable flight training and jobs in aviation. Obviously, the board and speakers do not care about the well-being of these college students of all colors. One airport closes every week in the United States forever because of greedy developers and county governments. Closing the airport will disenfranchise a huge community. Please work together. Let's keep both. Thank you.
The next speaker is Connie Ludwig. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Connie, go ahead. Colin?
I'm not getting a response from Connie. I will move to the next speaker. The next speaker is Araceli Sierra. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Ahí estoy.
Hello?
Hola,
Yes.
mi nombre es Araceli, soy líder activa de la comunidad, miembro del Distrito 5 y socia fundadora de la cooperativa Meta. Estoy aquí hoy no pidiendo, sino exigiendo que cierren el aeropuerto, ya que como están escuchando, este aeropuerto produce más daño que beneficios a nuestra comunidad y sobre todo a nuestros niños, que son el futuro de mañana. Creo que la visión de este aeropuerto debe servir a todas las familias, especialmente a las que han sido afectadas por la injusticia social. Me quedé sin aire. Pero les pido que se pongan en los zapatos de toda esa comunidad que está siendo afectada y consideren si realmente quieren seguir siendo parte del problema o prefieren ser parte de la solución cerrando el aeropuerto. Espero esa equidad que no mostraron hoy en la Junta al no tener traducción. Gracias.
My name is Araceli. I'm active leader of my community in District 5, and I'm also founding member of the cooperative Meta. I'm not requesting, I'm demanding to close the airport because it is making a lot of damages and it is not having any benefit for the community or our children. It would be very useful to have any other project for families, especially by the families affected by social injustice. Please be in our place, and please consider if you want to be part of the problem or part of the solution. And please show equity to us like you didn't show today, because you were not having interpretation available for today for us. Thank you.
Going back to Connie Ludwig, I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Still not getting a response from Connie. I'll go to the next speaker. The next speaker is S. Solano. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Colin, do they need to?
S. Solano. S. Solano, are you there? They're not responding to the ping. The next speaker is Patricia Mendoza.
Colin, do they need to press *9? What's the difficulty?
They have to unmute themselves.
And they can hear you say that?
I do not know their status. I have no information.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Patricia Mendoza. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good evening. My name is Patricia and I live in the 95148 neighborhood. Aircrafts fly over my home daily. I'm calling to ask for more time to give our neighbors the opportunity to look at the studies being conducted currently and scheduled to be released in the next few months regarding lead levels. I don't work for a business or a nonprofit, like many callers today, that will not be affected by the permanent change to this land. I am the president of our neighborhood association, and the majority of our neighbors need more information in order to make an informed decision. Unfortunately, the county has not been as transparent into our community and has not been willing to come and provide information via presentations and have complete dialogue. A minute to speak without a response is not dialogue. We need, if affordable housing is the issue, unfortunately.
The next speaker is Sharon Sweeney. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Here we go. Hi, this is Sharon Sweeney. I haven't been on in a while. There are two types of federal grant assurances out at Reed Hillview: development and the purchase of the property. The property assurances never expire. You need to remember that. There are 5,000 public use airports in the country, and only 520 of them have control towers. Reed Hillview is one of them. It is a reliever for San Jose International, which serves millions of people, not just a few, as many people have reported here. It is also the third busiest airport in the Bay Area, which puts us in quite a good position here. So I suggest you look very carefully into keeping the airport open, and building housing right now is going to take you, what, 13 years? I have a master's in housing. I know how it works. So thank you very much. Bye.
The next speaker is Ephigenia Cordoba. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Ephigenia, are you there? I'm not getting a response from Ephigenia. I'll move on to the next speaker. The next, oh, there you go. Ephigenia, go ahead.
Ok, mi nombre es Efigenia Cordero. Soy residente del Distrito 5 y soy líder de vecinos activos. He vivido en San José por más de 15 años. Yo he asistido a las juntas comunitarias del condado y estoy apoyando a que cierren el aeropuerto, ya que no beneficia a nuestra comunidad durante demasiado tiempo. Nuestra comunidad ha sido afectada con el aire que respiramos, el miedo de que una avioneta pueda caer en una casa y esta vez sí ocasione pérdidas de vida y muchas otras cosas. Les pedimos que cierren el aeropuerto y escuchen la voz de la comunidad que está siendo afectada. Podemos hacer un gran uso de este espacio, como por ejemplo viviendas asequibles, clínicas, espacio para los jóvenes, espacios abiertos y muchas cosas más. Escuchen la comunidad. Ya es tiempo que tomen la decisión de cerrar este aeropuerto. Muchas gracias.
My name is Efigenia Cordova, and I live in District 5. I'm an active leader in the neighborhood, and I've been living in this neighborhood for 15 years. I'm here to please ask to close the airport because it haven't given any benefit to the community for long ago. It is affecting our air quality, and we are living in fear. But just by thinking that any airplane may fall and we can lose our lives and our properties, we ask that you hear our voice, that you hear the voice of the community, and it's time for use this space for economic housing or clinics or places for young people. It's time for you to listen to the community. Please close the airport.
The next speaker is Laura Arechiga. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. Laura, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening. My name is Laura Rechiga. resident and past board member of Park neighborhood. I continue to support the closure of Reed Hillview Airport, not as an adverse party to the pilots or students, but as an advocate for our community who have been exposed to the high lead levels for many years, and many resulting in health issues for many and an unsafe environment for our children and also our grandchildren. In 1937, when the airport was built in East San Jose, it did not have the growth as it does now in 2020. As a retired work comp adjuster, I know the importance of good air quality in the workplace and also in our community. As previously stated, those utilizing the airport do not live in the radius of the flight plan. Therefore, they do not recognize or understand our concerns. And with such compassion in what they do, saving lives, we would hope they would have the same compassion for our community. I hope the board.
The next speaker is Jacqueline Franco. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Franco. I am a resident of District 5 and a promotora serving my East San Jose community. I am calling in support of the planning for next steps of revisioning the Reed Hillview Airport. As a promotora, I hear firsthand the stories and struggles our community is facing. COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted our East San Jose community. There is a big need for more mental health services, centers near us, affordable housing, and our youth have shown a yearning for a space of their own, to do arts, to get help with homework, and even to do sports. Imagine how many of these needs we can address with the correct use of this land. The current space is only serving a few people, and the Reed Hillview vision should and must serve all families, especially those of us impacted by social injustice. Thank you.
The next speaker is IRC. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I moved to East San Jose specifically because it was close to the airport. The plan to close the airport was presented as though there wasn't a lot of business at Reed Hillview, but Reed Hillview could support far more business. South County doesn't have the area or the infrastructure to replace what you have at Reed Hillview. And as far as the lead question is concerned, I really want to know how many of the people complaining about lead over the next are going to stay next to the airport over the next 10 years or are going to move. And as somebody said, we're going to get rid of the lead before very long. My airplane will fly on unleaded gas, and if you made it available, we would burn it. Thanks for your time.
The next speaker is Vikas Kapoor. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Yes, thank you, Board of Supervisors. This is Vikas Kapoor. I strongly urge you to support the airport and the assets we have on the airport. It is a priceless and an irreplaceable resource. I myself, as an immigrant, I came here to this country many years ago, trained as a pilot. I didn't ask for the airport to be closed down. I'm going to address some of the fallacies I've heard so far very quickly. The lead is not an issue. We know that the lead concentrations in paint, in water, in dust are far more significant. At a national level, we've gone through some very difficult times where, class warfare and schisms have been exploited to divide us. And unfortunately, I'm seeing that same situation here. We need to stop doing that. We need to work together as a community. We need to preserve the airport, and we need to use it and make the most out of it. It is truly a priceless resource. Thank you, and please support the airport.
The next speaker is Hector Moreno. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Hector Moreno. I'm born and raised in San Jose. I'm 51 years old, born and raised in Eastside San Jose. I live in District 8, 1.7 miles from Reed Hillview Airport. I still have bad memories of airplanes falling from that place. And during this summer, And also during this whole pandemic, I've noticed how many airplanes fly over my house at all times at night. I get bad bad memories of that because I feel like it's a matter of time before one of those airplanes falls on top of my house, my neighbor's house. This airport should have been gone a long time ago. We can use this land for affordable housing, soccer field, and affordable housing with an emphasis on teachers who need housing desperately. So please close this airport. The sooner the better. Thank you.
The next speaker is Casey Hill. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, Board of Supervisors. As recently as 2018, the EPA released technical reports confirming that piston engine aircraft are, quote, the largest remaining aggregate source of lead emissions to air in the country. For decades, the Reed-Hillview Airport has made it hard for the surrounding East San Jose community to breathe. And to be clear, there is no known safe blood lead concentration. The era of individual privilege and wealth over community health must end. This is a matter of environmental justice and, as such, one of racial equity. East San Jose families deserve the opportunity to reimagine Reed-Hillview for the community asset it can be. Affordable housing, public transportation, jobs, and open spaces that draw down and absorb literal tons of atmospheric carbon, restore natural systems, protect waterways, and prevent runoff, creating greenways free from toxic chemicals for future generations. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Melissa McCaffrey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Melissa McCaffrey with the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, representing 300,000 aviators nationwide, including 30,000 members in California. COVID-19 and the recent wildfires have highlighted the noble efforts from the aviation community that use Reed-Hillview Airport as a staging area for emergency response activities. The airport facilitated needed aid and supplies to frontline workers. Once again, the general aviation community stepped up and helped in a time of need. This is just one example of how Reed-Hillview Airport is an incredible asset to the national airspace system and the community. The notion that the airport only benefits a few is just untrue, a dangerous message to be spreading. We strongly support a vision plan that doesn't include, we strongly oppose a vision plan that doesn't include preserving and protecting the airport, ensuring that it can continue the community and thrive for decades to come.
The next speaker is Karina Herrera Loera. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Corina Herrera Loera. I'm Rockingham School District Board Vice President and a resident of the east side of San Jose, residing less than a mile away from the Reed-Hillview Airport. I urge the board supervisors to please vote in support of taking the next steps to plan the reuse of this airport after its closure. You've already heard from many regarding the negative health impacts this airport has had on the members of our community, especially our children. As leaders, we are not only responsible for our children, however, we must also listen to the members of our community and ensure the decisions we make today have a positive impact on most and not just for a chosen few. Today, you have heard from many of us that live here and from a few that do not. Again, I urge you to move in a direction that provides a solution that best supports the majority of the members of our community. Make a decision that positively impacts families living here today and generations.
Next speaker is Olivia Navarro. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Good evening, President Chavez, supervisors, and Senator-elect Cortese. My name is Olivia Navarro, and I'm a lifelong resident of District 2, chair of Movimiento Democratic Coalition, and representative of Liuna Labor's Local 270. Liuna Local 270 has more than 7,000 members. Many of our members and their families live in our beautiful East San Jose by Reed Hillview Airport. Today, we come before you to respectfully ask you, please vote in support of taking the next steps to plan the reuse of Reed Hillview Airport after its closure. We believe if you close the airport, it creates an equity opportunity that impacts our current residents in the area and their children, a community that mainly consists of people of color that have historically been underrepresented. We hope that the publicly owned 180 acres can be repurposed to build a better and healthier neighborhood for their residents.
The next speaker is Lauren. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
I was going to ask Supervisor Cortese if I could have the respect of his attention rather than his phone, but he disrespected and offended all of us and left. My name is Lauren. I'm a mom. I work in East San Jose, and I'm here to support growing and investing into the community and Reed Hillview Airport equally. All of the supervisors stated about Cortese that he has a model of care first, jail last, and he wants children to have opportunities, and we need to take care of them after school, and that he advocates for education. Through research, juvenile delinquency and arrests peak between 2 to 6 p.m. on school days. So if you want to help the community and children, invest in enriching STEM and STEAM after-school programs in partnership with Reed Hillview. Work cohesively with the FAA, community, and EAA to improve lives of your community, especially children in close proximity of Reed Hillview. Without the airport and local children don't get exposure to their hopes and dreams in the future, because not all children follow traditional education paths. Your children can become pilots, air traffic controllers, aircraft maintainers, and even airport managers. You can help break the cycle of homelessness, delinquency, and poverty by taking care of the community before trying to take care of your responsibility.
The next speaker is Maria M. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Buenas noches, supervisores. Mi nombre es María Martínez y soy la supervisora en el Centro de Recursos de Familias en los apartamentos de Bali Palmas. Estoy hablando por parte de 1,200 residentes de ese complejo de apartamentos. Lo que los residentes necesitan es que ustedes deberían de pensar un poco más en las familias que necesitan vivienda que un aeropuerto, porque son más beneficiados por una vivienda que una avioneta, porque no es justo que piensen solo en y las familias, para que tengan sus familias y dónde vivir y tener esa oportunidad de recibir viviendas asequibles, sobre todo para las familias de recursos, de muy bajos recursos y extremadamente bajos recursos. Por favor, apoyen a la visión de la comunidad y apoyen para cerrar el aeropuerto.
My name is Maria Martinez, and I'm supporting the Center of Resources of Housing of Bali Palma, and I'm representing 12,000 residents. And we need you to think on the families and not in the airport. This is thinking on the airport would benefit only a few, and we can benefit so many families, and families need housing and not an airplane. Please, this would be a place for economic housing and for people of lower and even lower income families. Please support the community.
The next speaker is Peter Ortiz. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Honorable Board President and members of the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. My name is Peter Ortiz, and I'm a trustee of the Santa Clara County Board of Education. I'm providing comment tonight in support of the closure of the Reed Hillview Airport. For too long, our East San Jose families have been forced to host this airport in the middle of our neighborhood with zero benefit to our community. The fact that this airport is smack dab in the center of a thriving community of color should not be lost on us as elected officials. The negative health impacts, especially for schools located in the geographic area, are reason enough to close the airport, given the air, noise, and lead pollution it contributes daily to our neighborhoods. I humbly ask the Board of Supervisors to stand on the side of the people and close the Reed Hillview Airport. Thank you.
Dave R., go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm for keeping the airport open. I live close to the 680 and Capitol Expressway, 3.5 miles from the Reed Airport. Does that give me the right to request the closure of the 680 and Capitol Expressway due to the automobile accidents, noise, pollution generated by thousands of cars and trucks that go by? No. Why do people besides myself near the airport think they have the right to close the airport? It's not like they did not know it was there. Do you think that all of the housing that gets built on the Reed Airport, should it be closed, be affordable in the area? Maybe a few houses in the new development might actually be affordable. However, the rest of the new housing would be sold at already high market value. The result would be that the overall prices of housing will actually go up in the area. It will end up pushing more people on the street. Should truly low-income houses or homeless shelters be built, do you think that will add to the value of your properties around the area? Would you feel safe? If you think that it is okay to shut down the Reed Hillview Airport, what is stopping people from voting to close the San Jose International Airport? The precedent would be set. The closure of the Reed Hillview Airport would also increase the traffic into the San Jose International Airport. Large aircraft would create more noise.
The next speaker is John McGowan. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. I admire your patience. I wish the supervisors had been given an opportunity to see how a vision of community-focused development around the edges of the airport, as contemplated in the business plan, could benefit the entire community while preserving the asset. High schools around this country are successfully using aviation curriculum and local resources to provide motivation and direction for students in STEM programs, including specifically at-risk youth. There's a tremendous opportunity to partner with the local high schools, bridge that gap between those excited young eagles and the high-paid professional careers in a variety of aviation segments, partnering with San Jose State and with Evergreen College. There's a brilliant example of this operating today at the Bob Hoover Academy in Salinas in partnership with the Monterey Board of Education and Hartnell College. And again, I echo the same remark. Every major airport redevelopment results in gentrification and displacement, not affordable housing. Thank you.
The next speaker is Gene Cohen. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, President Chavez and County Supervisors. This is Jean Cohen, Interim Executive Officer of the South Bay Labor Council. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and community engagement in support of re-envisioning Reed Hillview Airport. If we always do what we have always done, we may miss opportunities to take bold and transformative action. Tonight is the first step towards bringing economic and environmental justice to a community rich in culture, but lacking in good jobs and safe, affordable housing after decades of disinvestment. The vast acreage at Reed Hillview creates a metamorphic opportunity to provide good jobs and housing, including homeownership opportunities for all income levels, especially extremely low and missing middle units that are desperately needed for union members and East Side families. This project will create thousands of new jobs, not only for construction of residential and commercial development, but on the operations side, assuring that workers can afford to live in the communities where they work. I urge you to vote in support of good union jobs and affordable housing.
The next speaker is Jessica Pasadios. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jessica Pasadios. I am the Executive Director of the School of Arts and Culture at the Mexican Heritage Plaza, one of the most significant cultural institutions in the East Side. As a member of the Si Se Puede Collective and in solidarity with the East San Jose community that we serve, we affirm that if we want to center racial and economic justice, the board must continue its commitment to shut down Reed Hill Airport and move forward with a community vision that puts equity and East San Jose families first. When I think about our familias, when I think about how this pandemic is affecting our community, it is clear that we need to bridge the economic divide. And the folks that are taking advantage of the airport aren't from our community. And so that is a resource that needs to be put back into the hands of community. And for us, that means affordable housing. Thank you.
The next speaker is Patrick McGarity. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Patrick McGarity. I'm the Chief of Staff to San Jose City Council Member Sylvia Arenas, who represents the families whose homes surround Reed Hillview. These families have for generations been put at risk and suffered from the pollution generated by Reed Hillview. Today, we know it is putting dangerous levels of lead into the air, and we also know that children in this neighborhood have dangerous levels of lead in their blood. Lead is one of the most potent neurotoxins that affect children. Reed Hillview exceeds the EPA standards for airborne lead. In fact, it is the 25th worst airport in the entire country for lead pollution out of over 3,000 airports, with over 1,200 pounds of lead emitted each year. Knowing this, we ask you if you would be comfortable with your own kids spending their entire infancy and childhoods breathing this airborne lead into their lungs with every single breath. That's why Councilmember Arenas is imploring you to take decisive action today, commit to a new plan to benefit the community, not one that continues to put lead into the air. And don't wait. Please start reducing lead producing activity now. Please shut down this airport and commit to a new future today.
The next speaker is Janet. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. I'm a San Jose resident for over half a century, 30 years here in Evergreen. Planes fly over my home and turn to make their approach to the airport daily. Yet I support the airport. I feel we should be celebrating this valuable asset and take the dollars from the FAA to make it the gem that it should be. This airport serves as a vital regional transportation hub with 500 takeoffs and landings per day. It's used for air freight, emergency services, benevolent uses of their planes by private pilots, recreation. It's a vital employment center and a higher education facility. High levels of lead are dangerous, especially for children, but there are available mitigations to eliminate the hazard. Should this airport close, we cannot get it back. Please revision it to an even better regional facility.
The next speaker is Sergey. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Sergey Kadev. I come from Russia about 6 years ago, and we don't have a public infrastructure of airports like the US do. It's amazing what we got here. I have become a pilot, and I fly a light sport aircraft, sometimes from Reed Hillview, sometimes from other airports. The aircraft we fly are pretty lightweight. They weigh like 2 motorcycles. They're very quiet. You can have a normal conversation 100 yards from it when it's on full power. It does really good MPG. And we actually are burning unleaded fuel that we bring from the car garage because the airport doesn't sell it yet. We can burn unleaded at the airport if you had it. I tried to get to be a resident near the airport because the airport is there, and the sellers changed their mind because they like airport as well. So they just didn't sell the house. People from community keep the planes and work on them there, and they're welcome to come and fly with us. Please keep it open and make a better future for the airport.
The next speaker is Pancho Guevara. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening, supervisors. It's a pleasure to speak with you this evening. My name is Poncho Guevara. I'm the Executive Director of Sacred Heart Community Service. And I just wanted to add my voice to the cries that you're hearing from our community and really reinforce the tremendous leadership of this Board of Supervisors to actually think about the nature of the work that you're doing in terms of justice, in terms of the kind of community that we're trying to build here. And the thought that comes to mind in terms of supporting this vision plan process is about power, because land is power, and you have the power to actually return that voice to the community itself in terms of visioning the kind of community that they want to live in, the power to reimagine their future, the power to imagine healthier communities, the power to address deep economic disparities in our community, and the power to catalyze changes in the economic and social opportunity, whether it's housing, economic development, other things. You've demonstrated over and over again how you want to center that power with community. I ask you to do so again today.
The next speaker is Marichella Lechuga. I am unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Maricela Lechuga. I live directly below the flight path, and lead-based fuel has been outlawed in cars and commercial jets, yet small airplanes continue to be allowed to use this, but yet there's the technology to retrograde the airplanes, but pilots choose not to retrograde because they say that it's cost prohibitive. So I'm here to demand that we put people over profits and people over these people. And yeah, you know, when my grandfather immigrated here from Mexico, he was a bracero and in the 40s, and this was the only place that he was allowed to purchase property, the only place that he was allowed to live. And so it's not an accident that I have so much family here in the east side of San Jose, and that there are so many people of color here in the east side of San Jose.
The next speaker is Priscilla Acuna. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Priscilla Acuna Mena, and I'm here on behalf of Working Partnerships USA. I'd like to express our support for the repurposing of Reed Hillview. Let's seize this opportunity to re-envision. The promise of this land is truly immense, could be a new hub for affordable homes, public schools, and green space. In contrast, our East Side neighbors currently live day to day with lead exposure, noise pollution, and the disquieting risk of accidents. To echo the comments of a previous speaker, I'm not sure the question of what to do here would be so up for debate were the airport causing grievance to a more affluent area. That's why I'm urging the Board of Supervisors to approve next steps to close the airport and re-envision Reed Hillview in a way that puts East San Jose families first. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Jocelyn Quiroz. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Thank you. Today, I'm speaking as a lifelong resident in the East Side San Jose community opposed to closing the Reed Hillview Airport. Many people have stated their concerns on the environment, and additional housing is not the answer. This would only increase traffic congestion and it contributed to air pollution. Affordable housing is needed now, not in 10 to 15 years, and is a whole other issue in itself. We rely on this airport for emergency operations and its contributions to the STEM field. This airport is a valuable asset to our community. Thank you.
The next speaker is David Sanchez. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, President Chavez and Board of Supervisors. My name is Myra Harms. I'm part of Mayfair and resident of East San Jose. I think at this time, we need to focus on what is important, which is health and safety. This is not negotiable. Please remove the airport to San Martin and use this land for housing and support our community. Thank you.
The next speaker is Doug Elliott. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Doug Elliott. I've been involved in affordable housing for the last 35 years, doing several projects with EAH Housing and in San Jose. And I want to commend the board for the outreach they've done to the community. It seems one of the more thorough and thoughtful outreaches I've seen on master planning in a very long time. And I just wanted to be an advocate for consideration of affordable housing and housing for the homeless in this project, which is consistent with the themes and strategies of addressing homelessness, providing affordable housing, supporting existing families, preventing displacement. 6 of the themes and strategies are embedded as a vision by incorporating thoughtful, affordable housing and housing for permanently supportive housing as part of the plan. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
The next speaker is Terea Garcia. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak. The timer will start when you begin speaking. I'm unable to get a response from Terry. I'll come back. The next speaker is Daniel Field. I'm unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You will have 1 minute to speak.
¿Aló?
Oh, there you go.
Ok. Mi nombre es Teresa García. Soy promotora de Bay Illusion. Y tengo 30 años viviendo en esta área de San José. Mis hijas han crecido en esta área. Ahora soy abuela y les pido, por favor, respetuosamente a cada uno de ustedes, así como ustedes piden el apoyo de cada uno de nosotros como comunidad latina, hispana, les pido ahora, por favor, así como nosotros respaldamos a ustedes